The venue has the patriotic tricolor right on top, giving it the look that India has, the look of our country, the greatest nation in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, today, 8th of November, we have 6 very interestingly curated panel discussions for you. So not wasting any more of your time, let me start with the first one. The first session, which commences now, is for a period of 1 hour, which includes the question and answer session. I would request the August gathering to kindly try and stick to the timings so that, like in military, we always stick to the timings. The topic for the first discussion today is Reflections, Diamond Jubilee of the 1965 Indo-Pak War. And the panelists for this discussion are Major General Bobby Grewal, Air Vice Marshal Arjun Subramaniam, Brigadier Satinder Singh. And this session will be moderated by, if I may say, the birthday boy, Lieutenant General J.S. Chima.
Thank you,
We
sir.
wish, sir, a very happy birthday,
Thank you
good
very
health and happiness always from all of us here.
Thank you, sir.
May I request the panelists to kindly come up, and as they come up, a word about all of them. It's a big task when I get all the CVs and then I've got to constrict it into a few lines. It's an ardent task. So if I'm not able to do justice, please do pardon me. Major General B.S. Grewal, a cavalier who is an alumnus of YPS Patiala. He's held various key appointments in the Indian Army, the last being Deputy Commandant of the National Defence Academy. He has served as Director, Maharaja Ranjit Singh Preparatory Institute, also as Director of YPS Patiala. Next on the panel, we have Air Vice Marshal Arjun Subramaniam. He is a distinguished fighter pilot and is the former President's Chair of Excellence in the National Security Affairs at NDC. He is on the review editorial board of several journals and writes extensively for leading newspapers and magazines on military and strategic issues. The third panelist for this session is Brigadier Satinder Singh, a second-generation officer who was commissioned in 8 Mahar, which he later commanded. Post-superannuation, he has served as Director, Defence Services, Punjab. And this very interesting and sought-after session will be moderated by Lieutenant General J.S. Chima, who superannuated from the Indian Army as Deputy Chief of the Army Staff. He was General Officer Commanding of 11 Corps in 2015 and 16 during the Golden Jubilee of the 1965 war. The General Officer is an ardent sportsman and has been the founder VC of Maharaja Bhupinder Singh Punjab Sports University located at Patiala. Ladies and gentlemen, over to the first session. Thank you.
Good morning. Admiral Arun Prakash, former Chief of the Naval Staff, General Shergill, Chairman, Military Lit Festival Association, officers, ladies, my dear students and fellow panelists, a very good morning to each one of you. The 1965 India-Pakistan War, though fought 60 years back, is still considered as one of the most significant military engagement of Southeast Asia. It is still being debated whether this war was a victory for India or it was a stalemate. But before we come on to this question, I would like to highlight, give you a very brief overview of the 1965 war for the benefit of the young students from various colleges and schools. Well, Pakistan's gamble to start the 1965 war stemmed from its overconfidence and underestimation of India's military capability following India's defeat in the 1962 war. They continued to pursue this agenda, and they first wanted to test the water of India's capabilities in the run of Kutch in April 1965. India's restraint was taken as a weakness. It reinforced the Pakistan perception that India would be a walkover. The Prime Minister had just changed over, and they planned on a very audacious mission, Operation Gibraltar. Well, gentlemen, this Operation Gibraltar, a massive infiltration campaign into Jammu and Kashmir, was intended to initiate an uprising and thereby defreeze the Kashmir problem, which was lying dormant after the 48 war. Unfortunately, the people of Kashmir, instead of siding with the irregulars, supported the Indian army with critical information, and to top it all, India took the battle across the ceasefire line and capturing important features like the Hajipir Pass and certain important heights in Titwal sector, Punch sector, as well as Kargil point 13620. This obviously rattled the Pakistan establishment. Frustrated but not undated, they launched a next ambitious mission, that is Operation Grand Slam, which was a full-fledged offensive launched in Akhnur sector on 1st of September 1965. They achieved quick success as far as this offensive was concerned, but after some time, the offensive lost the momentum. And the Indian Prime Minister on 3rd of September issued his higher direction of war, which was, as shown on the slide, it was to defend against Pakistan's attempt to grab Kashmir and make it very clear to Pakistan that Pakistan would not be allowed to capture Kashmir in any manner. Second, destroy the Pakistan's armed forces. And third, capture or occupy only the minimum territory that would lead to the destruction of enemy's armed forces. Air Force was tasked only to support the army operations, and the Prime Minister categorically asked the Air Chief not to target the civilian areas. Well, from this higher direction of war, set the ball rolling for the offensive to be launched by the Indian Army. The first offensive launched was on 6th of September off Riddle in 11 Corps zone, covering the area from Dera Baba Nanak to Fazilka, Suleimanki. This was a multi-pronged offensive along the three axes as shown on the slide, that is Amritsar Atari, Barki axis, Kasur axis, and along with two subsidiary offensive in Dera Baba Nanak as well as Suleimanki, defending Suleimanki and Hussainiwala. How the war, how the plans unfolded will be covered by the subsequent speakers. 2 days later, one corps launched an offensive in Sialkot sector and covered Philora, fighting fierce tank battles, and how again the battle unfolded, it would be taken by General Garewal. Now what we would debate on this thing and what would be our modus operandi to carry the discussion forward, I will ask my fellow panelists, Brigadier Stinder, to highlight the progress of operations in 11 Corps zone, taking into account what was the planning, what was the objectives worked out by 11 Corps. Followed by General Garewal to take on the 1 Corps operations, what was planned and what did they achieve. Thereafter, we have Air Vice Marshal Arjun Subramaniam with us. He will highlight the Air Force aspects and give a strategic outcome of the war before we start the next part of the discussion, how the things unfolded, so that we could come conclusively to deduce whether it was a victory or a stalemate. Over to Brigadier Stinder.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. I'll be taking on the operations of 11 Corps, that is starting from, so could we have the slide, sir? I'll be covering the operations from Dera Baba Nanak, that's on the top, and down till Khemkaran, that is to the south, what you can see on the map. Now, what were the aims of the Indian Army here? When Pakistan launched the operation in the Akhnur sector, then it was decided that we have to relieve the pressure as the Pakistanis are advancing rapidly towards Akhnur. That's the time the operation of 11 Corps, that is in this sector which is showing, and in Sialkot sector what we launched. So in 11 Corps, there were 4 thrust lines actually. The first one is along Amritsar, DograI, what is marked toward Lahore. Now on this axis, we had 15 div, less 1 brigade. It was not a complete div. So that 1 brigade was kept as a reserve and also for defense of Amritsar. We had 1 armored regiment, and the second one was down south towards Bhikiwin. You can see the second arrow going towards Barki. And here we had 7 infantry div, again less 1 brigade. That is 29 brigade. And the third axis, that is 4 mountain div from Khemkaran down towards Kasur. This brigade, this div also had less 1 brigade. But each of these axes had 1 regiment each of an armored. And on top, from 7 infantry div, that is the Bhikiwin axis, 29 brigade was pulled out, and 1 brigade and 1 squadron of armor, they were launched towards Dera Baba Nanak's side. Now what was the aim of these offensives? The aim was, on the Pakistan side, as you can see on the slide, you can see the Ishugal Canal. Ishugal Canal was a very formidable kind of an obstacle, a canal, 140 meters to 80 to 140 meters wide, very difficult to cross. But on side of the international border, we did not have any obstacle. So one of the aims was to go and capture the eastern bank of this canal and use it as our obstacle. The next was pose a threat to Lahore. There were a number of bridges on this. Now, if this was the aim and this is how we are doing it, now what happened? As far as 15th Infantry Div was concerned, on 6th September when they launched, they reached up to a place called DograI, and 3 Jat, in a very good and a fantastic action, they actually crossed the bridge. It was partially broken. They went across and captured a place called Batakpur and Atuke Kalam. That means our troops had crossed the Ishugal Canal. But then, due to misunderstandings, miscommunications, 3 Jat was pulled back. We tried in other places also towards the north, but we did not achieve much success, although the troops could manage to reach up to the canal. So just short of the canal, they again formed it, and that's where the operation stopped. Again, 15-day sector only, the operations continued, and later on 22nd September, we again launched operations with 4 brigades, and that's the time, again 3 Jat reached Dograi and captured Dograi. After a very hard-fought battle, they lost about 300 men. And ably supported by the armored squadron, and there are 2 armored squadrons operating here. Fantastic fights took place here. And that's where the stalemate occurred, and we were just up to the canal. We did reach the canal. As far as the south towards the Burki axis, 7th Div, they were supposed to capture reach the canal by evening. They could not, some time, and after some time, that was after 4 days, they could manage, and they reached Burki, and the Fosik, they captured Burki after a very, very hard fight. There were 2 brigades in this area. So we had reached the Ishugal Canal. As far as Kasur sector is concerned, we launched 4 mountain div with 2 brigades. Now a mountain div, as we all know, is generally, I'm sorry for that infantry div, it's mountain div. It's designed as a mountain div. And they had an armored regiment also, 9 horse, to which General Shergill belongs, and General Shergill, who's the chairman of the Military Literature Festival, who's very much here, he participated in the battles in near Rajoke, then in Khemkaran, and in Asaluttar. So actually, he's the best person to tell us about the battles of Asaluttar. So when we advanced, when 4 mountain div advanced, they did not, or they could not achieve much success. They reached up to Rohinala, and then they fell back. To the credit of our adversaries, they were prepared for it to launch an offensive, and this particular sector in Kasur area, they had their most formidable force, that was 1 armored div. And they launched 1 armored div with the aim to reach right up to somewhere east of Amritsar, a place called Bias, some people who don't know about it. And their aim was to reach Bias and to cut off the complete area. Major battles were fought here for 3 days. Then we came and took over defensive positions in a place called Asaluttar, which is marked there. And that's the time the Pakistanis launched repeatedly, that is on 8th, 9th and 10th September, they kept on launching. And the credit goes to all the infantry battalions which were there, and the 2 major armored regiments, that is 9 horse and 3 cavalry, who fought very well. And they completely destroyed the war potential of this thing. In Asaluttar, we destroyed about 99 Pakistani tanks and A vehicles. It was a major success. What is the overall assessment here? We, as far as 15 Div is concerned, I'm sorry, I forgot about 29 Brigade. Now 29 Infantry Brigade was a small brigade, 3 battalions for the benefit of the people at the back. Now they were told to just go and capture a small enclave called Jassar enclave. They did succeed, and the Pakistanis repeatedly launched attacks. Now this small force had a major impact on Pakistan. Just north of where Jassar is written on top is the area of the Shakargat bird. This was on 6th, 7th night. The Pakistanis was rattled so much that they moved their 25 cavalry and also 24 brigade with 2nd Punjab down south to face this brigade. They thought it's a major offensive coming here. Now on night of 7th, 8th and 8th early morning was the offensive of our one corps which was coming down from Jammu Kashmir side, which General Garewal will be covering. This was an opportunity lost by us. Had it been coordinated, then this reserve we had already pulled out and our one armored div would have had an easy go through. As far as 15 div operation is concerned, initially we did achieve success. Later on, we captured territory. And as far as Asalutra is concerned, there is no doubt it is one of the most spectacular and one of the best battles fought by the Indian Army, where we destroyed one armored division of the Pakistani Army. So that's what happened in this particular structure. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear children and cadets of AFPI. It's such a pleasure to stand before you to be able to talk to you about the operations of One Corps in the 1965 war. We have a lot of ground to cover, and we are going to talk of a very mobile battle. So I'll request the young minds sitting behind to please keep their minds mobile also as we go along. First of all, I'd like to tell you where this battle took place. It took place in an area which we refer to as the Shakargarh Bulge. The important town here is Sialkot, which lies on the northern edge of the Shakargarh Bulge. And then you have Pakistani towns of Chavinda, Pasrur, Shakargarh. On the Indian side, you see Jammu on the top of the slide. And there's a road from Jammu to Samba and on to Pathankot. Please see how close that road is to the international border. And this makes us very vulnerable in the area, because an offensive by Pakistan using the Shakargarh Bulge could cut off the road. So what do? We preempt him and we attack from there. With what? With One Corps. What was One Corps? One Corps was India's mightiest strike force at that time. It comprised of the 1st Armored Division, which is also known as the Black Elephant Division, and for peacetime purposes currently is located in Patiala. It also had 6 Mountain Division and 14 Infantry Division. Please note, 6 was a Mountain Division. It was trained and equipped to fight in the mountains, not in the plains. Why is that so? Because after the 62 war with China, we were increasingly focused upon mountain warfare. So when you compare One Corps to what is today's strike corps, there is no comparison. It's chalk and cheese. It's two entirely different things. But at that time, it was our mightiest strike force, and this is the importance of the Shakargarh Bulge. To recall, Pakistan had launched an offensive in the Akhnur sector on the 1st of September. On the 3rd of September, political directions were given for Indian armed forces to cross the international border. On the 6th of September, 11 Corps attacked as has been described to you. One Corps, which was the main strike force of the Indian Army, could have attacked the Shakargarh Bulge from either of two directions. One, it could have been launched from the south, from the area of Dera Baba Nanak, Gurdaspur. Two, it could have been launched from the north, from the direction of Samba. For very good reasons, it was decided that we will attack from the Samba direction. There was a debate on it. We will not go into that at the moment. Now, what happened was that as a part of the 11 Corps activities, Dera Baba Nanak was attacked and a small enclave was captured by India's 96th Infantry Brigade on the night of 6th September. There was a stagger of 48 hours between the launch of 11 Corps and One Corps. One Corps was to attack on the 8th of September. On the night of 7th of September, the Pakistani armed forces, which were deployed for the defense of the Shakargarh Bulge, were in a state of panic. What was the panic about? They thought that the attack in the Dera Baba Nanak area, which 11 Corps had launched, is the first step towards the launch of 1 Corps from DBN. So 24 Infantry Brigade of Pakistan, which is shown in red, and 25 Cavalry, which were responsible for the defense of the Bulge, were sent galloping in the night of 7th of September towards Dera Baba Nanak. They reached there at about 0200 hours, found nothing there, and then they were told to turn around and come back. In the meanwhile, 1 Corps offensive commenced from the direction of Samba. So you see the kind of criticality that was created by the fog of war. Both the advancing forces meet head on. From our side, it was the 1st Armored Division which was leading the advance, and there were 2 brigades, 1 Armored Brigade and 43 Lorried Infantry Brigade. 1 Armored Brigade comprised of 3 Centurion tank regiments, namely 4 horse, then known as Hodson's horse, also my regiment, 17 Pune horse and 16 light cavalry. The Centurion was a formidable tank, but an old tank. It was up against the Patton, which was technically far superior to the Centurion. Be that as it may, 16 cavalry and Pune horse led the advance. They met the enemy forces at a place called Gadgore. Who were these enemy forces? 24 Brigade and 25 Cavalry, who had just returned from their misadventure in the DBN sector. They met them head on at a place called Gadgore. Created a block for our forces. 25 Cavalry, Patton Regiment, did a very good job. We must concede. He deployed all his 3 squadrons up, gave a broad front and halted 16 Cavalry and Pune horse temporarily. GOC 1 Armored Division, Major General Rajinder Singh, commonly known as Sparrow, was a very enterprising person. He made a quick assessment of the situation, and the Div Reserve, which was 4 horse, my regiment, Hodson's horse, it was moved forward and released to 1 Armored Brigade to be employed. For a variety of reasons, this Div Reserve was not employed in an offensive manner, and this Div Reserve was used to consolidate the situation because there was a perceived threat to the flank. So we have now 2 forces, 1 Armored Brigade and 43 Lorried Brigade on one side and 24 Brigade and 25 Cavalry on the other, facing each other. On the 9th and 10th of September, reconnaissance was carried out. It had rained, the ground was slushy, the fields were full, there were sugarcane fields, fields of fire were limited. General Sparrow decided on a very bold outflanking maneuver to get behind the enemy and to capture Philora from the rear. I'll take you to this slide. Pak armor and infantry is deployed on the ground in the area of Gadgore. Own troops are in contact. 1 Armored Brigade and 43 Lorried Brigade are pulled back by General Sparrow. The outflanking maneuver is launched from the right flank, and 3 regiments advancing forward towards Philora. The advance was primarily led by 4 horse, that is the HH Arrow, and PH, which is the Pune horse arrow. These 2 regiments advanced very speedily against very stiff opposition, because by this time, elements of 6th Armored Division of Pakistan had also sidestepped into the area, namely 10 cavalry, guides, and 11 PAVO. So there was very stiff resistance, but these 2 regiments were undeterred. These 2 pincers closed in on Philora very speedily on the 11th of September, and 43 Lorried Infantry Brigade launched an attack to physically capture Philora. This was a huge victory for us because the number of Patton tanks that were destroyed was immense, and more importantly, the myth of the Patton being superior to the Centurion was shattered. The Centurion had performed exceedingly well. When this happened and Philora fell, the next objective was to be Chavinda. Now here there were a series of delays in launching the attack on Chavinda. Initially it was believed that one armored division should take Chavinda from the line of march. But Chavinda by now was strongly held. Therefore this task was given to 6th Mountain Division. 6th Mountain Division initially planned the attack on Chavinda on the 17th of September, had to postpone it because some of its units were depleted in strength. Another attack was planned on the 18th of September, had to postpone it because at the last minute they decided to change the direction of attack. Finally, when the attack was launched on the 19th of September, we were unable to capture Chavinda because it had been very strongly reinforced by this time. That delay in the launching of the attack on Chavinda was to prove costly to us. What did we achieve? We destroyed a fantastic number, 196 enemy tanks. These tanks belong to 25 cavalry, they belong to 6 armored division, they belong to elements of 1 armored division of Pakistan. 1 armored division is the one which had launched the attack in the Khemkaran sector. By now they had sidestepped and moved elements to this area. So this was a complete decimation of Pakistani armor. We were unable to reach the Marala-Ravi link canal, which was our objective. We fell short of it. We were able to capture 465 square kilometers of prime territory. More importantly, territory which could have threatened our highway to Jammu. We were in a position to threaten Pakistani towns of Zafarwal, Chavinda, Badiana and Sialkot, but we did not physically capture these towns. That's how it went. Now what do we think about it? Well, firstly, as I said, there was a little debate on should the corps have been launched from DBN or from Samba. When you launch from Samba, your operations are not very well synergized with what is happening in the 11 Corps zone. But on the other hand, you have this great advantage that you are able to obviate any threat to the Samba highway. DBN was also a viable option, but it involved a river crossing. And that is perhaps the reason why we did not go there. Now I mentioned to you about the Patton in the Centurion. Ladies and gentlemen, the Patton was an American tank. At that time, a state-of-the-art tank. It was current. The Centurion was an old warhorse. On paper, there is no comparison between the two. The Centurion was 52 tons, the Patton was lighter, but the Patton was well protected, 160 millimeters of armor. It had a wonderful engine. It had an 800 horsepower engine. The Centurion engine was 635 horsepower. The Patton gun was a 90 millimeter gun. The Centurion gun was a 20 pounder, which equates to 83 millimeter. The Patton had night fighting capability. Night fighting for the driver, infrared. We were blind at night, could do nothing at night. More importantly, the Patton had a rangefinder. It was a stereoscopic rangefinder with which a very high first round hit probability could be ensured. We had nothing of the sort. We had a wonderful thing known as the 3-round technique. Fire 3 rounds, because of the super velocity of the armor piercing discarding sabot, at least 1 if not 2 rounds will hit the target regardless of the range. That was a wonderful thing. Above all, our level of training and motivation was immense. Our gunners were well trained on field miniature ranges. Our drivers were well trained driving in the hilly tracts of Babina, and they were far superior in terms of professionalism. The Pakistanis had just received the Patton. They had not absorbed that technology well enough, and they suffered. There is also a belief that the Pakistanis feared death by fire, and therefore they were quick to abandon their tanks. The pattern armor was brittle. It tended to shatter on impact. The Centurion armor did not shatter on impact, the round would go through. So there were various reasons why the Centurion, which was an old war horse, did well. And I need to mention here that it is the same Centurions which did brilliantly well in the 71 war in the very same area. But that's another story. We'll perhaps share it 6 years from now on the 60th anniversary of the 71 war. Did we achieve our overall objectives? No, we did not. Did we get to the Marala-Ravi link canal? No, we did not. But we caused crippling attrition on the enemy. Now was the time for us at the highest level to shift the center of gravity of our attack to this sector, to reinforce 1 Armored Division. GOC 1 Armored Division repeatedly requested that 3rd Cavalry, which was his regiment but had been detached to the Khemkaran sector, and 8th Cavalry, which was an AMX regiment, should revert to him so that his combat power is enhanced and he is able to push on to the MRN. For reasons best known to the command headquarters, this was not agreed to because the army commander felt that it would be more appropriate to pursue the enemy in the Khemkaran sector and restore the sanctity of the international border. When hostilities were called off on the 22nd of September, we could have pressed on, but we needed more combat power, provided a decision is taken at the appropriate level to release that combat power from the 11th Corps Zone. In very brief, ladies and gentlemen, that is what happened in the Corps Zone. Pardon me for rushing through it, but there was a lot of ground to be covered. This was a glorious battle. It is popularly known as the greatest tank battle after the Second World War. And hats off to the Centurion, and hats off to regiments like Pune Horse and Hodson's Horse, which performed extremely well. Commandant of Pune Horse, Lieutenant Colonel Tarapur, was awarded a Paramveer Chakra posthumously. Commandant Hodson's Horse, Lieutenant Colonel MMS Bakshi, was awarded a Mahavir Chakra, and Major Bhupinder Singh, who was a very brave and bold squadron commander of Bravo Squadron, Hodson's Horse, was awarded a Mahavir Chakra posthumously. They did extremely well. There were many more stories to tell you about, but time is short, so I'll call it off here. Jai Hind, and thank you very much for your listening.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I'd like to thank General Shergill and the organizers of the Chandigarh Military Lit Fest for inviting me on this panel. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to talk about 2 significant issues with regards to the 1965 war. One is about strategic outcomes, and the other one is the role of air power. Now, as a military historian, I'm rather uncomfortable talking about victories and defeats. I would much rather assess war and conflict on a benchmark of outcomes. Larger number of positive outcomes, larger number of negative outcomes, that is the way one learns lessons from wars and conflicts, rather than any chest-thumping narratives of victory or defeat. So let me look at the strategic backdrop, right? What was the scene in and around India before the conflict erupted in September? Number one is that India was in a bit of a political crisis with the death of its first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru. Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri was just settling down in office. President Ayub Khan was an entrenched military dictator in Pakistan, and he thought that it was an opportune moment to test India's strategic resolve after the defeat of 1962. On the operational front, under a dynamic defense minister, Y.B. Chavan, India had been gradually building up its military capability from 1962 onwards. And here again, I think Pakistan saw that this was a window of opportunity before India completed its capability build-up after the 1962 war. So if you look at it, Pakistan's strategic game plan was on song. It was well planned. But where the problem came up was in execution and a certain amount of both strategic and operational overconfidence. The other issue was President Ayub Khan was facing some amount of pressure internally from a young and upcoming politician by the name of Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, and he needed to prove his mettle once again at an opportune moment of time to test the Indian resolve in 1965. So that was the strategic backdrop. What about some important operational balancing? Because of India's China contingency, a large quantum of Indian forces were still devoted onto the Eastern Front, including the Indian Air Force, and therefore the balance of forces vis-a-vis Pakistan on the Western Front was almost even. And that was another thing that gave President Ayub Khan some amount of confidence to take on the Indian armed forces, given that there was a notion that there was this misplaced notion still within the Pakistani army that 10 Pakistani soldiers were equal to 1 Indian soldier. Now, these were the series of overconfident strategic posturing that proved to be costly for Pakistan at the end of the day, despite having fought some operational and tactical battles pretty well. So that was as far as the strategic and operational backdrop was concerned. Now let me get down to air power. Look, the Indian Air Force was actually eager to get into battle because it had not got into battle offensively in the 1962 war for inexplicable reasons that are beyond the purview of this particular discussion. But when the Chumb offensive, now look, one always assumes that the Indian Air Force went into battle in September 1965. That's incorrect, because the Indian Air Force went into battle in August also during Operation Gibraltar. What happened was General Harbaksh Singh, very, very innovative, imaginative and assertive Indian Army commander, reached out to the Air Force and said that, look, can you modify your Mi-4 helicopters to carry machine guns? And can you carry my special forces and troops to outflank the Pakistani raiders who were coming in along eight thrust lines in Kashmir. So actually Mi-4s dropped Ghatak platoons and commandos behind enemy lines as they were advancing into Kashmir. And by the end of August, almost 1,500 troops and Razakars of the Pakistani forces were captured, leading to the failure of Op Gibraltar. So Mi-4s of the Indian Air Force played a very, very important role even in Op Gibraltar. Now let's get to Operation Grand Slam, which is the battle for Chum. Now, both the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force were caught by surprise on the 1st of September. Not only was the Indian Army caught by surprise in Chum, but the Indian Air Force was caught by surprise by the Pakistan Air Force's preemptive strikes on several Indian Air Force airfields that led to several aircraft being destroyed on the ground. But after that, just as the Indian Army bounced back, I think the Indian Air Force demonstrated tremendous resilience and fighting back capability, because despite losing Vampires to Sabre jets over Chum, subsequently the amount of attrition that was inflicted by the Indian Air Force during the armored battle actually went a long way in stemming the Pakistani armored offensive. Now, the Indian Air Force's role during the early days of the war was not just to support the army. The Indian Air Force was tasked with extensive interdiction, which means to say, when I talk about interdiction, it means to say attacking enemy forces in depth, attacking railway stations, attacking communication centers. The Indian Air Force was also tasked with putting Pakistani airfields out of action, airfields like Sargodha, Peshawar. Its bomber force with Canberras did some wonderful work. And just to give you an idea, even in terms of equipment, the Indian Air Force was just about building its capability, right? It had Nats, it had Mistairs, it had Hunters, and it had Canberras. The MiG-21 had just been inducted in 1963. It did not see much action in the 1965 war, but the word has it that the Pakistani squadrons were alerted to the fact that if you know that the MiG-21s are going to be in the air and in the area of operation, don't engage with them, get away. So that was some amount of coercive value that the MiG-21s, but the bulk of the work in 1965 was done by the Hunters, the Nats, the Mistairs, and the Canberras. Now, the other issue that must be kept in mind is that this was the first time that the Indian Air Force was operating extensively in close air support operations. Now, the Pakistan Air Force, in turn, had trained extensively with the Americans and their Sabre jets, and the procedures that they had evolved were far more sophisticated. So for the Indian Air Force also, the 1965 war was a tremendous learning experience. And if one looks at the number of losses that both sides suffered, leaving aside the number of aircraft that were destroyed on the ground, the number of air-to-air kills achieved by the Indian Air Force with their Nats and Hunter aircraft far exceeded the air-to-air kills that were achieved by the Pakistani Air Force Sabre jets. The other point that must be understood is that the concept of deep strikes actually emerged in the 1965 war. So you used to have Canberras getting airborne from Agra airfield and striking Pakistani airfields and installations as far in depth as Peshawar, more than 400 kilometers one way. So the concept of deep strikes in the Indian Air Force actually emerged in the 1965 war. And like General Grewal mentioned, many tales of individual gallantry. We had the Indian Air Force's first Mahavir Chakra awarded to Squadron Leader Devaya for his attacks on Sargodha airfield and subsequent aerial combat with the Sabre jets. You had the first air-to-air kill achieved by one of the Keeler brothers, Trevor Keeler. You had 23 Squadron of Nats performing brilliantly. You had Hunters performing brilliantly in the 1965 war. So overall, I would say that even though the IAF was on the back foot during the early days of the war, but the resilience and the ability of the IAF to quickly learn on its feet and get up and get into the air and hit the Pakistanis hard is something that characterizes the air war of 1965. Now, I would strongly recommend for those of you who want to read more about the air war in the 1965 war, I have 4 chapters about it in my book India's Wars, and Jagan Pilarisetti and Samir Chopra have written an exclusive book about the 1965 war, which I would urge you to pick up in case you're interested in knowing more about the Indian Air Force in the 1965 war. So, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for the panelists who gave a very objective assessment of the land operations as well as the air operations. Now we come on to the higher picture. Did Pakistan achieve its aim? What was Pakistan's aim to launch off Gibraltar? Create an uprising in Jammu and Kashmir? Defreeze Kashmir? Force India to the negotiating table and dictate terms on that? Did it happen? Nothing of that sort happened. Defreezing Kashmir? Nothing. India did not go to the negotiating table. Then secondly, of course, Grand Slam has already been highlighted. What was India's higher direction of war? When Pakistan launched its offensive in Akhnur sector, it was based on the premise that India would not react along the international border. The very myth, Pakistan's myth, was broken when 11 and 1 Coast launched an operation across the international border. And they set aside, or rather this was a threat which Prime Minister Nehru had given to Pakistan in 1952, that should you attack Kashmir, we would have the time and place of our own choosing to respond to your threat in Kashmir. It was implemented in letter and spirit when we launched the offensive in Lahore sector as well as Sialkot sector. The operational victories have already been highlighted, and the operational victories to deduce whether it's a victory or a stalemate, it is not only in terms of the number of tanks decimated or the amount of territory captured, it is also related to the political objectives of both the countries. Pakistan achieved nothing. Well, India emerged stronger from the 1965 war. After the ceasefire, when was a foreign correspondent, American author and researcher Russell Bryan's right, when the ceasefire was being negotiated, on 9th of September, when youth had visited Pakistan as well as India, Pakistan put 3 conditions for the ceasefire. That is withdrawal of Indian forces from Jammu and Kashmir, establishment of a United Nations force, and plebiscite. And what was the ceasefire when it was actually imposed? Ceasefire and withdrawal to the stated patients as on 5th August. India was the first one who accepted, and Pakistan was compelled to accept this thing. They did not rather force their decision to implement, that is, the 3 conditions in the ceasefire. And it's quite strange and ridiculous for Pakistan to claim victory. It is just like what they have happened in Sindhu. What was their claim to victory was that they prevented the Indian army from reaching Lahore. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Lahore was never an objective, neither a political objective nor an Indian army objective to reach Lahore. It was to threaten Lahore by securing the eastern bank of Ichogil Canal. We're covering an area of about 15 to 20 kilometers, right from Dograhi to Barki. We had effectively secured the eastern bank of Ichogil Canal. The rivers were destroyed, the bridges were destroyed, but we were well in a position to go to Lahore should it have been our political objective. It wasn't so. With this, I come to the end of our discussion. Now I leave the House open for the question and answers. Over to the audience now. Yes, please, questions, please.
Hello.
Yes, sir, please.
Sir, firstly, very engrossing commentary on the operation by the panelists. For a long time, one has heard this kind of discussion, and it's very educative. My question is that I believe that in a crude sector, on 2nd September 65, GOC Park Infantry Division was changed abruptly when he was leading the operations. Firstly, why this change was there and what had the implications? Thank you.
Okay, please take on.
So thank you, sir. So firstly, we have to thank the Pakistanis for doing that. They changed their GOC 12 Armored 12 Infantry Div, that is General Akhtar Malik, on the very second day of the battle, that is 2nd September. Now, why did they change him? Till today, it's not written anywhere in black and white as to why he was changed. However, as far as we can assess, and the certain assessments are, firstly, if we take Ayub Khan, who was that time the president and everything. Now Ayub Khan and Yahya Khan, who was GOC 7 Div, who took over from Akhtar Malik, they were very good friends. And Yahya was known to hit the bottle at times, along with Ayub Khan. The second one was General Musa. General Musa says that it had already been planned that once we reach Munabar-Tawi, the command will change and be given to Yahya Khan, that is from 7 Infantry Div. Now the point comes here, this Operation Grand Slam was planned on 15th of May. Now such a thing, when the offensive is going on and you are heading towards Akhnur, there was no need to change the horses en route. And if it was planned, as per what the General Musa says, the point comes up is, why were the people not aware? Maybe Yahya Khan was aware. Now, as far as the junior commanders and even the DMO, the Pakistani DMO was not aware that it is going to be changed. Another theory articulated was, General Musa, when he came down to Kharia, he did not find the GOC there. The GOC in the front. And he could not be briefed properly by the staff officer. So they said that he's out of communication, he's extended this thing. Now, there's another theory that Akhtar Malik was going too fast and they did not want him to go and capture Akhnur at that speed because that would have provoked India. The other theory also, that he was going too slow and Yahya had to be brought in. And one more theory was that General Akhtar Malik was a Ahmadiyya. Now Ahmadiyya sect, they are the ones who were declared as non-Muslims in 74. But this is also does not hold gel well because Ayub Khan was never a bigot. And he was a very balanced kind of person as far as religion was concerned.
Should I add further?
One can say very clearly that there was nothing, the only thing which comes up is that it was to basically give glory to Yahya Khan, that you take over the glory. May I continue, sir? General,
let me finish. Let me add on to what Brigadier Satinder has highlighted. When General Yahya Khan took over this division, his brigade commanders also wanted to push it forward, since they had made a reasonable amount of success in Akhnur sector. You know what Yahya said to one of his brigade commanders, if the boy dig in, Chaudhary is no fool, he will counterattack you. So what Satinder said, that perhaps he was going too fast, and Pakistan in all its efforts, they did not want a full-fledged war, and that happened on 3rd September. India's offensive was launched on 6th September. So by 3rd September, they did not know the Indian intentions. Even the higher direction of war was also not released at that point of time. So they were also cautious to curtail the war, to limit the war, and that's why Akhtar Malik wasn't listening to them, because he was achieving success. So that was the reason to contain the war, to keep the war as limited as possible. That was one of the intentions of that.
Miss. Morning, sir. I'm General Sudhakar. I don't have any question, but if I may take benefit of this opportunity, it's a 1965 war, as I see as a student of military history, it's got a lot of things to teach, take home as lessons. One of the lessons I feel that since we have come a long way from 65 to 2025, you see, wherever 9/11 happened, US didn't come to know that the terrorists would be attacking. Likewise, we had Kargil, we had Galwan. Intelligence has been taking a beating, sir. How best can we restructure our organization if our takeaway has to be derived from the 1965 operation, not to be preempted in future? That is one. And second thing I feel is that perhaps Operation Sindoor has given us a little advantage. Second thing is that apart from the military intelligence, do we have the capability, or has Indian Armed Forces or the structure per se, haven't we learned the lesson that time has come, we need to actually develop the capability to prevent enemy from launching from his land, sir? These are the two questions.
I request General Garewal to take on this question, in a slightly different context. What is the relevance of what we did in 1965, present day context, in terms of what General Sudhakar has raised it, the intelligence part, and what we are now saying, the multi-domain warfare, what is its applicability of the 1965 operations in the present day context? General Garibal.
I think Op Sindoor, and in fact, warfare all over the world has highlighted the fact, if at all that needs to be separately highlighted, that everything is changing very rapidly. And what happened yesterday is not what is going to happen tomorrow. We have to adapt to change, and yet there are very important takeaways from the 65 war which are relevant today and will remain relevant in the foreseeable future. Regardless of what technology can or cannot do, in the India-Pakistan context, ladies and gentlemen, terrain will continue to be important. The manner in which our towns and cities and even villages are located so close to the border and so highly developed, we cannot afford to lose territory, nor can he. And therefore, terrain will be important, victory will be measured by the foot, and whatever you do in terms of attrition will be secondary. So I think the highlight of the 65 war also was that you need to strike across the border and capture high-value terrain as speedily as possible. Secondly, technology is impacting warfare. Technology is impacting every aspect of our lives. But what is more important is our ability to absorb technology and exploit it to the hilt. If we are unable to do that, and the Pakistanis in the 65 war were clearly unable to exploit the edge which the Pattons gave to them in terms of tanks, which their aircraft, the Sabres and starfighters gave to them in the air. They were unable to exploit it. So technology is something we have to get used to. We have to anticipate change, we have to absorb change, but our training must be paramount. Without that, nothing matters. I think the third big takeaway from the 65 war is unit cohesiveness and unit strength. Our strength is units, regiments, battalions. We live and die for our regiments and battalions. Nothing should be done to erode unit cohesiveness, unit spirit. That unit ethos, which we are so very proud of, must continue to be the bedrock of what we do. The next point, which has got amply highlighted in Sindhur and in other wars, Ukraine, you name it, is that the line between the combat zone and the rear areas is today virtually non-existent. Every aspect of the nation is part of the combat zone. We have the ability to strike deep, to strike anywhere. He also has this capability. We have to take measures to prevent him from doing so. So there is no clear distinction between combat zones, core zones, divisions, brigades. Today it's all nation warfare, every aspect. It's not just an army fighting an army or an air force fighting an air force. It's an all nation effort, and the civil administration played such a marvelous role in the 65 war in Punjab. Hats off to them. That is the kind of national cohesion which is required. Another aspect of the 65 war which comes to my mind is that our strength of our nation lies in unity and diversity. You find troops from all parts of the country fighting for a common cause because it is a just cause. And that is something which will stand us in good stead throughout. Intelligence. You know, every war that India has fought, somehow we land up at the end of the war saying int failure. That must end. Today, there are means of collection of intelligence which are far superior to what existed earlier. In the 65 war, we did not even know how many Patton regiments he has. We did not know that he had a 6th Armored Division at all. So that is something horrifying. Today, that's not going to happen. But what is more important today is our ability to collate information and convert it into intelligence which is usable. You know, a small example from the 65 war. Pakistanis actually captured the entire Opoda of one corps when a dispatch rider of Pune horse was killed. Swar Ranjit Singh, I think his name was, on the Samba road. They failed to act upon it. They still did not know where one corps was. So intelligence is important, but our ability to act on intelligence is even more important. Conflict termination. Premature termination of conflict is not a good idea. I believe personally that the 65 war was prematurely terminated. I believe that Sindhur also could have been carried forward to its logical conclusion. Conflict termination must take place after all your aims have been achieved, period. We had the stamina, mental and logistic and military to pursue the war. I believe we must pursue war to its logical end till conflict termination is achieved. And my very last point on changing nature of warfare and 65 and Sindhur is that victory is a perception of the mind. We have to win the perception battle. Merely fighting on the ground alone is not good enough. We must not only win, we must also be seen to win. And therefore, this debate of whether 65 was a victory or a stalemate and all is merely a reflection of the fact that we did not perhaps do our perception management adequately well. I think these lessons from the 65 war are relevant. Many of them have been highlighted by Sindhur. Why Sindhur? You look around all the conflict in the world today, these lessons emerge. Thank you.
So I'll just have a quick word, 30 seconds. So one of the very significant lessons from the 1965 war is it was a strategic mistake not to employ the Indian Navy. The Indian Navy was ready to fight. It had all the wherewithal to be able to strike Karachi. It had aviation assets, but it was a strategic blunder to keep the Navy on the sidelines. And it is still not, and it was primarily because the political establishment didn't understand the nature of maritime warfare. The second important lesson is that we really were very, very fledgling in our ability to understand the importance of joint operations. Look, the Cham offensive started in the hours of the dark at about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. There was no reason why the Indian Air Force could not have been called over the battlefield at first light, at dawn. But the Indian Air Force arrived over the tactical battle area only at 5 p.m. What on earth was the Army Chief and the Air Force Chief doing, discussing with the Defense Minister? Does it take so long for air power to come over the tactical battle area? So it's a lack of understanding on the part of the, I would say, the Indian Army at that particular time as to why they did not requisition air power first thing at dawn. And thereafter, to suggest that the Indian Air Force was going to be employed in 1965 only for close air support operations is a lack of understanding of air power. Because ultimately, as the war panned out, the Air Force was employed extensively in most other missions, which is interdiction, which is counter-air, which is deep strike. So I think the early lessons of joint operations were learnt in 1965, and I hope we've moved forward significantly from that point of view, which I think we have. Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the first session. And to honor the panelists, may I now request our chairman, Lieutenant General Shergill, to kindly come up and give them the MLF mementos. Humble request to the subsequent panelists, we'll try and stick to the stipulated timing and try and finish on schedule. Can we have the mementos, please? Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for the wonderful 1965 session. Thank you, sir. I hand you over to Parneet to take you for the second session of the morning. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Ashish. And on a lighter note, taking a cue from the last session, we finally decided to bring the Navy in. The next topic for the panel discussion is continental to maritime power. Is India ready for the Blue Water Challenge? We have the moderator, Admiral Arun Prakash, the panelists, Dr. Vijay Sakhuja, and Major Mohammad Ali Shah. May I request you to please come up on stage while I make the introductions. The moderator, Admiral Arun Prakash, PVSM, AVSM, Veer Chakra, VSM, a retired naval officer, Gallantry Award recipient, and one of India's most decorated and strategic naval leaders. Admiral Arun Prakash served 4 decades in the Indian Navy, culminating as Chief of the Naval Staff and Chairman of the Chief of Staff Committee. During his service, he commanded warships, an aircraft carrier, naval squadrons, the elite fleet, the elite Eastern Fleet, and the Western Naval Command, even being the Commander-in-Chief of India's Tri-Services Andaman and Nicobar Command. A graduate of the Indian Air Force Test Pilot School, DSSC, and the US Naval War College, he has since guided policy and thought leadership in maritime strategy, defense reform, and national security. Please join me in welcoming Admiral Arun Prakash. Our panelists, Dr. Vijay Sakhuja, Professor and Head of the Center of Excellence for Geopolitical and International Studies at Reva University, Bangalore, that's REVA University, and former senior naval officer with over 26 years service. He has led the National Maritime Foundation, served as a strategist and academic across premier institutions, and authored more than 40 books on maritime strategy, the blue economy, and emerging technologies in naval operations. Today, he brings deep operational experience, scholarly rigor, and strategic foresight to our discussion on the evolving geo-maritime landscapes. Welcome, Dr. Sakhuja. Our next guest, Major Mohammad Ali Shah, a former commissioned officer of the Indian Army, a graduate of OTA Chennai, and veteran of challenging operational postings in Jammu and Kashmir and the Northeast. After his army service, he embraced business leadership roles, then pivoted into the arts as a successful actor and international motivational speaker. Today, he harnesses his rich experience in defense, corporate, and creative domains to inspire people in performance, resilience, and reinvention. Welcome all of you. And before we begin, we have a hard stop at 12:40, with respect to Admiral Arun Prakash's request. So since you are the moderator, Admiral Arun Prakash, you can take it on from here. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our young audience seem to have deserted us at this particular moment. I wonder if the Navy is being sabotaged by the Air Force and the Army. In the last couple of days, yesterday and today, we visited various domains, the terrestrial, the air domain, cyber, space, and so on. So I think that's a welcome move by the organizers to invite the maritime domain here. For many years, decision makers in Delhi were charged by the Navy as suffering from sea blindness. It was a pejorative term. And it arose from the fact not only that the Indian Navy used to receive a minuscule share of the defense budget, but also by the fact that there was a lack of, at least we felt in the Navy, there was a lack of comprehension of maritime issues amongst the decision makers. Fortunately, things seem to be changing, and one can see a glimmer of what may be called maritime awakening amongst our decision makers. And this awakening, if there is one, is being heralded by the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi. About 10 years ago, he announced an initiative called Sagar safety and growth for all in the region, in the Indian Ocean, which has been now upgraded to Mahasagar. Last week he was present at a seminar in Bombay, India Maritime Week 2025, and then he went on to announce that 2026 will be an ASEAN-India Year of Maritime Cooperation. So things are looking up. So I congratulate the organizers for having inserted this 60-minute slot for maritime issues. The two panelists have been challenged to answer the crucial question, continental to maritime power, and is India ready for the Blue Water Challenge? Now, I don't intend to tread on the toes of our panelists, but I'll just touch upon two issues which I think need to be drawn to your attention. Firstly, the theme of this session, continental to maritime power, seems to convey that India is waking up from being a continental power and is trying to become a maritime power. That's not true. Both historically and geographically, India has been a continental power and a maritime power, well, from time to time. And I will just briefly dwell on both issues. Why was it a continental power? Well, the Indo-Gangetic Plain is possibly one of the most fertile and richest pieces of territory, much coveted by our neighbors, and therefore we saw a series of invasions starting from the Battle of Jhelum against the Greeks, then serial battles of Panipat against the Mughals, the Afghans, and so on. So that heartland of India has seen competition for power. The longer lasting empires, the Mauryas, the Guptas, the Mughals, were all centered there. They earned their subsistence from gathering revenues and taxes and so on. So there is a good reason why Indians have focused themselves internally and thought of themselves as a continental power. But that's not the complete story. If you look seawards, there is good reason why India is actually a maritime power, because the Indian peninsula sticks out 900 kilometers into the sea. It's flanked by the Arabian Sea on one side, the Bay of Bengal on the other. There's an 11,000 kilometer long coastline plus islands and so on, which provided fertile ground for foreign trade and so on centuries ago. Then of course nature has endowed us with a great boon, which is the monsoon winds. Half the year the winds blow from southwest, ideal for sailing ships to come from Africa, Middle East, this way. The rest of the year they blow from northeast. So again, ideal for these ships to return home. So both on the eastern side, Southeast Asia, and on the west, there has been intense trade led by intrepid Indian sailors who took religious teachers, artisans, trade across both sides. So India does have good geographic reasons to call itself a maritime. Then of course looking at various dynasties, if you go far back, starting with the Satavahanas, the Cheras on the west coast, and indeed the Cholas in southern India. The Cholas were a great maritime power. We've forgotten them. We are focusing too much on the Marathas. The Chola Emperor Rajendra Chola created a massive fleet, naval fleet. He went and attacked another empire, the Srivijaya Empire, which is now part of Indonesia, decimated them and ruled and dominated Malacca Straits and that part of the seas. Unfortunately, with the decline of the Cholas, India's sea power also declined. And in 1498, when Vasco da Gama made an appearance off Calicut, there was no Indian ruler or Raja or king who had a significant navy to oppose them. Consequently, the Europeans came and prevailed. The point to note here is that the invaders who came over the passes, mountain passes into India, the Afghans, the Mughals, the Mongols, the Turks, the Persians, fought here, but then those who remained were assimilated by the Indian civilization and culture and became Indians. And one of our panelists is witness. He's a descendant of Afghan royalty whose ancestors came and settled in India. But those who came by sea, that is the Europeans, the Dutch, the French, the Portuguese, the British, they came here to exploit and plunder our land and enslave the citizens and take it all away. So that's the difference, and that's why we must be more alert about our sea maritime security. Now, after the 18th century, after the decline of the Marathas, there were flashes of brilliance. There was the Zamarin of Calicut, there was the Marakar, Kunjali Marakas, there was Hyder Ali, Tipu Sultan, the Maratha Admiral Kanoji Angre. They all created small naval forces, and they did put up a fight against the Europeans. But by the 18th century, all this had declined, and that is the commencement of malaise of sea blindness. The British ensured that we had nothing of like a navy. We had a vast Indian army of Hindustan, which was used to be deployed all over the world, but no navy was created. So that's the point number one, that we are not becoming a maritime power. We were a maritime power, we forgot about it, and now this is a revival or a renaissance. The second point is that we don't understand the full implications of maritime power. We speak about it lightly. Now, just because we have a competent, robust, technologically advanced navy does not mean that we are a maritime power. A navy is only a small component of a nation's maritime power. And we've neglected that, we've overlooked it. And there's no better example to show our lapses than to look at our neighbor China. About 2 decades ago, the Chinese Communist Party decided that, they must have decided earlier, but they declared that China is going to be a world power, maybe number one by 2049. But they also realized somewhere down the line that before a prerequisite for claiming the status of world power, you have to be a maritime power. They were quite clear about it. So they set about becoming a maritime power in a very methodical and deliberate way. And therefore today, amongst the world's best 10 ports, 7 are Chinese. The Chinese shipbuilding industry is number one in the world without any questions. The Chinese Navy outnumbers the US Navy. China has 5,000 merchant ships out at sea. No other nations fly that kind of flag. The Chinese Coast Guard is the biggest in the world. The Chinese fishing fleet is massive. They plunder all our proteins from our waters and take them home. China leads the world in deep sea exploration. Unfortunately, in all these indices, we lag behind. Our ports are languishing. Our shipbuilding industry, except for warship building, is again moribund. Merchant fleet is very small. So until and unless we realize that these are the components of maritime power, I think we can delay this declaration that India is becoming a maritime power. Finally, yesterday mention was made about two-front war, two and a half front war. Who knows what the future has in store? But in my own perception, if there is a two-front war or a 2.5 front war, which means a nexus between China and Pakistan, then the best that our gallant army and very capable air force can do is to hold them there, create a stalemate. I doubt if we can go anything beyond that. But if we look seaward, we have a tremendous advantage over both our adversaries. We dominate the Indian Ocean, we have a capable navy, and we can certainly do harm, threaten anybody who starts a conflict with us in the waters of the Indian Ocean. We have the capacity to do that, provided we address all components of maritime power and become truly a maritime power, not just declaring or issuing slogans and so on. So with that introduction, I hope the two panelists will address some of these issues. Otherwise, we can take it up with the audience. Let me invite Dr. Sakhuja to say his piece.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Sure, sir. I'll take about 15 minutes. Let me try and compress it as much as I can, although seas are vast. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for this wonderful opportunity to participate in the Lit Fest. And in its truest sense, it's more an exposition of what all research has been done or would be done that is put out into the public domain. Of course, books are a valuable source, but at the same time, this narrative, this exchange, these conversations make a lot of sense. And it's in this context, I'm going to draw liberally from what Admiral said just now about history. And that's where some of the shreds I'll take on, rather the threads rather, sir, from there and then try to build it up. For me, when I look at continental and maritime power, I think the narrative on being continental or maritime is rather skewed. The narrative, the discourse, it's somehow been built by a certain constituency, and terms such as maritime blindness, sea blindness have emerged. As a matter of fact, for me, it's maritime awakening, and I'll argue that all along. A bit from the history. 1,000 years ago, this is just in the month of July this year, our Prime Minister was there in Tamil Nadu, and he Gangai Konda Cholapuram temple in Tiruchirappalli to mark 100,000 years of Rajendra Chola. Historic maritime expedition to Southeast Asia. We do claim at times in terms of that this country has not gone in an external expedition. Well, we have a living example, we got an example over here. What did he say at the end of it? He talked about the Cholas, glorifying, of course, the Navy has chosen the Marathas as the lead in terms of coming out of the colonial mindset, the colonial maritime mindset. But then this is what the Cholas did, renaming the Port Blair into Sri Vijayapuram. A series of this have emerged in the discourses since July. That means bringing the Cholas up front. And then if you look at the bottom row towards the end, release commemorative coin marking military expedition or millenary of Rajendra Chola's naval expedition. So expedition has been part of the maritime tradition, or for that matter, maritime thinking or the naval thinking since ancient times, that is 1,000 years. So what did the Cholas do? They went in for an attack. Why did they attack? We are still stuck as historians or as students of history trying to figure out what was the reason, the rationale for this attack. But there are multiple reasons. Historians are of the belief that there was an attack and it did take place. The reasons are plenty. Till such time we get an authentic and confirmed kind of an evidence to say that this expedition did not take place. We are to believe that this expedition did happen. They went on to attack. And look at the kind of 10 places that they went and attacked over there. Now you can imagine going 200, 400 nautical miles away from the Tamil Nadu coast, going to Southeast Asia, towards Indonesia, the archipelago, coming up the Straits of Malacca. I think it would have required a massive fleet. It would have required a number of ships. And if that was the idea about it, that means there was a tremendous maritime power or maritime understanding or maritime capability or capacity of the Cholas of that time. So there was nothing called as maritime blindness. To my mind, as a student of international relations and all matters maritime, it is only continuity and change. And what do we see in the 21st century? Our leaders say strength and power through innovation and indigenization, because we are into the domain called as Industry 4.0. We are wearing technologies, we are eating technologies, it is embedded into us. And it is very right for him. He is talking about self-reliance and technological advancement within the Navy. Key word is technological advancement, and I'll argue that. Maritime preparedness is no longer only about ships and submarines. It is based on technology-driven, network-centric, and autonomous systems. Navy has traditionally been, as a matter of fact, technologically advanced. This is purely out of evidence. You look at the warfare, the way it has been conducted, or its origins of warfare, the platform that is. We started with the oars, we come down to sails, we come to battleships, we come down to helicopters here, and last, if you see bottom row towards the right, you see an autos platform which does on regular basis voyages from the Americas to Guam. This is the kind of autonomous nature of warfare which is evolving. So we move from telescopes to binoculars, and this is Lord Nelson's kind of a, let's say, operations board, where he's, as a matter of fact, talking about how he's going to conduct operations there. We have augmented reality enabled 3D commander's table. We are talking about a war room of this kind, and there we have a artificial intelligence enabled or Industry 4.0 enabled captain. This is not just thinking, it is a reality, ladies and gentlemen. This is the technology we are moving in, and this is how globally the navies are taking shape. So what's happening? We began with ships 1.0, wooden. 2.0, iron hull, steam power. 3.0, diesel power. 4.0, we're into auto. We are right now into auto. 4.0 ships of this kind, both commercial and warships. We're talking about ships 5.0, 6.0, 7.0. These are not just to be thought about, they are going to be a reality. So we are talking about digital twinning. I can sit ashore and look at any platform, what is its condition, both machinery, hull, etc., human, partially manned, etc., etc. So even fuel is moving. We all started with sails, went to coal, went to oil. Right now we are in oil. We are moving into LNG. We are talking about hydrogen. We are moving into now biofuels. And then finally we are coming back to wind. Wind enabled with 4IR technology. The sails, which are smart sails. We are going to be looking at the wind, which way it comes to maximize this whole natural power of wind. That's the transformation that is happening in the naval world. So, two trends come out very, very clearly. One, artificial intelligence has made its debut into the naval domain. We are into what we call informatize. That means we were talking about information. We are moving into intelligentized warfare. That is the future, how it will shape up. Sense of urgency, everybody is in a hurry, it wants to get AI, etc., etc. I'll talk about that a little later. Across the globe, across the navies, there is the urgency which is going on. We need smarter, and the smartest weapon systems. We need smart propulsion systems. We need smart platforms in which we go autonomous. But how far you want to leave them to be autonomous, I'll again argue about that. So United States Navy has stood up Task Force 59. It's in our neighborhood. As a matter of fact, it's an opportunity for us in India, as part of the India-US cooperation, to be part of it, engage with them. As a matter of fact, more navies can join into this whole activity, led by US Task Force 59. So it's already on its way. Competition is mired in geopolitical and geostrategic competition. As a matter of fact, at my university, we teach a course on generative geopolitics. That is the future, how geopolitics are going to drive certain large language models, etc., quantum, AI, etc., which we hear in the market, or we wear ourselves, our smartphones, whether it is Pro, the new phone which has come from Apple. So this is all there. And as a matter of fact, if you see, an Apple itself is already on board. The concept of sea power, I'm sure several of us, as a matter of fact, several of us have been talking about Mahan. Mahan was a product of the first industrial revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, we are into fourth industrial revolution. We're going to get into the fifth industrial revolution. Is Mahan relevant? Is it going to be a new Mahan that we're going to be talking about? Will 21st century be led by IR Industry 5.0 technologies? These are some of the questions that we'll have to talk about. This is where the future research will have to be taking place. Naval singularity. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my biggest worry. As an analyst, as a scholar, as a student of international relations, this is my worry, when super intelligent artificial intelligence can be expected to lead us. We see robots. As a matter of fact, we enjoy the services rendered by robots. Will the robots be overpowering us? Is this point, and this point is going to be coming very soon. It's not very far. I'm not talking about 2 decades or 3 decades. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards that point with the green, the blue, the red line cut across. That is 2035. Machine will be smarter than you. It'll do all the jobs. We'll feel happy. Maybe we thought we'll get more time to be creative for leisure. But I guess that's a dangerous point, because today we already see, when you ask a student, okay, give me an essay, rushes down, goes to ChatGPT. In less than 24 hours, you get a fantastic, as a matter of fact, essay comes out, and you feel that, what is it? I've not been a good student myself. Look at the way he's arguing. So we are running to that, and we are surrendering ourselves. And at this point, when we talk about warfare, are we going to surrender to that cross-junction? We'll have to pull it back. That is where we'll have to keep the men or the man behind the machine over there. Humans will have to be not only for the purpose of conduct of operations, but for the purpose of controlling it. I think my discourse suggests that control the AI. Don't let it take away. It's a useful tool. Don't depend on it so much, but maximize it purely as a tool. So, our chief the other day said, I'm going to be talking about 200 warship Navy. I think brilliant, ambitious though. It's not easy to build ship. Of course, I would say, Admiral said just now, in the Chinese, they've been building a large fleet. They are already overtaken the United States Navy in terms of innovation. And there's plenty. I think you sense it when you're in Bengaluru. You sense that innovation happening all around you. So fostering a tech of infusion, contributing to Atmanirbhar, Viksit Bharat, and of course in-house high-end development, this is what is happening as far as the Navy is concerned. So there is a big word these days, maritime. It's a slogan, it's a mantra which is on Maritime Amrit Kaal. Sir, I'm just 2 minutes away, sir. Vision 2047, Admiral said, Navy is not maritime power. Maritime power is a larger whole in which you have shipping, shipbuilding, ports, infrastructure, human resource, trained, skilled human resource. All these encompass and build into what we would call as a maritime power. There's this Amrit Kaal. We are trying to build merchant vessels or ice-class vessels, which should be put into operations in the Arctic, the North Pole. We are talking about such a kind of investment which is coming in as far as shipbuilding is concerned. So these are all good stories and working towards Amrit Kaal. There is also a naval Amrit Kaal. Ladies and gentlemen, we overall, when we grew up, we were trained, we were told. Yeah. So whoever controls the seas rules the world. Then we got to hear about whoever controls the skies rules the world. I think, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to say those who rule chips and data will rule the entire world. That's the future, at least till 2035, 2045. Strategic thinking and tactical planning for autonomous intelligentized warfare. What we need is, in this country, a disruption, more precisely, naval disruption. Thinking, building, informatize, intelligentize, that's the future, what it's going to be. But we must also remain conscious of the fact that what AI can do, and the word of caution is how much it must do. We tend to forget empathy, we tend to forget conscience, we tend to forget society. We don't want to kill. And that's where it all comes in. Will we allow the robots or the naval platform to destroy humanity? I'll stop at that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Major Shah, it's your turn.
Thank you, everyone. Admiral Arun Prakash, sir. Sakhuja, sir. Admiral Shergill, sir. General Shergill, sir. I'm so sorry. Too much of Navy in my head, since I've been... That's where. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here. Thank you very much. I would like to begin by joining the dots what Mr. Sakhuja said just now about artificial intelligence. I personally feel the two important challenges that the world is facing today are not what Russia and Ukraine are doing in the sea over there, but artificial intelligence and natural stupidity. If you rely on the number one, we'll become more and more stupid. But anyhow, but we have to accept the fact that artificial intelligence is the new today. When we talk about change in mindset from continental to marine power, and when we talk about the blue waters, the blue water navy, for the benefit of our friends who are not from the forge, because all of you are stalwarts over here, you all know about whatever I'm going to be speaking right now. So for the benefit of those like you, young man, for those who do not know, I would like to connect with each one of you. And I would like to say that before entering the sea, because I'll be entering the sea now, a river trembles with fear. This is by Khalil Gibran. In The Prophet, he had said that. Before entering the sea, a river trembles with fear. She looks back at the path she has traveled across the peaks of the mountains, the long, winding roads crossing forests and villages. And in front of it, she sees an ocean so vast that to enter seems nothing more but to disappear forever. But there is no other way. The river cannot go back. Nobody can go back. To go back is impossible in existence. The river now has to take the risk of entering the ocean, because it is now that fear will disappear and the river will know it's not about disappearing into the ocean, but of becoming the ocean. So blue waters, what do we understand by the blue water navy? A navy which can operate comfortably beyond its comfort zone, beyond its reaches, beyond its own territorial waters, which can sail through effortlessly. So here I think this itself that a former army officer is speaking on a subject pertaining to the Navy itself is a blue water challenge for me, sir. When you were entering, the gentleman, towards the left, you saw the Sukhna lake. And if you observed, the Sukhna lake appeared brownish in color, little muddy in color. That is the coast near our homeland, the brown water navy, which is very close to us. Are you following, young man? For you, I'm saying. Because over here, everyone is still what? I don't want to speak in front of them. Are you getting me? And a blue water navy is beyond our shores. So if you ask me, I perceive 5 nations which are actually prepared, which I can call as a blue water navy, which are China, America, France, UK, and Russia. When I was in the army, I was asked every time, by my commanding officer, are you ready? And the straight away impromptu reply was, yes, sir. Isn't that what we all do in the army? Tayar hai? Yes, sir. Khana khaya? We may not have eaten. Haan sahab, khaya. Are we prepared for the blue water challenge? That's a question which we can very easily say, yes, we are prepared. Yes, sir. 3 bags full, sir. But are we actually prepared? Frankly, I would say we are partially prepared. We are not yet fully prepared. And how would we actually be called a blue water navy is, I see a few points. First is, of course, use more and more technology, which we are doing. We have the IMAC. And to monitor where our vessels are right now, 50 ports are connected, 150 ship navy. We are on towards making a 200 ship navy. We have 2 aircraft carrier at the moment, INS Vikramaditya and INS Vikrant. So we have to actually indigenize, make in India. We have to be self-reliant. Second, we have to attract young, fresh talent, just like yours in the Navy. It's a compliment to you. Our country needs young men like you, by the way. What's your name? Thank you. So, attracting young talent in the Navy. I have seen a lot of advertisements for the Army. Do you have it in you? Join the Indian Army. Be an officer for 5 years. Be a gentleman for life. Now it's 10 years now. In my time it was 5 years. But I haven't seen very many advertisements about the Navy not because of any other reason. But I feel I have seen films on the Army. Lakshya, LOC, Kargil, so many. They're very rarely I've seen in the media Navy being talked about. But let me tell you, Navy plays a crucial role. I would like to quote Ottoman Admiral Hevaya Barbosa. He mentioned, as you said, sir, so, who rules the sea will rule the land. And it is, well, as sir said, who rules the sky will rule the world. Who rules the chips will rule the world, actually. But it's a fact, as Admiral Arun Prakash rightly said, that my ancestors, they had come by sea to India and they settled here. And since then, India has been our homeland. So, marine power is something which we had neglected, we had underestimated perhaps. On 4 December 1971, the Indian Navy bombarded the port of Karachi. During Op Sindoor, there was a lot of information warfare being spread from both sides, but mainly from the Pakistan side. And there was a lot of rumor mongering that they have captured this, we have captured that, and so on and so forth. But the fact is, the Navy, the waters play a very, very crucial role in terms of diplomacy, military, in terms of trade, in terms of projection of power, in terms of everywhere. So that is our strength, in fact, and history has proved time and again that no operation is won single-handedly, either by the Army or by the Navy or by the Air Force alone. It's won together when we work in synergy. We have Op Trishul going on right now. Op Trishul. That's a very lethal weapon of 3 Army, Navy, Air Force combined together. The Ran of Kutch, Rajasthan Desert, all have been on high alert. The civil aviation has been alerted. And that is when we work in synergy and when we give equal importance to all 3 services, we will know that India today is on the verge of becoming a superpower. It actually is. There was a time when I was taken captive by insurgents in the northeast. It's a very different story altogether. But one truth that stood on at that time, when I was in the captivity of the undergrounds, was India is definitely worth every risk, every sacrifice. And our brave soldiers, our brave sailors, our brave airmen they are the epitome of that. On 26th November 2008, unfortunately, India bled. And we saw terrorists coming from across the border, coming in small boats. In Bombay, the Taj Palace was bombed. There was fighting over there. The CSE station was, again, the Leopold Cafe, where I've had several occasions of going there to have coffee. That was fired upon. And we saw everything going helter-skelter. Where did we falter? Was it that our Marine Police, our Coast Guard, or Navy wasn't alert? They were. They definitely were. 100% they were. But yet, the terrorists took advantage of the loopholes and they sneaked into India being totally undetected. We have to ensure that such a thing doesn't happen ever again. And thirdly, I would like to say, when we talk about diplomacy, I think we should also concentrate on building our ties with nations such as Indonesia, Oman, Seychelles, so that when our ships go on long voyages, though, of course, Navy, as I mentioned to you, teaches you diplomacy, unlike Army or Air Force. There you have our vessels can rest and recoup. They can have refueling done. I'll give you a small example and I'll conclude by that, sir. When I was coming from Delhi to Chandigarh, I sent my live location on my family group that this is where the cab driver is taking me. So my brothers, sisters, my wife, my parents, my son could all monitor my movement. Similarly today, exactly the same way, we have technology to detect where our vessels are. And I think the way forward is to be secular in terms of the arms and services. Army, Navy, Air Force, I think all are great. And once again, thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Ali. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, you heard our 2 panelists sharing their thoughts with us. I must commend the audacity of young Major Shah to embark on a critique of maritime power. Dr. Sakhuja made the point, he asked the question whether Mahan is relevant or not. Now, Mahan was a proponent of big navies, big battleships, powerful ships. A cataclysmic clash at sea would decide the fate of nations and so on. Of course, all in support of trade. So today we've got to think long and hard whether there will be battles at sea, how vulnerable are ships today at sea. You have a country like Ukraine which has no navy to speak of, but they've chased out the Black Sea fleet from the waters around them. Similarly, drones, unmanned vehicles, etc., beyond visual range combat is now the order of the day. So we've got to think hard whether Mahan is relevant or not. I think his relevance is rapidly decreasing. Major Shah spoke about blue water navies. Now contemplate that the Chinese have maintained a standing patrol in the Gulf of Aden, Horn of Africa, for the last 15 years. The nearest Chinese naval base is in Hainan, about 8,000 to 9,000 kilometers. So they've maintained a standing patrol for many years now. Of course, Djibouti, their naval base, has come up recently. But think hard, is China a blue water navy or not? I would certainly say so. And on an increasing basis, we see their submarines, their research ships frequenting our waters. So I think that is the adversary that we need to match up to. So these are a couple of thoughts that came to my mind, but if the audience has any issues to discuss, please feel free to ask any of the panelists or myself. Yes, sir.
Sir, I'm Jan Lahuja, and my question is related to the title of the session that we had, is India ready for the maritime challenge? And more applicable when you sit in Chandigarh and Punjab, where more than anybody else we have a continental mindset. So you very well brought out that we have a rich maritime history, and if I narrow the scope of maritime to bring it to the forces, our Navy is most advanced technologically, indigenization wise. I mean, out of all the services, I would rate it the most advanced service. And I'm from Army. So the question today is that we've had a continental mindset. Somehow post Balakot and particularly post Sindoor, air has also come onto the center stage to a large extent. Now, what would it take to bring the maritime power, or in a narrower sense, the Navy, to the center of this nation's consciousness? Because we understand trade is important, economy is important, we have to do these things, and definitely Navy plays a very important role. But for somebody who's stretched with scarce resources, making the capabilities, they say, Acha, Navy, now they have sailed out on the sea now. Asli kya hoga? I mean, all I'm asking is a brute question. What would it take in this country to turn the mindset from continental to a maritime domain, sir?
I think you're being very polite and not asking what did the Navy do during Sindoor. Is that right?
No.
Well,
No,
let me just point out two things. One is that employment of the Navy is a political decision, because the Navy operates on the high seas, and once you involve the Navy in any conflict, then the implications are fairly widespread. I presume that the government possibly had that in mind. But as you know, the Navy was poised. And let me tell you one more thing. The last submarine of the Indian Navy carries a missile with a range of 300 kilometers, which can be launched from underwater. So if any Indian submarine were to be ordered to launch an attack on any target, nobody would know where the missile came from, because he's going to launch it from underwater. So the capability is there. BrahMos, ships are equipped with BrahMos. You spoke of air power, but air power is a component of maritime power. Our aircraft carriers and ships carry aviation elements. So the maritime power is there, but it needs imagination. It possibly needs political courage for the political master to go ahead and employ maritime power. So possibly in the next conflict, they tell me that the Navy was almost poised to go into action. Perhaps in the next such operation, the Navy might come into action.
Thank you, and I'm glad, maybe if I was to vote, I'll get you as the defense minister. Can you hear? Okay, so let me repeat what I said. As General, I would love to have you as my defense minister, so more resources are allocated to me. As a matter of fact, the Navy is concerned. You have been very kind. But there is also, of course, when we are talking about matters maritime and naval, here there is also a factor called deterrence, conventional deterrence. Of course, there is also the nuclear deterrence, which also plays an important role. I think sometimes the leadership may be a little more conservative in terms of not expanding the conflict, in terms of geography or in terms of scope. So here, again, there will be what we saw in Sindoor. What we could gather from the open sources, a large naval force had been lined up with as many as about 65 of them had been rather loaded with conventional missiles, land attack capability. I think that was sufficient enough for that. And again, it's a political, as it will said, it's again a political decision. But very much, Navy has an important role to play. We'll leave it at that.
Yes, sir. Sir, my name is Brigadier Harendra Singh, Armored Corps. Some time back, there was a triage that was submarines, the surface ships, and the aircraft. Of course, now a fourth dimension has been added, that is the space. Among all these, among rather the first three, what would the priority be in future or recommended? Because a lot of people are saying that like the tank is dead, the aircraft carrier is dead, being a large, huge asset, and a lot of ships protecting it. Or some say, naval people say vice versa. The aircraft carrier is actually protecting the fleet, whatever you may say. But in this three arms that we have, where would the priority be in the future?
Okay, thank you for that question. This is an issue that should not be decided by admirals and air marshals. This is a question which is taken at the highest level of the government. And it emanates from the role that India sees for itself. Is it going to be a regional power? Is it going to be a world power? We have also claimed to be, what is it called? What's that term? Providers of net security in the region. So India. So keeping these roles in the background, you have to take a decision whether scarce defense budget, is it better spent on acquiring an aircraft carrier? Better spent on acquiring more nuclear submarines? Attack, again, there's a division between attack submarines and ballistic missile submarines. So each has a different role to play, and it is not either or. An aircraft carrier has a different role to play. It your presence, if you want to influence friends, threaten enemies, you need an aircraft carrier because 1,000 or 1,500 miles away from home, you can project power. A submarine, by virtue of its role, is invisible. It is submerged. So there are limitations to how much a submarine can do, in roles other than kinetic roles. Yeah, in war, if war breaks out, yes, a submarine has plenty to do. But in peacetime, a submerged submarine has very little role to play. An aircraft carrier is an imposing presence. It shows you, Americans say, an aircraft carrier is 500 acres of American territory floating at your doorstep. So these are decisions that should be insulated from parochial service-related issues, whether submarines or carrier, whether carriers or air force squadrons or tanks. These should emanate from a security doctrine, which will tell us which India wants to play, and then you can design your navy accordingly.
I think at the bottom of it lies the fact and understanding of a balanced fleet. And that's how large navies are built around, where you want to put your resources first in terms of surface or subsurface or in space. For us, as I see it as a student of maritime affairs, a sea, space, shore continuum, it's not that just the land is to be left. There is a littoral space along the coast, which also must be taken into our consideration. So here it is sea, space, shore continuum, in which you will develop a balanced fleet, which will look after threats that are coming from underwater, or from the space, or from the shore, or land attack, from the land that will come by. And let me also add the cyber part of it. So we are talking about 3 S and a C, where this whole entire gamut of building a balanced fleet will come into operations. Thank you.
I just want to add a bit to that. So like China has built ports in Gwadar, in Hambantota, and now as the Admiral said in Djibouti, it's quite recent. Similarly, India's interest also should be much beyond our shores. And I think certainly we have interest in that. There are 50 ports right now which are connected very well regarding communication, regarding tracking. Thank you, sir.
Jain sir, my question is related to Op Sindoor, which you just asked. So sir, about Op Sindoor, being in north part of India, we have very well observed the air power and other activities over here. And it was felt like this, we were part of that, seeing drones and air power and all that. would you like to throw some light on our water borders, what happened that side, or what was how it was China and Turkey, which were part of the air power and other activities over this side of the borders, what they have, how they have contributed that side, and how they can contribute that side itself. Thank you.
Okay, there are some fundamental differences in the approach of India to maritime power, maritime domain, and Pakistan. Pakistan, obviously being a smaller country with a smaller coast than ours, focuses on what is called sea denial. They want to deny the ability to dominate the seas. India, on the other hand, would like to. India has vast interest. For your knowledge, 40% of GDP comes from exports and imports, and 90% of foreign trade is by sea. Our energy comes by sea. Our trade is dependent on sea lanes, etc. So it is in the vital interest of the nation to protect the sea lanes, its interests at sea. So India aspires to dominate the seas in its own interest. Pakistan Navy is crafted to deny India that ability. So Pakistan has focused right from the beginning. They acquired a submarine much before us, almost a decade before us, and they built up a very capable submarine force. Their Navy has got a aviation wing which carries anti-ship missiles, etc. So their role, a smaller Navy with limited economy to back it up, is a sea denial role. And as you mentioned, obviously they've also got their share of drones and unmanned vehicles from Turkey, etc. In this particular last Operation Sindoor, it lasted only for a few hours or 4 days or whatever you call it, but had it lasted longer, the Indian Navy's presence off the small coast of Pakistan, which has only 2 ports to speak of, would have had an impact, because it was virtually a blockade. We would not have allowed, if the government permitting, we would not have allowed any ships to enter or exit from Pakistani ports. And given a few days, this would have had a telling effect on Pakistan's war-making ability if you are cut off from fuel, ammunition, etc. So that is the long-term impact of a naval presence or naval blockade. Perhaps the last question there.
Sir, I am Colonel Gurvinder, sir. Sir, recently American fleet in East China Sea lost 2 aircrafts in a day. And that was due to deception by the Chinese, maybe alleged EW interference from the Sparta Islands or other places. Do we have such capability with us, or we are preparing for that? Thank you.
Can you just repeat your first part of your question?
Sir, recently, couple of days back, American fleet, their 2 aircrafts had gone down in East China Sea. One was a Seahawk and one was a F-22 Raptor. So it was allegedly basically the Chinese interference with the EW or some setups at those islands. Do we have such capability, or we are preparing for such things in India? Thank you.
Okay, it wasn't a Raptor. I think it was an F-35B from an aircraft carrier plus a helicopter. Yes, it's possible. The F-35 is highly dependent on software, etc., and it is possible that somebody can intervene. I don't think we've reached that stage of capability where we can, interfere with an aircraft's flight control systems and bring it down. Perhaps our people are working on it. Thank you. You want to say something?
Yeah, I think, of course, I will not comment on the incident what you talked about, but we also notice a trend in use of lasers by the Chinese Navy, and this is going to be a problematic issue. How do we create in terms of, let's say, counter laser activity or kind of blinding or a shield of sorts? This will be another challenge for us. While we talk about IT and etc., the laser challenge is there with you, and it has been put to good use. I really have no idea if Indian Navy is thinking about bringing in about lasers on board it. So of course, the US Navy has developed, the Chinese have developed. We have good pictures available now in the public domain where they are going to be putting it out, and they've used it on low-end platforms like fishermen and fishing fleets, etc. So that is another challenge for us in the maritime domain.
We have developed a small directed energy weapon, which is a powerful laser, but it has to be scaled up to be used as a weapon system. Ali, would you like to say anything?
So I think the Quad will play a very important role in curbing China's aggression in South China Sea, especially where Australia, Japan, India, and America, all four countries together, India being a strategic partner, being its neighbor, they're going to play a very important part. And since you mentioned about US, Solomon Island, I'll give you a small example of Solomon Islands for the other audience, for the civil audience to understand this. Solomon Islands is a group of about 800 to 900 islands, small islands, and they are not very well organized. So they're all scattered here, there. So what happens is when things are not scattered, it's difficulty to organize things together, right? We all have seen that I'll speak in colloquial language, in Bharat, bus mein ja rahe hote hain, so it's very difficult to get everyone fallen inside the bus after tea, if we stop somewhere. Similarly, so Solomon Islands signed a pact with Australia that Australia will look after its sovereignty, integrity. They had cargo issues, pirate issues, port issues, crime issues. But China, on the other hand, they tried to put their nose into it and try to intervene and try to get hold of getting that. So that, again, strategically, they would be closer towards America. If you see, the globe is round. If they position their troops, their navy, which is already a blue water navy, it will be closer towards America, if you see that way. So yes, similarly, what they are strategizing, India, definitely, I feel we have the capability to do that, sir.
Thank you. Well, all that remains is for me to thank the panelists for their presentations. And I can't help remarking that my opening statement about sea blindness was proved by the younger generation here who staged a mass walkout at the commencement of this session. Well, I think Chandigarh is 1,000 kilometers away from the sea. We probably have to work much harder. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Arun Prakash, Dr. Sakuja, and Major Shah. May I now request the chairman of the Military Literature Festival, General T.S. Shergill, to please come up on stage and felicitate our speakers here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have a 5-minute break before we begin the next session.
Right, may I request you to kindly settle down. All those who are outside, may I request you to kindly move in. We have a very interesting third session of the morning. So all those who are outside, kindly come inside so that you don't miss out the interesting session that we have lined up for you. We'll start in 5 minutes. So once again, requesting all those who are outside to kindly come in. Thank you.
Nice, I'll have it after this. I had a late breakfast.
May I request you once again, kindly come in and settle down. We'll just commence the session. We are waiting for you all to come and settle down. Kindly please come in. Thank you. So we now come to the third session, which has been planned today for the afternoon. The title of the session is In a Clash of Heartland and Rimland Powers, What Choices Are There for India? I repeat, in a clash of Heartland and Rimland Powers, what choices are there for India? The eminent panelists for this session are Mr. Bharat Karnad, Dr. Manoj Joshi, and this session will be moderated by Lieutenant General B.S. Nagal. May I request the panelists to kindly come up. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, few lines about the eminent panel which will be conducting the third session for today morning. First, Mr. Bharat Karnad. He is Emeritus Professor in National Security Studies, Center for Policy Research and Distinguished Fellow, USI. He has authored many books and has been visiting numerous universities both in the country as well as overseas. The second panelist today is Dr. Manoj Joshi. He is a journalist and a commentator who has specialized on security issues and has worked with all the leading newspapers in the country. He has also been a member of India's National Security Advisory Board and the Governing Council of the Indian Council of World Affairs. Last but not the least, the moderator for this session. The moderator for the session is Lieutenant General Balraj Singh Nagal. The General Officer is a former Commander-in-Chief of India's Strategic Forces Command. During his long and illustrious career in the Indian Army, the officer has held various key appointments. He is also a guest speaker at many famed forums and writes regularly on national nuclear and strategic issues. Over to the panel.
Minutes for you? Because there will be no questions. Chairman, MLF, ladies and gentlemen. Today we're going to talk of Heartland and Rimland. I would not call it a clash because both are right in their own way. This being a military-lit festival, I will labor a little on the historical context and the historical dimensions of these two theories. And my brilliant panelists, of course, will then go further to analyze what are India's choices. I will give my two-penny bit at the end of it. The Heartland theory was first propounded by Mackinder. He was a geographer at the Oxford University in 1904. And his analysis is based on military history of 1500 years, which preceded the 20th century. He looked at the history of Eurasia, Europe per se, the Central Lands, and right up to Siberia. So he was looking at British interests in the 20th century. And drawing from those historical analysis of his, he came out with a theory that he who controls the pivot land will control. Isko next karo. So this is a map from his original publication. नहीं वापस कहाँ जा रहे? अरे नंबर 2 स्लाइड, वापस जाओ, वापस, एक वापस. This is a map from his publication of 1904. Please map पे आ जाओ. हाँ. So if you see, in the center is marked pivot area, and this pivot area roughly corresponds to Russia. In the UK, or that time the British Empire, there was a fear that the Russians would one day grow too big. And his entire analysis is based on the concept of power which would emanate from this pivot land. And then if you see, just below the pivot area, there is a thing called the inner crescent. Now this inner crescent was later on referred by Spikeman as the pivot, the rimland. This corresponds to the rimland of Spikeman. And then the last one he spoke of is the outer crescent, which is America, Africa, Australia, and also included Japan. Now, he was articulating that the British Empire should worry about the growth of the Russian Empire. And there were historical reasons for it. Though Britain had defeated Russia in the Crimean War and imposed a peace treaty, but that spurred Russia to start its industrial revolution. And that bothered the British Empire, because the British Empire was then controlling the inner crescent. They were controlling the maritime domains of Atlantic, of the Indian Ocean, right up to Southeast Asia. And Japan was an ally of the British in the early 20th century, and during the First World War, this is before Mackinder's, after Mackinder spoke, they had captured parts of Siberia and China. So, Mackinder underplayed the British power at that time and overplayed the Russian power, and he developed this theory that the heartland, if it expands to the inner crescent, would then create a very large naval force, and that naval force would then dominate the maritime seas. Now, then he gave an answer also. He said that the British Empire needs to control the inner crescent, which it was doing at that time. So, he underplayed this issue purposely, and he overplayed the Russian context. One thing Mackinder missed totally was the rise of Germany. After 1871 war, when Prussia had defeated all its neighbors, the German Industrial Revolution started. And by early 20th century, it had become a very powerful state next to the heartland as visualized by Mackinder. But this point was not discussed by him, but there was a British civil servant called Crowe who highlighted this fact that Germany is becoming very powerful and we need to take note of it. One more issue which came to fore at that time was that Mackinder's theory was not absorbed fully by the British Empire, because there were two Germans. One is Haushofer, whose theory of expansion, and second was, I think, Ratzel, who spoke of Germany being a living organism, needed space to expand. Now, this point was absorbed by the Germans very well, and the First World War came, and the Second World War came, and Mackinder's theory remained a little dormant. After the First World War, Spikeman, who was in the Yale University, started talking of the expansionist views of Europe. He spoke of Germany, he spoke of many issues. In his book, America's Strategy for the world, he discussed various scenarios. I don't need to go into them, but two things which he did discuss. One was the expansion of Japan and Germany into the American continent, because the 1823 Monroe Doctrine had laid out that America will look after the Western Hemisphere, nobody should interfere in it. However, America started worrying about Germany and Japan after the First World War. And Spikeman then discussed these theories. Next slide, please. Next slide. Agli slide karo. This is Spikeman's concept of heartland as well as the rimland. I'll show another slide which will talk of the rimland. But this is how he visualized the world, and these long lines are the maritime domains. Admiral Prakash has left, otherwise I would have asked him to speak a little bit more on this. So this is Spikeman's view of the world before World War II. Now, during the World War, this is what Spikeman showed, that both these frontiers, that is the Japanese as well the Germans, had two amphibian sides and one continental side. The continental side in Europe was Russia, and the continental side in Japan was China and Russia. And the other two amphibious sides were the British and the American empires. So this is how he has seen the Second World War. Now, I am showing you two maps. Please look at the map on the top. This is Spikeman's view of how Germany and Japan can address America. So he visualized that there could be an invasion. He's discussed this invasion in this book in great detail. And he's also said where can they come? They can come to the Caribbean, they can come to the Gulf of Mexico and all. So this is his idea of the Euro-Asian powers attacking America. And the second, the lower slide, talks of the American power addressing Euro-Asia. Now, this is the actual rimland which Spikeman spoke of. If you see the dark grey areas, these are the rimlands which were in his concept of control of the world. Because in a paper which was published after his death, it clearly said, who controls rimland controls Eurasia. And who controls Eurasia controls the destinies of the world. This is his publication. Now, both these authors, these analysts, these strategists discussed the concept of power in geographical and military history terms. But they were also aware there are many other issues which touch upon national power. They highlighted those also, but somehow in these theories they get sidelined, which were national resources, topography, geography, relationship to the equator, the industrial strength, the population density, the mineral density, and various other things. So those were other issues. Now Spikeman's theory here, please relate to what happened post World War II. All the areas which are on grey, less the top, were part of NATO, CENTO, SEATO, ANZUS, the American-Japanese Treaty, the American-Philippines Treaty. So America post 1945 has de facto controlled the rimland. Now, during these people's time, there were only, in Mackinder's time, there were two powers, land power and sea power. So he spoke of interior lines of communication of the pivot land and exterior of the maritime domain. And by the time Spikeman came, air power had started asserting itself. So these two focused on land, sea and air power. Whereas now today, we have to look at two additional domains. One is nuclear and one is space. And space has got discussed earlier also. So we need to look at 5 domains now and not 2. So what has happened now? In the past 80 years since this domination took place, Soviet Union has collapsed, China has asserted, and there is now a greater realization amongst certain powers that this also needs to be challenged. And this is being challenged. In the last 80 years, China has grown. And China has grown for various reasons. I don't justify them, but I do wish to place on record that they talk of a century of humiliation, an encirclement by the US and its allies, by its growing military power, by its growing economic power, by its growing social moorings, and therefore China feels it deserves a place of its own rightly in the world. And now, the last few years have pushed China and Russia closer. There are analysts who talk of the opposite dimension also. But the fact is that the Ukraine war has put both these people on the same side. So now we find that a new, these are the points which I highlighted earlier, that these are the type of the factors which make national power. Now, coming to our domain, now you see China's relationship to us, and I'll talk of this a little later. China is huge. It's a heartland power and it's a rimland power. And some analysts in the last few years have spoken of Spikeman's theory also being applied to China and to Siberia. And therefore, I'm showing you a map of China for this reason, that it's a huge heartland power. It has created SCO, it has created various other organizations, and it is in a position to become a heartland and a rimland power on its own. Now, the two blocks which have now emerged are shown. On the right is the Russia-China bloc. I don't call them a bloc, but I'm saying they are power centers. And they are exerting power outwardly, as I depict in red. And the US and its allies are depicted by the black arrows. So their power is against these two. So this is the present context of heartland and rimland. But if you notice, China and Siberia and Russia constitute a fairly large rimland. And this is a map with US-centric. It's the same map, but I've just shown it in different dimension, how America can feel threatened. And this is India's place in the context of rimland. Now, I have done the historical context, and now my brilliant speakers are going to talk of what India's choices are. I leave it to them. But this is how I wish the Indians to see India in the context of a global power, and look at the maritime domain of which the last session was about. Thank you so much. Over to Bharat Karnat.
Geography is basically the core of all strategy. Unless there's geographical awareness, you have no strategy. India has been singularly unaware of geography. And therefore, we have suffered over time because we have no sense of what India is about in a geographic sense, and therefore we have no idea of what follows in terms of geopolitics, in terms of forging geopolitics that are conducive to your national interests. You have seen the map. You see this map? India is both a continental power and it is a maritime power. We dominate the Indian Ocean basin. continental power, we are hedged in by the mountains and natural terrain, the deserts on the left, the forested highlands in the east. That was the reason why, in the Vedic texts, India was considered a large island, Jambudvip. The trouble with that concept on our attitude and our mindset has been that we have become insular. We think that because we are protected by the seas on three sides, the mountains in the north, the desert on the west, the forested highlands in the east, we are secure from any influences and predatory impulses coming from elsewhere. One of the reasons that I've discussed in my books that we are geopolitically and geographically innocents is that Jawaharlal Nehru thought that geopolitics had been given a bad name by Karl Haushofer. It was mentioned briefly by General Nagel. Karl Haushofer conceived, of course, of something called, and it was referred to again, as a breathing space for a vigorous nation, Lebensraum, the concept of Lebensraum. And he thought of Germany as requiring the fairly sparsely populated areas of the Ukraine and the Russian steppes to make it German, so it will be a land for Germany to enlarge itself, to become more vibrant. And that is the lesson that Nehru took from geopolitics, that geopolitics is bad. Just because Karl Haushofer, his advice was followed by Hitler, and so the entire institutional mechanism of the Indian government then became antipathetic to geopolitics. And therefore, we have no vision of any kind that refers in any manner to geography. The last known tract written by an Indian of some note was K.M. Panikar, our erstwhile ambassador in China, who talked about Asia and Western dominance and sourced correctly the Western dominance of India and most of Asia to lack of maritime consciousness and power and so on. Without quite offering solutions for India, other than the fact he said that you tie up with the UK, our erstwhile and former colonial authority. He said, well, tie up your interests to them, so your interests are protected. It is sort of echoes the modern day note that we hear of, that we ally ourselves to America. And you have AUKUS and quadrilateral and so on, that will in some ways further India's national interests. It won't. Quad, AUKUS, all these concepts essentially further American interests. Most major powers have a geographical vision, and that's why they're great powers. The reason India is not a great power is because India has no geographical vision. To go back to what I said very early on, our vision is that, and as I said, I refer to the insular mindset that has been sourced to ancients, but our vision is Vishwa Guru and so on. Completely abstract notions that have no military meaning. that have no military meaning. And so I have been propagating over the years that we have to base and root our strategy and vision in geography. And of course, Nicholas Spikeman, who was at the University of Pennsylvania when he conceived of the Rimland, incidentally, in 1947, after the Second World War, and his viewpoint, which is a correct viewpoint from the Indian point of view, was that the heartland powers can be contained. If you go back to the earlier map, Mackinder's map, Halford Mackinder, you have the Rimland. Should they become independent, he said, and he foresaw India becoming independent in 1947. He wrote this in a paper in 1946, so he anticipated India becoming independent. And then India then, being rich enough, and most of the Rimland countries becoming independent of Western powers, becoming rich enough, influential enough, militarily powerful enough to band together to then contain the heartland power. That is China in our day. It's a very good thing that the Russia-China nexus is not going to work out, simply because if any country has reason to suspect Chinese motives and intent, it is Russia. Because the Chinese still claim all of Siberia, all of the Kamchatka Peninsula, because these were in fact taken away from the Chinese imperial realm by the Russian during the Tsarist Empire. The Tsarist Empire with Beijing, the treaties of Beijing and so on, in the 1850s and 60s, pretty much carved out most of Siberia, and the Russian Far East, or what is now Russian Far East, was originally Chinese. And if the Chinese reclaim or seek to reclaim what they think is their own, then Russia has a problem. Just as we are having a problem with what they see is an imperial legacy of Tibet, of the rest of southern Tibet, which is Xizang, or what we call Arunachal Pradesh, as being within their ambit, territorial ambit, and so on. Now, insofar as we have to deal with China in the present, how do we negate, because we have, as I said, no sense, geographic sense, and we have failed miserably over the last 70 years to be any kind of a meaningful power. My 2015 book, Why India is Not a Great Power Yet, goes into it in some detail. And what you have is a dilemma for India. We have not prepared ourselves, we don't have a vision, our military is all essentially, our Air Force and Army are essentially, shall we say, short-legged. We have no reach, we have no weapons with reach. We do not have a concept of distant operations. We don't have distant operations notions because we don't have any idea of a distant power for India. And therefore, we haven't had any kind of military to meet these kinds of notions, geopolitical notions. Now, if India has to make do with what is given us in the present day, with all our constraints and weaknesses and shortfalls, what's the best way to do it before eventually, whenever we become a great power, which may take a far longer time, 2047, and Amrit Kal. I hate to be an equal opportunity critic and skeptic, but that is what one needs to be able to appreciate the problems we face. What has been talked about as quadrilateral, Japan, India, Australia, and the US, is essentially conceived by the Americans as their sword arm in the Indo-Pacific, that we'll do their work for them in containing China. We need to be aware of that. How do we turn this to our benefit? I've talked about and conceived of something called a modified quadrilateral, a mod quad. The mod quad having the three powers, India, India, Australia, and Japan, and as a fourth leg in the quadrant, have a bunch of Southeast Asian countries that are now rich, can afford a good military, but do not have the influence because they're too small. Make them part of the fourth leg. But it's not to alienate the US. The US will do what it wants to do. Because, as Kissinger long ago said, we don't need to have a strategy. We have enough riches and capability to do what we want when we want it, which is now proven by Trump. To rely on America is to really go down a hole. Now, I say this because most of my schooling has been in America, all my schooling, in fact, and I've lived nearly 14 years of my life there. And what I've discovered is that they're fairly dispassionate of whom they adopt as friends and think of as adversaries and enemies. They're agnostic. We tend to get sentimental. There's nothing to be sentimental about geography. We are a sentimental people. And that is our weakness, in part. So you have a mod quad that takes out the US. And I have talked about the BRICS, which we know about as an economic accord that, by the way, has every potential to replace the US-led liberal economic order. And we are now making we're taking very big strides in that direction by essentially replacing the dollar for trade as a trade currency. Once you replace the dollar as trade currency, then all of the US economy gets into peril. And this is now beginning to happen. Why and how? Because the BRICS is thinking of its own currency, which Trump has said is the worst thing that can happen to the US, and why he's going to ensure that BRICS is going to fail. He said so. If some of you have been following Trump, will remember. This is why. And therefore, but because BRICS also includes China, which is our greatest and only adversary of note, we have what I've called BRIS, which is a purely security-minded coalition that we carve out of BRICS. And because the BRICS in themselves are fairly well located, South Africa, controlling most of the southern Atlantic, southern Indian Oceans out of Simonstown. India, pretty much dominating all of the Indo-Basin, Indian Ocean basin. And then you have Brazil, which is again controlling the entire Atlantic. You have a great map of the three countries, India, South Africa, and Brazil, essentially becoming pivotal to trade and to security in the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic, and the Pacific on the sidebars. That's the kind of vision that we should hew to. It is a practicable vision. Someone has to have an idea of what to do in terms of where to be in geographic terms. Vishwaguru doesn't cut it. Other kinds of things don't cut it. And what our strategy and foreign policy has been is we think strategy is balancing power. So we are good adept at balancing power, aren't we? That doesn't help us or our national interests. And therefore, very simply, you have BRICS, you have the mod quad as a baseline, and then India should be able, and that's what I'm sort of conceiving and have already conceptualized somewhere, but I'll be fleshing it out in my new book that's coming out. A whole bunch of loose security minilaterals. For instance, you have a minilateral with the Philippines, Indonesia, that can pretty much blockade China in the South China Sea. The idea is to block an enemy as far from your shores as possible. There's no point in saying that China is coming into the Indian Ocean. If they ever come in, it should be at our sufferance, not because they choose to do so. And this is the point, I think, the sort of idea and this is attitude India should bring and our military should bring, really. Instead, for 70 years, and I'm sorry to say, we have been fixated on a piddling Pakistan. I know we are now celebrating the 1965 war and so on, completely irrelevant to our concerns, in the larger concerns. Please understand what the difference is between Pakistan and China as threats. Pakistan is a nuisance, not a threat. China is a threat. You can use an elephant gun to kill a gnat that's hovering around you, and you'll blow off your own feet, which is what we have ended up doing. Or we can use a rolled up newspaper, which we are beginning to understand is a far better way of dealing with a pesky Pakistan, instead of making it our main effort, which really elevates Pakistan and reduces us. And that's why, in a very real sense, no one takes India seriously in the international realm. Let's again speak truth to power and at least be truthful to ourselves. We know this. We know this in our hearts. We are far from being a great power, and the reason we are not a great power is because we've always ignored geography and the geopolitical imperatives. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to, at the outset, thank General Shergill and the MLF for having me here. General Nagal, Dr. Karnad, and friends, today we are revisiting one of the most enduring debates, strategic debates, the contest between the heartland and the rimland. And our big question is, what choices does India have in this debate? This is not just an academic exercise. From the conflict in Ukraine to the tensions in South China Sea, from China's BRI to the Indo-Pacific strategy, the world is being reorganized around the very fault lines that Mackinder and Spikeman outlined over a century ago. And India, by virtue of its geography, sits right in the middle of all this. I will divide my remarks in two parts. The first is to look at the basics of this debate, and the second is to see how contemporary issues fit into it. See, Halford Mackinder's heartland theory of 1904 envisioned Eurasia. I think you have seen that map that General Nagal showed, the vast landmass of Europe and Russia, stretching from Eastern Europe to Siberia. He called that the world island. And he basically said, those who control the heartland rule the world. So this is 1904. Now, Nicholas Spikeman in 1940s, came back with an alternate theory. He argued that it's not the heartland, but it's the surrounding coastal belts, the rimland, that decides global supremacy. Control of the rimland, Western Europe, Middle East, South, East, and Southeast Asia, if you can control them, you can control access to the sea, trade, communication routes. In essence, The heartland controls the landmass, but the rimland controls the flow of power. Modern geopolitics, therefore, is basically about how these two realms react, the heartland and the rimland. At this point, I would like to introduce another person who was spoken of in an earlier session, that is Alfred Thayer Mahan, the great US naval specialist of the 1890s. He argued that control of the seas is the foundation of global power. He spoke of naval strength, naval capability, control of choke points. Why Mahan is important is because he shifts the attention from land power to maritime trade and naval dominance. Now we know in recent history, powers like Great Britain, powers like the United States, who have controlled the maritime areas, have really controlled the global power. So what Mahan has done is to provide the operational method for Spokesman theory. Now the heartland-rimland duality has driven major power rivalry in the century. Cold War was the ultimate test. In the Cold War, you know, the heartland, Soviet Union, Russia, was pitted against the United States. The US-led alliances of Europe and it embodied maritime containment. The wars in Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan were fought along the geopolitical fault line. Post-Cold War dynamics have revived the new form. Ukraine crisis reflects Russia's push to defend the heartland. You see, whereas the US and Europe are reinforcing the rimland buffer. Now, what about India's geostrategic centrality? Where does India fit into this story? See, geographically and strategically, India is the hinge. As I said, it's the hinge between heartland and rimland, because it stretches from the latitude of Central Asia. If you look at northern Kashmir and you look at the latitude, you'll see it's approximately Central Asia and right down to a few degrees short of the equator. To the north lies the Eurasian interior. To the north of India is, you know, the Eurasia, meaning Russia proper lies to the north. Central Asia, China, Russia, the core heartland. But to the south stretches the Indian Ocean. India thus bridges continental Asia and maritime Indo-Pacific. It's a bridge. This dual location gives India enormous leverage, but it also exposes us to competing pressures. The Indian Ocean is the main energy highway of the world. Nearly 70% of global oil shipments go through the Indian Ocean. India is positioned next to three critical global choke points: Straits of Malacca, Straits of Hormuz, and the Bab el-Mandeb, the Red Sea. It is in its contemporary foreign policy, and that's why you see how Indian policy works. So India engages continental powers in forums such as Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the Russia-India-China grouping. So we engage these Russia, China, and the Central Asian countries. On the other hand, we anchor our maritime partnerships like the Quad and the Indo-Pacific frameworks. We also promote organizations like the Indian Ocean Rim Association, founded in 1997, the SAGAR, the Security for Growth for All in the region, which was formed in 2015, the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, and the BIMSTEC, Bay of Bengal Initiative for multi-sectoral technical economic cooperation. So this dual engagement defines India's identity as a bridge power, as a nation straddling two geopolitical theaters. But this geography is both a gift and a burden. India must constantly balance between the continental imperatives and the maritime imperatives. So we must work with Russia, Iran, Central Asia for energy security. And I need not point out that Iran actually is the closest source of hydrocarbons to India. But we can't right now trade with Iran because of the US embargo on Iran. Likewise, the US is now forcing us to drop the United States. Then there are the maritime imperatives, that is US, Japan, Australia, who we are cooperating with. If India leans too much towards the heartland, we risk alienating the key maritime powers. If we go too much towards the rimland, we risk losing the continental depth. Now, so basically we are looking for a strategic synthesis where heartland engagement and rimland maritime alignment. India must operate as both a continental balancer as well as a rimland power. The art of Indian diplomacy, right, is therefore to, kind of maintain this equilibrium, we might call strategic multi-alignment. So strategic priorities for India to sustain its position, India must focus on 5 interlocking priorities. One is continental connectivity. So we must expand access to Central Asia via the international north-south transportation corridor and Chabahar, which I will talk more about. 1, continental connectivity. 2, maritime strength. 3, technological sovereignty. We must have technological sovereignty. 4, economic diplomacy. And 5, climate security and resilience. So what then are our challenges ahead? One of the largest challenges that we confront is Pakistan. Pakistan's blockade. Since partition, the creation of Pakistan has ensured that India has no access to the heartland. We can export products to Afghanistan, but Afghanistan can export products to India, but India can't send anything across. The Pakistanis block us. And of course, to the north, we have impenetrable mountains, Himalayas, Tibet, etc. Conscious of its contemporary dilemmas, India has moved to meet its heartland destiny through policies like creating the International North-South Transportation Corridor. This was a project begun in the 2000s. This project basically required linking Bombay, Mumbai with Iran, through Iran to Russia and beyond to Europe. So International North-South Transportation Corridor that began in the year 2000. The project had a lot of problems, primarily a lot of American embargoes on Iran, create problems for us, our companies to work there. Now, conscious of, the one is the INSTC. Now, Moscow is, the advantage now is that because Russia has been embargoed by the Europeans, they are pivoting southwards. So they are funding some of the areas, the rail links. There are many important rail links from Russia towards Iran. So the Russians are funding some of those. Another thing that has been spoken about is the Belt and Road Initiative of China. Now, this is, China is a classic case that where China looks at Eurasia as a method of security. So it has built rail traffic, it has rail traffic. 50 trains a day go from China to Europe. 50 freight trains every day, 20,000 trains in a year. So China basically is ensuring that it has some kind of safety valve against the rimland powers, against the maritime blockade which it is afraid of. So there are, I will not describe the 3 corridors, northern corridor via Chongqing, then in 2023, Russia-China trade has almost gone up to $240 billion. The Chinese, of course, strategy is very clear. Simultaneously, it is active in boosting its maritime presence. So the Belt and Road Initiative has 2 components, an overland component and a maritime component. So the Chinese are very, very active in the maritime. They have invested in 129 port projects abroad. They own or operate more than 90 deep water ports. For example, they are on both ends of the Panama Canal. And the Americans are very angry because a whole lot of 40% of US container traffic goes through this canal. So as we've noted, the heartland alliance of China-Russia has deepened. A major factor has been the Ukraine war. And the joker in the pack is United States, the most formidable global power, which is also the dominant rimland force. So in conclusion, I would like to say the heartland-rimland clash is once again shaping the global order, and India stands at the crossroads. India's geography offers strategic leverage. Its choices will determine whether it becomes an autonomous pole in the multipolar world or remains constrained by rival pressures. India must not be forced to choose between land and sea, east and west. It must define a third path, a continental maritime synthesis that maximizes flexibility, autonomy, and influence. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've short of time, but still, if there are very pressing questions, we definitely like to answer. Yeah.
Sir, my name is Brigadier Harinder Singh. I asked the question earlier. Firstly, Spikeman died around 42, 43, but his theory has stood the test of time because the First and Second World War saw the destruction of Germany by want of resources.
Keep it close. Keep
But
it
the
close.
main thing I'm saying is, India, most of the Chinese and the Indian and other countries' border disputes are not made by them. They are historical in nature, thrust upon us by the Western powers. I'll give you an example. Initially, it was Japan which was pushing China out. China pushed them back. The problem they had with Vietnam was due to the French pushing the border forward. Similarly, India and China have had a very peaceful relation for 2,000, 3,000 years. And the issue of Aksai chain and bit of northeast is created by the British by drawing arbitrary lines without consulting both the parts that we didn't have the. Similarly, the Durand line is also another problem there. My problem, if these two countries or these 3-4 countries sort out the problems, we need not have a war with China or any, shall we say, confrontation with China. It is not that we have had in the past, it's only in the recent times, courtesy of foreign power, British, thrusting a line for us. I'm just saying one thing, why must we be used as a cat's paw to further American interests?
So we are short of time. Can you answer?
Okay, so we should refrain from being a member of Quad and other things. The reason for being members of pushing pro-America policy is just due to business of two important businessmen which are part of the present dispensation. I would recommend we don't confront China. It's a too big a nation, too big a power, and resolve the differences ourselves. Thank you.
Next question, please.
Yes, my question is for Mr. Kernot. And, you know, will the dilemma between rimland and heartland, will that be resolved by a balanced evaluation of strategic issues, or will the choice arise from the internal social dynamics of India? For instance, Nehru chose the heartland way back in 1920s and 30s when he said the Soviet Union was the country of the future. On the other hand, Ambedkar was willing to have the Western countries as an ally, and similarly Patel was also not hostile. So is this issue related to the internal social dynamics of India? And, you know, and I have other things to say, but you say there's not enough time, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think the attitude of the leadership, which is what I mentioned, the attitude of leadership, their thinking, their mindset is central to what the country does. I mean, the rest of us have no real say. We are agencies of the state in terms of once the government decides it wants to do something, then there are instruments to realize whatever it is the government wants. But the problem is, what is it that the government wants? And what the government wants, as my thesis is completely geopolitically naive. As I said, there's no vision that is rooted, that is grounded. These are all abstract notions of Vishwaguru and whatnot. So this is my peeve with the government and its policies. Once you get a hang of that, then the obvious becomes obvious, which is that China is the only threat. You see, that is a geopolitical reality. That is not something that can be wished away. And therefore, it is that eventuality that we need to be prepared for. How do you deal with China, which is comprehensively powerful, outmatches India in everything? They have shown such strategic foresight that I've often joked that if we don't have any strategic element in us, let's at least go ahead and imitate the Chinese.
Thank you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I would say at the end, the topic said India's choices. And I feel that India has landed in this position because it has not developed its power. And Bharat and Manoj both have said, till you are not a powerful country, you will keep hedging your bets, you will keep looking for choices. So the answer lies in developing your power, and then one day somebody will come and ask you, what do you want us to do for you? Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's closing on to lunchtime, and I think we can have a round of applause for this wonderful session for the panelists. Thank you very much, sirs. And for the customary mementos, may I request our chairman, General Shergill, to kindly come up and give the mementos to the panelists. General Shergill, sir, please. May I request the panelists to kindly accept the mementos from the chairman? Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen and children, we will start the next session in 5 minutes. It will be conducted by Parneet. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Testing, okay. अब ले लिया चलिए
Hello.
Should we start?
वो कोई आएगा नहीं बोलने के लिए?
अभी वो है should we start? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are very thin on the ground. Maybe it's the lunch aspect. But this is an important session which is dealing with contemporary realities. We are looking at the global order, the disruptions in the global order, and how those disruptions are going to impact a very important aspect of a nation building, of nation's requirements, of nation's necessity, that is energy. So we will be discussing the importance of energy in this turbulent global order. We are going to conduct it slightly differently. I have posed 4 questions to our panelists, which I'll also join in. The first question is, how do we understand the contours of the global order as it's emerging? What is giving way? What is challenging? How it is shaping up? Number 2, the related issue are 2. One is the geopolitics, where is assertion of power by United States of America, assertion of power by China, and sandwiched between the two is Russia, which is trying to maintain its position and influence in at least Eurasia and the corners of Europe, the Eastern Europe, in Ukraine. The next issue is that the world is saddled with wars. There is a Ukraine war, there is a war in the Middle East which is turbulent. We just got over some kind of a peace, we don't know how long it's going to take. Before that, the nuclear facilities in Iran was being attacked by both Israel and the Americans, flying B-2 bombers for 24 hours, attacking Fordow nuclear facility. Added to that are the growing tensions in East Asia. And the most interesting aspect, if you notice, in this whole game which is being played, is that all these spots are oil-bearing spots. They are the energy sources. Russia, major energy source. West Asia, major energy source. Latin America, where Venezuela is now being attacked by the Americans, is the second largest with the energy reserves. Then we had a problem in Qatar. Qatar is the biggest source of natural gas. So what we are looking at is, primarily speaking, is that the wars are being fought in the backdrop of energy resources. And added to that is the new American policy, which is trying to leverage these distortions, disturbances in the global order to gain leverage and gains for the Americans, particularly in two areas, since we are talking about energy, is the natural gas, which is being sold to the poor Europeans, who are very happy buying the Nord Stream gas from Nord Stream 1 and 2 from the Russians. He has absolutely stopped that, and now he's selling them at 10 times the price, the same CNG. And on the top of that, we have him selling exaggerated amount of oil to us because of this whole notion of that you cannot buy this thing, and he has put unilateral sanctions. So this is the contours of the whole thing, and added to that are the energy politics of itself. Availability of energy, markets are losing out, the sea lines are getting choked, there are grey fleets coming up. As of today, as I speak to you, there is a $5 differential in the Ural crude and the Brent that you buy from Saudi Arabia and Iraq. Now, if we have to shift, which we will have to shift, however slightly may be, we will have to pay a minimum, watch my words, in next 30 days, or less, beyond 21st November, which is the bottom line for us, by 1st December, the prices will go up by about $8 to $10. Now, this is going to impact you all. Okay, so this is an important session, and I want you to listen to our eminent panelists of what they have to say and what they want to convey. The issue that we are covering is, after this, we are going to look at how should India shape its energy policies. How does this contours of energy contestation globally impact India? How should India shape policies? And lastly, we're going to be talking about how India should formulate its policy in the medium term to deal with these whole issues. With these short opening remarks, may I request Rahul to give us his presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I intend to concentrate not so much on what the problems are, because we do tend to look at problems in minutiae, but not look at the solutions. And also I intend to try and focus on what India really needs to do, because as Brigadier Sehgal outlined, by the end of this month, the prices of petrol are likely to go up, and instead of, I think not only are prices likely to go up because of what the deadline has been set by Trump, but also the elections in Bihar will be over, so the government would not be bound to raise petrol prices, because petrol is one of the few sources of revenue for most governments. So, well, simply put, energy is the invisible force behind everything that moves, manufactures, and evolves. Disturb it, and a ripple runs through economies and everyday life, reminding us what, in this post-lunch session, are probably boring figures and a boring topic. But energy was also, as Brigadier Sehgal outlined, become a weapon of influence. And for India, that weapon has translated into import bills, inflation, and a weakening and fluctuating rupee. Yet in India, the energy conversation that we are having now is usually buried under statistics and acronyms. We tend to confuse the picture, we tend to scroll past, and then we move on. But we tend to forget that energy is the lifeblood of modern existence. Just a few statistics, I won't overload you with them, I won't bore you with them. India is the third largest consumer of energy in the world after the US and China.
We consume nearly 5.5 million barrels of oil per day, which is an import bill of roughly over 80 or 85%. And import, as I said, roughly 85%. Our reliance on discounted Russian oil since 2022 has provided us great relief and comfort. It's a comfort bubble in which we have existed for the last 3.5 years. But it had an inherent risk because there was a single source of oil and it was liable to be sanction hit. We did not anticipate what Trump would do or not do, but it has happened. As an indicator, before the Russian war, Russian crude was under 2% of our imports. But by mid-2023, nearly 40% of it was being imported. But like all good things, the era of discounted Russian oil has now coming to an abrupt end, exposing India to global market volatility, growing pressure on energy security, and from geopolitical turbulence, which again Brigadier Sehgal mentioned. Invariably at discussions like this, we diagnose the problem beautifully, articulating every challenge with painstaking clarity, quoting data, percentages, and global comparisons. But the issue really is fairly simple. India remains dependent on imported oil, leaving it vulnerable to global price swings, supply disruptions, and geopolitical pressure. And at the personal level, we all worry about rising petrol, diesel, and CNG prices, which pinch household budgets and adversely impact daily life. And the rest, as they say, is Angrezi. Yet, despite the criticality of this sector, India's decision-making process in this whole realm is chained to the pace of paperwork, of the omnipotent file which moves up and down the ministries. Current responsibility for the energy sector is spread across at least 4 major central ministries: petroleum and natural gas, that handles crude oil and gas imports; the Ministry of Power, which oversees electricity generation; there is the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, that drives development of solar, wind, and other sources of energy; and the Coal Ministry, which manages domestic coal production, imports, and allocation to power generation. Beyond these, in addition to these ministries, is the Niti Aayog for strategic coordination, the Ministry of External Affairs for energy diplomacy, and the Ministry of Finance, of course, which is everybody's my-bap. This crowd of 7 nurtures a sense of coziness and prefers a sort of a sense of satisfaction amongst itself. And but that is why, as I said earlier, I want to stress that effective and timely decision-making is critical. Hesitation isn't harmless, it's just too expensive. So instead of belaboring the problem, let us for a change look at solutions. Firstly, India's energy sector does not, I repeat, does not need more committees. We need a single empowered body like a National Energy Council with overarching accountability in the event of things going wrong. In our system of governance perfected over years, nobody in office, particularly our civil servants and senior bureaucrats, get penalized for not doing their jobs in this risk-averse milieu, which most of you who are here from the military will know that risk aversion equals promotions. A council of this kind, headed by the Prime Minister to ensure swift decision-making, whose job it would be to not to just advise, but to do, to deliberate. Its remit would be to centralize procurement, secure long-term contracts, manage reserves, coordinate logistics, and move with the speed of markets, not the pace of files. What I would translate again into an officer-like shift which does not wait until we know everything. We as a people are risk averse, so that valuable time is not lost. Secondly, we need to diversify suppliers, deepen ties with Gulf states like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Iraq, and Iran, as again Brigadier Sehgal mentioned, which have lagged, and look to the US, Latin America, and Africa, even though this would probably be expensive. No single geography, like over the last 3 or 4 years we've been confined to Russia, should hold us hostage, and we must build a resilient, balanced supply network that can withstand sanctions, conflicts, or sudden price shocks. The aforementioned committee that I've proposed must always, like all good campaigns, also operate on a plan B, so that no crisis abroad leaves India stranded or scrambling for mercy. Thirdly, we must expand our strategic reserves. I'm sure most of you already know that India has 3 strategic petroleum reserves at Visakhapatnam, Mangalore, and nearby Pudur, both of which fall in Karnataka. This together translates into 9 to 10 days of national consumption. And if we add to this the stocks which are held by about 23 odd refineries, equals up to about 70 or 75 days of stocks. But that still is short of the 90-day benchmark that most advanced importing countries hold. So the new storage plants, storage sites planned under phase 2 in Odisha, in Rajasthan, and expanding the existing facilities need to be expedited. Fourth, we need to protect our maritime lifelines, because all of India's energy imports are transported by sea and traverse narrow choke points like the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Malacca, and also the Red Sea via the Suez Canal. Any disruption along these routes blocks supplies, forces diversions, which end up raising both shipping and insurance costs, thus driving up domestic fuel prices and disrupting the national economy. To ensure steady and unhindered supplies, India needs to upgrade its maritime security by securing sea lines of communication and enhancing maritime domain awareness. It needs to augment naval and coast guard patrols, intelligence sharing, and real-time monitoring through systems like the Information Management and Analysis Center, or IMACT, at Gurgaon, which tracks every tanker across the Indian Ocean. Fifthly, India must upgrade its refineries. Over the past few years, many of India's state-owned and private refineries have been attuned to processing Russian crude, which has offered cost advantages but also exposed structural rigidity in refining. These refineries must now evolve from region-specific processing units into fully flexible, globally competitive complexes capable of handling a wide range of crude, like light, medium, heavy, sweet, and sour crudes, depending on global availability and market conditions. Any halfway decent businessman will tell you that limiting refineries to specific grades or regions simply restricts India's ability to take advantage of global market opportunities, discounted supplies, and alternative sourcing. Refinery modernization will ensure energy security, optimize cost, and ensure global competitiveness. Sixth, India needs to create a national energy risk fund as a financial buffer to cushion price spikes, supply disruptions, and inflation shocks. Such a fund would act as a strategic shock absorber, giving India the fiscal flexibility to navigate energy turbulence without destabilizing growth or burdening consumers. And finally, we must supercharge renewables by modernizing domestic wind, solar, and clean energy manufacturing to cut future dependence on imported fossil fuels and build long-time resilience. We excel in this country at Jugaad, so let's operationalize it. In conclusion, I'll give you a small instance of China. With its rapid shift to electrical vehicles, has already, over the last 12 months, reduced its oil dependence by 1 million barrels per day, with another 600,000 barrels projected to be added next year. And as China's road transport moves quickly to electric mobility, demand for gasoline and diesel is shrinking faster than expected and anticipated, with significant implications for global oil producers and importers. We too must move in this direction, and swiftly. And I'm sure a lot of you do not seem to realize that the petrol we get today at our petrol pumps is a blend of ethanol and petrol, except that our motor cars and all our machines are not geared to handle this blend of 20% ethanol and 80% petroleum. Our machines, our cars, our motor cars are geared to operate on a 10% blend, but that by a 20% blend reduces the life of your engine considerably. So whilst the government may be happy that you need to buy more cars more frequently, this is something which personally impacts us and is likely to go on. In view of China significantly cutting down its oil imports by electrifying its vehicles, reminds me of a story which I'm sure a lot of you have heard before, and maybe in different versions. And I'm sure even if you've heard it before, when I repeat it, it'll come up, it'll at least elicit a smile from you. And it concerns the ownership of, I'm sure all of us greybeards remember owning Volkswagen Beetles. It was the iconic car of the 60s and 70s. All the swingers in the 60s and 70s used to drive Beetles. So the story that I'm going to tell you concerns two gentlemen, two Punjabi gentlemen, needless to say, one in Delhi and one in Amritsar, who owned Beetles and had not met each other or seen the respective Beetles. So they decided to set off on the same day and meet at Palda Taba in Ambala for lunch. So the guy from Delhi and the guy from Amritsar, they leave at the same time. And the guy from Delhi drives into Pal Taba, and just as he's about to park his car, his motor car goes off. And he tries to gun his engine, but it doesn't start. He tries again in the meantime, and he gets out and he opens the front and he looks in, it's empty. So he says, 3 mahine ho gaye gaddi chalaunde, engine hi hai nahi. 3 months I've been driving a car and it has no engine, because as you know, the Beetle had its engine at the back. So in the meantime, his friend from Amritsar comes, so there's the usual jappi, and he says, what happened? Ki hoya? He said, big syapa, big problem. He said, what's the syapa? He said, I've been driving this car for the last 3 months and it doesn't have an engine. So the guy says, tu fikr kyo karta hai? Why do you worry? Kanda German gaddi reputation te chaldi hai. And he says, in any case, don't worry. I've got a spare engine in my boot. So anyway, I'll just conclude by saying that the clock, as far as our energy security in this country, because everything runs on energy. All of us run on energy, our mobile phones, our cameras, everything. And if we don't soon sort this problem out, the clock is ticking. So hopefully, let's get it right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting me, General Shergill, Brigadier Arora, and General Chima. Now, I see a lot of empty space, and I was just thinking when I was sitting there, this is exactly how our country functions. Those who have to think will think, those who have to talk will talk, but those who don't want to listen will not listen. So the energy sector is also a replica of the same thing. And we are here trying to talk, and the biggest solace is that it is being recorded, so maybe those who want to hear will be able to hear later. Brigadier Sehgal and Mr. Rahul both have mentioned a lot of valid and important issues related to the present and also what stares us in the face. I'll try and not repeat anything that they have said. And I'm looking at what we all seem to be focused on, Viksit Bharat 2047. And by that time, the world's energy landscape will be shaped by technological changes, geopolitical realignments, and climate imperatives. So all that put together, we need to shape ourselves, and we need to not only think, but we need to action. And that action is something which is generally missing. Now, if India's energy demand has to be visualized, and if you have to move from a 5 trillion economy to a 30 to 35 trillion economy, and you have to become a manufacturing hub, production hub, then automatically your energy demand will, simplistically put, have to multiply by 7 times. And are we ready for that? What is our present state? And if energy landscape has to be seen and the contours of the world order which Brigadier Sehgal started with, I think we are in a state of resource weaponization, leveraging everything that can be leveraged. And in the last couple of years or couple of months, the Trumpism that we have seen, everything seems to be leveraged. When we look at energy security, the transition challenge is based on scale. How fast we can scale it up. Massive generation, assured storage and fuel supply, capacity, and also most important, to cut down on the crucial wastages. There are some factors which govern how a country can be strategically autonomous as far as energy is concerned. The first factor, I would say, is based on availability. Now, every country cannot be assured of availability because geographical factors, you are not gifted by nature. So your strategic alliances are important. There has to be an assurance of supply. So again, that part. When we look at assurance of supply, everyone talks about the kind of strategic partnerships or alliances that we have. But simultaneously, we need to introspect as to what is critical, if at all anything is critical. And one point which Mr. Rahul mentioned, that our refineries on both our sea fronts have to change. And I must share with you that while I was in NSCS, we carried out a study about the realignment of supplies, rerouting of supplies, especially short of conflict or during conflict. And it was an eye-opener. There was a long list of criticalities which had been mentioned, but when you did introspection, everything was not critical. But what was critical was particularly the fuel part. And that is where it came out that crude coming from some country can possibly be taken by only one refinery. But on the other side, see, like generally we are all from the military. In a sand model discussion, you'll immediately say, reroute it to the eastern front. It doesn't happen like that. The refinery will not accept it. So there has to be a planning to ensure that our supplies are absorbed based on technological upgrades. There are vulnerabilities of choke points, so the maritime part has to be improved. We have to look at how quickly we will be able to safeguard our supplies which come by sea. There are issues of affordability. You can have countries monopolizing, you have OPEC, you have Americans who will always keep increasing the rates of fuel, and then countries actually get into a collapse mode. So that is affordability which is important. One of the part of energy security is nuclear power, and that is where acceptability of the local population is extremely important. And when you have PILs being filed in Supreme Court and the local agitations which keep this away, then again whatever you have planned, it gets into a spiral. I mentioned about critical wastages, so there is a factor of austerity which has to come in, and that has to again come in from the citizens, and we can all see around us the kind of wastages that take place. Among the alternatives, one of the factor is when we talk of energy storage, so battery technology, the raw material, rare earth material, and in that there are options available but severely constrained because of the gift of nature. India has been awarded some seabed in the Southwest Indian Ocean region, but we really haven't shown the kind of progress that needs to be done. Otherwise, nickel, cobalt, that would be available there. But again, we are quite lethargic, and many of the factors are based on that file culture which you heard just now. So I think seabed exploitation has to be speeded up by geometric proportions, not by just arithmetic progression. One out-of-box solution, not immediately available, but that is something that we all need to think about. When we look at the kind of expeditions or the kind of exercises that ISRO is carrying out, and we all sit and clap and say that satellites have been launched and something is going towards the Mars and something is going towards the sun, that is all fine. I think what needs to be looked at more imaginatively is to start looking at the asteroid mining, lunar mining. Can we look at it? Can we bring it back? Can we create space-based solar solutions? It's not science fiction anymore. There are a number of countries which have already started working on it, and Japan is one of them. By 2030, they will have demonstration models already ready. So I think this fact that we keep patting ourselves on the back very often, that we have launched the biggest, heaviest satellite, we have this capability of having payloads which are more for communication and more for observation. I think we need to now start shifting gear and start looking at adopting technologies for space harnessing of resources that can be made available. There are many other things which can reduce vulnerability because when we look at transmission losses and technology drivers, we have to start looking at superconduction. Now, superconduction is something which reduces the losses. It is expensive, but in a country like India, it is a matter of scale. But for superconduction, you must have arrangements for secure manufacturing. It cannot be done somewhere in some workshop somewhere. Superconduction manufacturing has to be very secure. And that is one more option that we can start looking at. Present methodology of our grids is based on mass scale. That makes you much more vulnerable, especially because of cyber threats from our adversaries. Is there a requirement, and that is for us to think, is there a requirement of going in for microgrids? And if you are able to go into microgrids, the resilience and sustainability of the nation in energy security will be much more than what it is today. Because today, out of the various critical infrastructures, energy is one of the biggest one. And I think one option is going in for microgrids. The decline of petropolitics does not mean that everything will be hunky-dory and we will be away from the manipulations of the superpowers. Every rising country, every rising state will perforce be leveraged, and nobody wants to lose his position of monopoly. So I think India as a rising power will continue to face challenges, and that is why we need to find our own solutions, we need to customize. There are new energy hubs which are coming up. There are hydrogen exporters, there are rare earth and battery suppliers, there are green tech leaders, energy alliances which are going on, and all these have to be seen within the parameters of climate and environmental dimension. So climate resilience, especially when you look at the West pushing us for carbon capture and circular energy. So that will also impact on the pace of our growth. And that is the critical mineral dependence also, which we have to look at. In the present digital infrastructure and the kind of satisfaction that we have, that we are a digital giant, so to say, the vulnerability of cyber threats is going to increase that much more. So that is another issue which we need to look at, and a large part of the cyber defense actually comes from the citizens. We already have moved towards creating our own solutions, creating our own tools, alternatives to WhatsApp, alternatives to Facebook and others. This is just a small beginning, but at least there is a realization that unless you customize your own solution, you cannot think of being strategically autonomous in any kind of security, whether it is kinetic, non-kinetic, and various domains of security. So in essence, before I finish my talk, by 2050, energy security will mean resilience, sustainability, and strategic autonomy, not purely on fuel supply, but on a complete ecosystem. And it is not going to be centered around the oil-rich nations, but technologically rich nations also, and innovation-led economies. And I think innovation is a strong point. And that is what we need to capitalize upon. And that is particularly important for those sitting in the last couple of rows. You are the future of the nation. And unless you think differently from what we think, you will certainly find that more people in India talk about politics, but less about technology and less about strategic culture. So I think that is the advice I am leaving for the last couple of rows. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Since we have some time, I just want to highlight a couple of important issues. The country has worked out on a 500 gigawatt renewable mission. Important thing to note is that we do not have the luxury of time. We have to do it. And the time we have in next 10 years. That's all the time that we have. Beyond that, we will end up in a huge mess. Number two, while Russian oil is talked about being not available, but there are companies like Luboil, all four major Russian oil companies are sanctioned, is well known, but there are a large number of small oil companies like Luboil and other things who are still selling oil. It's available. So as of information that I have as of yesterday, we had only dropped by about 8% from our normal, but come end December, we should see a steep drop. But we will somewhere down the line will have to take a call. Should we go in for a Venezuelan oil? How much does the West African oil cost us? These issues will be taken cognizance of, and also look at Iran. United States will look at these dynamics from their perspective. We have to look at them from our perspective. Sanctions is an issue which the Russians have very cleverly worked on it. So it's not something which is. Another related issue is, while we developing these technologies, etc., we have to look at skilling of the manpower. It was talked about earlier by Mr. Bedi. Manpower has to be available. We do not have that manpower available. I'll give you a small example. The other day in a conclave in Delhi, a chap was asking him, why didn't you give me an IPR? We need IPR for the technology that we buy from you. So he's a foreigner. He said, okay, what are you going to do with the IPR? I give you the IPR. What are you going to do with the IPR? Do you have the software codes? I give you software codes also. Do you have capacity to manufacture the kind of metallurgical items and the boards and other things which are required for that? See, what the important thing to note is, this is a full-fledged ecosystem. You cannot enter it in one gate and come out the other gate and say, "Aise hum kar lenge." Jugaad is not workable in these high technology areas. My next point is on these various kinds of graded oils, the production from our refineries. Please understand, India is the world's third largest producer of diesel and lubricants, which provides us with a huge amount of capital, as part of trade. So, who is providing Europe? Who has provided Europe all along these days with jet fuel? It's gone from India. How many are aware of that? Jet fuel is going from India to Europe. That's why, if you recollect, some of you must have seen the little roundtable discussion where Piyush Goyal was there. And why is Rosneft been given exemption by United States both to Germany and to UK? Because Rosneft is the lifeline of critical energy resources. That's how the game is played. The game has to be played. The leverages have to be created. So it's a three-tier system. Develop capacity, develop manpower, create a good ecosystem, energy ecosystem across the board in renewables, skilled manpower, and last but most importantly, develop geopolitical leverages. And until unless you do all these four things, we will continue to do. But please remember, starting very soon, you will start having a drop in your GDP production, and your oil prices are going to go up, and we will be the sufferer. Thank you.
The House is open to questions. Does anyone have any questions? You can raise your hand. The mic will come to you.
Good afternoon, sirs. I am Air Commodore Johar. I have listened to the eminent panelists.
Can you bring the mic closer, please?
Okay. Can you hear me now? Yes. I am Air Commodore Johar. Very nicely placed all the parameters which are required for the future for our energy. I have a few very, very small points. One is giving the example of China having electrified all their various buses and various other things. My contention is, at the micro level, I have seen over the last 10 to 15 years in very small pockets in Rajasthan, in Bangalore, where the locals have been self-sustaining using just the solar and the wind energy, looking after their small establishments. Now take, for example, this very hall. We are sitting here. I'm just saying, progressing further, why couldn't we have this whole thing solar covered? All these things would have been, maybe not wholly, but partially the energy would have come from the solar panels into the appliances which we are having here. Take the case of electrical buses, we see them. They are, as of now, they are going to charging points which are using fossil fuels to generate electricity for the charging of the buses or the vehicles. They are of no use if you calculate the wholesome picture unless the charging points have electricity being generated from non-conventional sources of energy. Then it makes sense. So, I think at the micro level, as you said, microgrids, the moment we start telling people, making facilities available, people are quite smart. Like the cell phone revolution, here, energy being generated at each house or each building can cut off the major load on the various grids. That's one point. The other point was Take the case of our trains. I mean, the train network is the biggest in the country. Why can't the trains have the tops only solar panels to compensate for the energy? Take our shipping. I think you all must have, I keep reading Rahul Bedi's articles in IDR. Take the case of shipping. In the ships, they have started using experimentally.
Sir, I think you made a good point. General Khandare will answer.
No, in the shipping, they have started using sails along with the solar panels.
Okay, he'll answer it.
Sir, your points are absolutely valid, and these are the ideas that I was prompting, that you cannot be only looking at oil. We are naturally blessed with sunlight, we are blessed with wind, and there is so much that we can utilize, and we are blessed with population. You look at countries which use people moving, and their movement itself generates electricity. So I am talking of innovations, and that is how I ended my talk, that we need to innovate, and we cannot be following the Western model. And not only Western model, I think up to a particular stage, sir, I think we were stupid enough to say we are the largest importers of military machinery. Today, I think we are most stupid by saying we are the largest importers of fuel. I think what we need to do is to generate our own capabilities and utilize whatever assets have been bestowed on us, sunlight, wind, people, and find those solutions. You are absolutely right. Unless our culture changes to avoid wastages and to be participatory contributors in energy security, this is not to be left to the government only, sir. I think each one of us has to think and contribute. I totally agree with you, and that is what I meant by microgrids and innovation, sir.
Jain sir. Sir, besides energy requirements of ours, you also talked about skill development and skilling the people for that sector itself. About skilling of persons and human resource, I would like to highlight one thing, whether it is in this context or otherwise. Okay, we know that our young students who pass out from IITs or NITs or other reputed engineering institutes, when they pass out, they are designated as engineers or scientists like this. But maximum of those opt to go for IIMs. And when they pass out from IIMs, they become managers. Now, how to fill up that gap? How we can meet the human resource development, the human resource willing to get upskilled? How we can meet that? Thank you.
Hello. I agree entirely with you, but in this country, the buck stops with the government and it stops with the bureaucracy. So when you talk about changing attitudes, you talk about changing attitudes, you talk about...
you need to bring the mic.
Sorry.
Hold it like.
Hold it.
Hello, yeah. I agree entirely with what you're saying, but as I said earlier, that in this country, when the IIT graduates pass out and go to the IIMs and then become managers, why do they do that? Because they have more scope of earning money there, because the systems do not exist on the ground. The government or the bureaucracy does not allow those systems to operate. And as the gentleman earlier said, at the micro level, it operates very well. I mean, the classic example in Punjab, for example, is the Maruta or the Jugaad, as it's called. Or in certain areas, it's called the Chali, 40. It used to cost 40,000, could transport 40 people or transport 40 quintals. And it was created at the local level, but it had no state support. So unless we change, the bureaucracy changes its attitude, unless the government changes its attitude, I think we're doomed.
Just to add, please understand, we have been for years training our children to become art students. We have been telling them to become bureaucrats. We have been telling them to become office people, managers, not technology. Technology is coming in now. The technology ecosystem is coming in now. Just as a matter of interest, entire top political leadership, 200 of them at the Politburo level in China are engineers. Xi Jinping is a chemical engineer. So they understand technology. They understand the well-being of technology. They understand what is required of technology. And that's why the 2025 mission, and that's why they want a 2047 mission, that they want to be a technologically developed country. It's a mindset. We have to change the mindset. And this is for the students at the back. You have to start thinking, and their professors and their teachers, they have to change their mindset that technology is the new force driver in the future if this country has to go forward.
Thank you, sir.
We have another question here. Can you please bring the mic here? Yeah.
Hello. Good afternoon. Very enlightening everything. I'm an ordinary citizen. I'm not a housewife. I'm an ordinary citizen. I just heard the last two gentlemen talk about the dire need to save our energy. In a very simplistic way, how do citizens do it who have no degree or PhD in technology? So my suggestion, question to you is, yes, bureaucracy, technocracy is all in all. But how about somebody raising their voice and saying, why don't we start courses for young entrepreneurs like that, where they have an alternative to go to energy? Right now, it's only about teacher, doctor, engineer, and that's the end of it. How do we go overseas, whether it's the legal route or the donkey route? The point I'm trying to make is, why don't we have courses where people like, even at my age, I can join. At least I have a strategy mind. I may not be able to function on the ground, but I can at least think and advise. So my question again is, with stalwarts like you have to make a noise at the level where they have to hear. Because these courses we've been seeing for 70 years, the same courses are run. They're only upgraded marginally. Courses are cut out, chapters are destroyed. But we're not heading anywhere, as Mr. Bedi said and as you said, Lieutenant General Vinod. I loved what you said is, the audience shows how much people care about the energy. How much is our implementation? How much is our law keeping? When we have ACs running in a house just so that people can come and cool down after 5 hours, why isn't somebody there to slap a charge on them? Thank you.
Well said, ma'am. Therefore, my recommendation to the committee, to the organizers is that maybe they making a capsule or some good ideas from this and spread it out in the public domain so that people get to know, people think about these things in a much more, just not by the way manner, determined manner. Thank you.
Madam, I appreciate what you said, and as a citizen myself, what do? I have done it in the sense I have put solar panels on my house. I am conserving on that. I have bought an e-vehicle. I am conserving on that. Whenever I go to, let me be very brutally frank, I go to guest rooms also, the kind of AC and the kind of lights and the kind of fans that are functioning, you start feeling you are in Antarctica. And do you need it? So the point here is, efficiency is to be shown based on what is required by the nation, what is required by society. And this is where I think we all need to pitch in, just keep telling everyone. This is one point. Point regarding the skilling part and the kind of orientation. One is at the level of engineers, I understand. But you know, we are spoiling our society by giving so many subsidies and freebies. Even at the lowest level where people have to work and in blue collar jobs, you have spoiled, you means including me, we have spoiled a complete culture where self-esteem is gone. You are competing with each other, how big a fraud you are, and trying to fool the system. I think we need to set it right, and as a citizen, maybe in our own silent way, even ask the political parties, what's your manifesto? How have you done it? Social media is good. I think we all can start doing it in our small little way. Bureaucratic culture, what Mr. Bedi said is absolutely true. You show me one big achievement which the bureaucrats have had in this country till date. You will not be able to even count one. Engineers, yes. You talk of Abdul Kalam, you talk of ISRO, you talk of BARC, everything is based on achievements. but the governance and law enforcement, I think it's a very sad story.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. If there's another question, anybody for questions? Okay, we have one gentleman here. Can you bring the mic here, please?
Sir, good evening. I'm Colonel Mohan Sharma, sir. I joined a bit late, but this is a subject of my interest. We have a lot of bleak pictures to paint in, the subject is the energy and the strategic evolving situation, the energy and India. And as I understand, we are spending about 55 to 60% of our budget in importing energy in various levels. But having said that, what we are doing right now, I think we should be aware of that. There are two ways of doing things. One is preserving and saving what we are trying to do, what all of us are talking, but one is trying to have something. So in that sense, I think, if you look at the private sector today, people have really, really great targets. A corporate like Ambani is looking to get 500 gigawatts by 2030. Someone like Adani is trying to do a similar number in some now. JSW is doing his own thing. There are 10 people who are doing things. A lot is happening actually. Let's see the positive side. We are doing a lot on the green energy. We are doing a lot on the solar energy. Things are expanding at scale never before. We have electricity round the clock in the most of the country. We are running our industry in a great level of efficiency as compared as ever before. So I think we are doing a great job here. But currently what we see after Trump era and in the present Ukraine and India war, talking strategically, energy is being weaponized. So that is a concern for us in an immediate future or maybe in a medium term. But I think long term, country is heading in a good way. The policies what have come into place and people which are trying to implement. And there are a lot of people, I can count 10 industries starting from Wari to so many people who are into industry of energy generation. And I think that is a plus side which we are looking at and we are heading in a good way, sir. That's all I had to add.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. May I now request the chairman of the Military Literature Festival, Lieutenant General T.S. Shergill, to please come up on stage and felicitate our speakers. Thank you very much. That was Brigadier Sehgal, Lieutenant General Kandare, and Mr. Rahul Bedi. Our next session starts in the next 5 minutes, and the topic is changing dynamics in the Afghanistan-Pakistan region and Iran. So we begin in the next 5 minutes, and the speakers are Dr. Shalini Chawla, Mr. Ravinder Kumar Kaushik, and the moderator is Mr. Yashwardhan Kumar Sinha.
Test. Hello.
Check. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to begin our next panel discussion, Changing Dynamics in the Afghanistan-Pakistan region and Iran. I now invite on stage our three panelists, Dr. Shalini Chawla, Mr. Ravindra Kumar Kaushik, and the moderator, Mr. Yashwardhan Kumar Sinha. So, Dr. Shalini Chawla, please join us on stage. Dr. Shalini Chawla is a senior fellow at the Center for Air Power and Strategic Studies, widely recognized as one of India's leading voices in defense and strategic studies. Her research spans air power, national security, and South Asian geopolitics, with numerous publications that inform both academic and policy discussions. A respected author, educator, and commentator, Dr. Chawla brings a nuanced understanding of India's strategic environment and the evolving dynamics of regional security. Welcome, Dr. Chawla. Our next speaker, Mr. Ravindra Kumar Kaushik, is a distinguished expert in national security and strategic affairs, with extensive experience analyzing India's defense landscape and military strategy. Known for his deep understanding of historical and contemporary security issues, he has contributed significantly to the study of India's military evolution and its role in shaping regional stability. His perspectives bridge scholarship and practice, offering valuable insights into the challenges and opportunities facing India's armed forces today. Welcome, Mr. Kaushik. The moderator, Mr. Yashwardhan Kumar Sinha, is the Chief Information Commissioner of India and a veteran diplomat with over 4 decades of distinguished service in the Indian Foreign Service. He has represented India in key global postings, including as High Commissioner of the United Kingdom and Sri Lanka and Ambassador to Venezuela. His leadership in diplomacy, governance, and public transparency reflects a lifelong commitment to public service and institutional integrity, making him a valued voice on issues of national and international significance. May I request all of you to please give a huge round of applause to our audience, to our guests here today. The stage is all yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session on the changing dynamics in the AFPAC region and Iran. This is a subject which I'm sure will elicit great interest among all of you, not only because it's a very live subject and a lot is happening in the region, but also because we in India, being very much part of that extended region, anything that happens in that region impacts closely on us. Now, to understand the dynamics in the region, one needs to appreciate the history of the region. And when I talk about the history of the region, I'm talking about a region that extends from, say, Patliputra to Persepolis, the capital of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. And the reason why I'm going back so far is, and I'm sure you're aware, that Cyrus, Darius, Xerxes, their empire extended right up to Punjab. And if you go to Persepolis, you will see etchings on their walls depicting local chieftains from this part paying tribute to the emperor. Now that was, of course, in the BCE, 6th century BCE. But after that, and the reason why I mentioned Patliputra is because when the Mauryan Empire was formed, and when Chandragupta Maurya defeated Seleucus, I think it was in 305 BCE in a battle, the Mauryan Empire extended into what is now the Afpak region and parts of Iran, the Sistan Baluchistan province now. In fact, it's a debatable point whether Chabahar port, which is in Sistan Baluchistan province, became part of the Mauryan Empire or not. But the fact is that today the significance of Chabahar, and I will talk about that later, is quite apparent. But throughout history, this region has played a very important role and impacted on the destiny of our people and of our country. Now, apart from the Achaemenid Empire and the Mauryan Empire, but through the ages, we have found invaders coming through that, from that part, if you extend it to Central Asia. And you also find a certain synergy between the people and the regions. And the reason why I say that, I mean, apart from the invasions that took place from Afghanistan and Central Asia, even in terms of culture, Buddhism spread to the entire region, to Central Asia. You've heard of the destruction of the Bamiyan Buddhas by the Taliban. So this region is of great importance. And nearer, I mean, in the AD era, we've had, as I mentioned, invasions from there. You had kingdoms and empires who have ruled in that region with links to the regions that I referred to, whether it was the Sakas, the Huns. Genghis Khan came to the borders of what is now India, to Punjab, 13th century, chasing a Central Asian ruler. And of course, there were some battles later on with Alauddin Khilji, and fortunately, we were spared the depredations of the Mongols. But in more recent times, you have heard about the great game that was played in the last 2 centuries. And that great game basically involved first the Tsarist Russia trying to expand to the warm waters of the Arabian Sea and coming into conflict with the British Empire or the British forces in what was their colony, India. And you've all heard of the battles fought by the British against the sturdy Pathans. In fact, I was yesterday hearing this account of the Battle of Saragari in the 1897, was it, when 20 or 21 Sikh soldiers defied the might of the Pathan marauders. So I think right through history we have examples of how this region has played an important role. In the Great Game, which was played right up to the collapse of the Soviet Union, because you had the Soviet Union invading Afghanistan, and you're all aware of how the West, in particular United States and Europe, used Pakistan to fight the battle against the Soviet Union. In many ways, the Soviet Union collapsed under its own contradictions, but to a great deal because of its misadventure in Afghanistan. But people don't learn from history. United States repeated the same mistake after 2001, after 9/11, and then they had to leave in a shambolic manner in August 2021. So this region has been extremely important in geopolitics. And when Pakistan was created in 1947, it added yet another dimension to India's relations with the entire region and the world. And the reason being that Pakistan was created from India, in my opinion, an artificial construct based on religion and the two-nation theory, which was buried in the Bay of Bengal in 1971, but unfortunately is again trying to rear its head with a change of government in Dhaka. So I think I've given you a broad perspective of the entire region. If you go to Iran, for instance, and you visit, I mentioned Persepolis, but if you visit Isfahan, in Isfahan there is a palace called Cheheltasum Palace. There is a fresco, a painting of, and I can never pronounce the Shah's name, Tehempasep, receiving Humayun. As you're aware, Humayun was driven out of India. And that painting is actually quite notable because you have a brown Humayun sitting at a lower level, paying obeisance to the Persian emperor, the Shah. And of course, you're aware of how the Shah helped Humayun reclaim his kingdom here. So I think for us in this modern era where the world is again facing a bout of instability, I call it the arc of instability in our neighborhood and in the extended region towards Iran and Central Asia. Iran is being, a very ancient civilization, is being cornered. We just witnessed the attack on Iran and the nuclear facilities by Israel and the United States and the damage caused at Natanz and Fordo. We've also seen the tensions after the re-emergence of the Taliban 2.0 between the creator and the monster. So basically what we've seen is Pakistan, and I remember the visuals of the DG ISI sipping tea in Kabul. But the wheel is turned full circle and now they are fighting each other. And India is in a position where India, and I could never ever imagine that because I lived through the birth of the Taliban 1.0 in Islamabad and also 9/11 in New York. So I'd never imagined that India one day we would have the foreign minister of a Taliban government sitting in New Delhi. But that is real politics. And that is why this region, the changing dynamics in this region plays such an important role in our understanding of how we deal with the major powers. And I think India has done reasonably well in the last few years in dealing with this conundrum. Of course, Pakistan has been the perennial bugbear, and you're all aware of Op Sindoor, and we've discussed it yesterday and today threadbare. So I'm not going into detail, but all I can say is that the dynamics in the region keep changing. You have President Trump feting, and I called him the failed or self-appointed field marshal at the White House in Washington. You have a situation where rare earths have become an important commodity, where tariffs is the currency of power. So in this situation, I think as far as India is concerned, we need to be very mindful of how the game is being played. In fact, a new great game is being played as we speak. And China has entered the region. So all this sort of makes things very complicated, very complex, and we couldn't ask for a better panel to discuss this. Mr. Kaushik and Dr. Chawla. I'd like to first ask Mr. Kaushik to speak on Pakistan, the internal dynamics, the changing dynamics in that country, the civil-military relationship, the resurgence of terrorism, the impact that the TTP is having on the security situation in Pakistan, their perilous economic situation, and also the use of terrorism as an instrument of state policy against India.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you, General Shergill, for giving me the opportunity to participate in the military-led festival. If we scan the history of Pakistan, our difficult neighbor, we see that only twice in Pakistan, civilian rulers have worked like a normal democratic head of government and head of state. The first 4 years of after its birth, that is when Jinnah was alive, up to 11th September 48, and then 20th October 51, till the date the first Prime Minister Liaquat Ali Khan was assassinated. At that time, in these 4 years, the Pakistan Army was taking orders from the civilian rulers. It is very, very pertinent to point out that at that time, the Commander-in-Chief of the Pakistan Army were British officers. So what happened was that it was on 10th of February 1951 that Ayub Khan somehow very dexterously managed to become the first Commander-in-Chief of the Pakistan Army, and after that he started intervening, interfering and participating in the various works of the government. Now there is a recent book by the killer of the first Prime Minister Liaquat Ali Khan, published in America. That man lives in America. He has mentioned that some linkage between Ayub Khan and Pakistan's establishment and the killer who shot Liaquat Ali Khan in 1951. The second time was when, after the fall of Dhaka, the government was taken over by Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, and he ruled for 5.5 years up to 5th July 77. That was the second time when a democratically elected leader was ruling like a normal head of government and head of state, and the army was taking orders, or the establishment was taking orders from a civilian head of government. Otherwise, in Pakistan, it is the establishment or the army or ISI which calls the shots and which takes decisions. There are certain departments which are no-go areas for civilian politicians. For example, the defense policy of the government, the foreign policy, the Kashmir policy, Afghanistan policy, China policy, US policy, and financial matters, including the press, TV, and the modern, you can say, publicity instruments. All these are taken over by the Pakistan's establishment. Now, if we start scanning this period, I would start from the date Imran Khan took over as Prime Minister. That was on 18th August 2018. It was a decision by the Pakistan's establishment to get rid of Nawaz Sharif and Pakistan People's Party, and they decided to bring a new face. The cricketer turned politician and his Tehreek-e-Insaf was supported by the establishment to come into power, and some independents and other parties supported him. The basis, the premise of the whole argument was that Imran would be able to improve the economy of Pakistan. But it was also clear to all the observers that his survival will depend on the economic situation in Pakistan. Imran did try but failed, and there were major factors for his failure. But one of the factors was, of course, the hit which the Pakistan's economy got, like other countries, in context of Corona in 2020 and 21. A situation came when the growth started dwindling and it came to 2.2%. So Imran was not successful in controlling the economy of Pakistan, and ultimately the establishment in its wisdom and sagacity thought that they have to get rid of Imran Khan, and on 10th of April 2022 they managed a no confidence motion against Imran Khan, leading to a situation where Imran had to resign. On 11th April 2022, Shehbaz Sharif took over. The most important development in this Imran regime was a day called 16th June 2019, when he shifted. In fact, first he decided that this Lieutenant General Asim Munir may be sacked, but then he changed his mind and he told General Bajwa that he may be shifted to command the 31 Corps in Gujranwala. That was a humiliation, because generally the chief of ISI is not shifted unceremoniously after 8 months. That was taken to heart by Asim Munir, and he tried to meet Imran's wife Bushra Bibi, but she refused to meet. Imran also refused audience, and he felt insulted and humiliated. And as Lenin once said, sometimes nothing happens in decades, and sometimes decades happen in weeks. So that was a week which was very important, and that was the day when Asim Munir decided that his enemy number one and his opponent is Imran Khan. Now when it came to choosing the successor of General Bajwa in Pakistan, the Nawaz Sharif's brother Shehbaz Sharif decided that the best man to confront Imran Khan would be Asim Munir. I want to tell you a little bit about Asim Munir. Asim Munir was born on 6th June 1966 in Rawalpindi and got commissioned in April 86 in the 23rd Frontier Force Regiment. He is actually a Sunni, but he's married to a rich businessman's daughter Iram in Jhang district of Pakistan. He has a personal problem. His son Rahil Munir is a special child, and his two daughters are both married to, one to a businessman in England, another to an army major in England. So personally, he has a problem because his only son Rahil Munir is a special child. Now, after this, the closeness with President Trump, on 22nd August, his wife Iram Munir, his son Rahil Munir, his daughter Mehtab, and his other daughter Zainab, they all got the citizenship of United States on 22nd August this year. They were given citizenship of United States by President Trump's magnanimity. Now, what happened was, once he took over as Chief of Army Staff, his main target was Imran Khan. He tried his level best to crush. There were incidents of 9th May 2023 when certain army installations were hit by the workers of Imran Khan, but the Imran Khan's party and his leaders denied that. They said this was all concocted and managed by ISI. Then there was another incident last year on 26th November in Islamabad, where more than 100 people were shot. They all were from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the northwest frontier province, but were shot by the Special Services Group commandos who were ordered by Asim Munir to hit them, and straight firing was done in the night. Very luckily, his wife got saved, otherwise she would also have got hit in that firing of SSG on the workers of Imran Khan's party. Now, the point I am making is that Asim Munir made Imran Khan his main target. Now, in the February 24 elections also, he managed to get a decision from the Supreme Court of Pakistan that the Imran Khan's party's symbol, a cricket bat, would not be given to the party. And the candidates of Imran Khan's party, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, would not contest the elections on the symbol of bat. They all will have to contest as independents. Still, they manage around 102 seats in the National Assembly of Pakistan, which has 260 elected seats, and otherwise they have 336 seats. The point I'm making is that with the downfall of Imran Khan and his 5th August 2023 arrest, which is now more than 2 years, the position of Asim Munir became stronger by the day. We also know, and it is not out of tune to mention here, that Imran's third wife, Bushra Bibi, also remained in jail along with him, but separately. Now political situation in Pakistan became from bad to worst. They passed 26th Amendment last year in October, in which the Supreme Court was bifurcated to the extent that there would be a separate bench called the Constitutional Bench of the Supreme Court, which would hear cases of constitutional nature, and other cases of ordinary people would be heard by the remaining judges. It was also mentioned in that 26th Amendment that the Chief Justice of the Pakistan's Supreme Court would be selected by the Parliament of Pakistan. Very strange way of working, but it was done. But now, if we come to the present, the retirement of Asim Munir is fixed on 27th of November. Now there is a confirmed news that in next week they are putting a 27th Amendment to the Constitution, whereby Asim Munir, who got the self-styled rank of Field Marshal, would be made either the Chief of Defence Staff or the Commander-in-Chief. But he will not be a Chief of Defence Staff as we understand in India. He will be like a British Commander-in-Chief, Field Marshal Auchinleck. The Army, the Navy would report to him, ISI already reports to him, and he would be the all-powerful. He would only report to the President, who happens to be a ceremonial head of the state. So virtually the government would not be interfering in the defense matters of Pakistan. As I have already said, foreign policy again is a personal domain of the establishment of Pakistan, and they are now also controlling the press, the TV, the social media, and also they are interfering in the financial affairs of Pakistan. They got their own man, a former chairman of Habib Bank, a man called Aurangzeb Ori. Aurangzeb, popularly called Ori, was appointed as finance minister of Pakistan on the recommendation of the establishment of Pakistan. Now a situation is developing there that Asim Munir, who has a staggering hatred for India, is becoming more and more powerful. It is again relevant to add here that during his days in Staff College, Quetta, the term given to him was deceiver by his colleagues, that Asim Munir is a deceiver. But now this deceiver is becoming more powerful by the day. So they have, in YouTube and other places, they have wrongly mentioned his date of birth as 68, otherwise he is 6th June 1966 born. So he is 59 and has a long time to go. Now the point I am making is that basically the situation for the civilian government in Pakistan is that of a lame duck government. They don't have much power, they can't take any decision, and most of the decision would be taken by General Asim Munir and his generals. In Pakistan, it is very pertinent again to mention that 5 posts, in case of 5 posts, the files are sent to the Prime Minister. They are the Army Chief, the Navy Chief, the Air Force Chief, the ISI Chief, and the Chairman Joint Chief of Staff. Now they are going to change the nomenclature next week. So I think that power would also be withdrawn from the Prime Minister and would be given to the Commander-in-Chief, or if he gets the nomenclature of Chief of Defence Staff, to the Chief of Defence Staff. A little bit about the ISI also. As we don't have such an organization in India, but in Pakistan, almost 169 districts are there. Every district has a ISI unit. It is commanded generally by a officer commanding. This is the nomenclature they use. And it is normally for ordinary districts, it's a major. And for important districts, it's a lieutenant colonel. Then comes the sub-sector commander, normally at the divisional level. He is a full colonel. Then comes the sector commander. In Punjab, they have 3, in Multan, in Lahore, and in Islamabad, Rawalpindi. In Sindh, they have only 2, in Karachi and rest of Sindh. In northwest frontier, that is Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, they have only 1, and in Balochistan, they have 1. So these are sector commanders, brigadier rank officer. But they work under one of the 12 branches of ISI, and the main important branch which deals with political matters is branch C. So it is headed by a major general. So Imran named that man as Dirty Harry, Major General Faisal Nasir, a commissioned officer of 92 seniority. He named him as Dirty Harry. So he would use the word Dirty Harry for Major General Faisal Nasir, who heads the C branch of the ISI, which deals with the political matters. So far as the economic situation is concerned, in Pakistan at present, the internal debt is 82,65,000 crores and the external debt is $134.8 billion. The growth has dwindled to 2.2% of the GDP. The budget of Pakistan is 62 billion US dollars, and out of that 42% of that goes for defense and the allied issues, including the defense pensions. So such a scenario is there that the economic situation in Pakistan is very precarious, and the present foreign exchange reserve is $10.1 billion. Just compare it with India's, which is $700 billion. So politically there is uncertainty, and economically there is a very bad situation. But in this, they are getting support of United States to some extent. The gesture of President Trump making Madam Iram Munir, his son Rahil Munir, and his 2 daughters as citizens of United States, and also the support he is getting from China, that has given him some confidence. Recently, they also signed an agreement with Saudi Arabia, a defense pact which was never signed earlier, and there are reports that there may be a similar pact with UAE. So that way, some encouragement is there for Asim Munir, but he is likely to change the nomenclature and get a further extension of 5 years in next few days to come. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushik. Just to fill in at one point on the economy, it may be of interest to the audience. You know, Pakistan has undertaken, I think, the 24th loan from the IMF. And it has never been really able to pay back the loans that it takes. In fact, I recall describing Pakistan as the sick man of Asia on a drip, and the drip being the American multilateral organizations like the World Bank, IMF, and of course the Gulf nations and China as assistance. Otherwise, that country would not be able to survive. The other point is terrorism. That's one aspect which concerns all of us. You've heard this distinction between good and bad terrorists. And Hillary Clinton's famous thing that you cannot expect cannot have snakes in your backyard and not expect them to bite you. So the blowback, we've all seen, it's been happening for a long time. There are no good or bad terrorists. And that is why the TTP, which earlier had very strong links with the ISI and the Pakistan Army, has turned against it. And now they find shelter in Afghanistan. And similarly, other groups which are nurtured specifically to fight India or to create mayhem in India, like the Lashkar-e-Taiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed, follow the party line and adhere to the goals set out by the ISI and the Pak establishment. So this good distinction between good and bad terrorists, between good and bad Taliban, really is ephemeral. So I think I just wanted to add there that one point on the water I'll add later on, but I'd request Dr. Chawla to speak on the great game that is evolving in the region at present.
Yeah, I'm audible. Good evening, everybody. We have heard some great points from Ambassador Sinha, and I also received yesterday some of the themes that he wanted me to cover under the largest picture of great game and, many other evolving dynamics which are particularly very relevant for us. So in the next 10 to 12 minutes, I just want to kind of give you a scan of what is happening in Afghanistan, Pakistan, yes, Mr. Kaushik has covered some part, but what are the emerging dynamics that we see which will impact the region, which will impact India? To begin with, I think, one of the most critical events that we have seen lately has been the US strikes on the Iranian nuclear sites. And the chair had specifically wanted me to cover this aspect since the session is on Iran as well. So the US obviously claims, we all know they conducted strikes on the Iranian nuclear facilities, and they kind of claimed that they've caused significant destruction on the nuclear program for the nuclear infrastructure of Iran, and they claim that they have put the Iranian nuclear program behind by, say, 2 years. Whereas if you hear the Iranian statements, they are saying that nothing happened. But yes, the destruction was definitely there. But the main question here is that has that destruction actually destructed the mindset of Iran? Has it actually destructed or damaged in any form the nuclear intentions of Iran? So I think that's not happened. How did it all start? Obviously started with the IAEA report which came on the 12th June, which talked about Iran building the nuclear facilities and producing uranium, and that's where we had the Israeli strikes, which were then followed by the US strikes. US obviously used very robust offensive weaponry, which included the Sprint stealth bombers, which also included 2 dozens of cruise missiles, and approximately 75 precision guided weapons were used to target Iran. Now, what does it all imply? What it implies is that Iran is a NPT signatory country, and then being hit by United States, even with the fact that it was an NPT signatory, I think it really challenges the whole credibility of the treaty. So this was definitely against international norms. Second part is that what would Iran do after this? I think we will not see change in Iran's determination to do that. So yes, some part of facility might have been damaged, but it has the whole infrastructure. They have the scientists, they have the wherewithal. So Iran is very much, determined to go ahead with that nuclear strike. So we will see that happening, and this is going to be a challenge that we will see in the region. And Iran very much said that, they have been complying with the IAEA, and if you all remember in 2015 when the JCPOA, which is the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, was signed between the P5 and Iran, it was on that basis that even IAEA said that Iran was complying. So we see this whole dynamics of conflict which is emerged and a stress point that we have seen here. Now, why I'm talking about it, because when we talk about the Pakistan-Saudi defense agreement, this development has a definite relevance there. And why was this need for the defense agreement between Saudis and Pakistans from their own side? Now, coming to Pakistan and Afghanistan, and a particular point which the chair raised in his introductory comments about the fact that there are this conflict which is going on between Pakistan and Afghanistan. We have seen a series of strikes which are happening. We have seen the TTP, the Tehrik-e-Taliban, having a very, very robust posture. In the first 9 months of 2025, TTP conducted close to about 600 attacks, as compared to 65, which was a year when the Taliban took over. So about 2,400 Pakistan security forces have been killed in those 9 months, which makes it about 8+ military personnel every single day, which is a big hit to the Pakistan military. The trigger for this particular conflict that we see right now was the October 8 attack which happened, which was conducted by the TTP militants in Afghanistan, on the Pakistan army, and that's where we saw a series of strikes happening from Pakistan. Now, have there been ceasefire efforts? Yes. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, they are all trying for a ceasefire. In fact, yesterday was the latest round of ceasefire which happened, but it failed. Last ceasefire round, which was happening in Istanbul, it came pretty close, but it failed on a very shocking revelation by Pakistan military, where it said that it has an agreement with the United States permitting drone operations from its territory. Later, obviously, Pakistan has denied it, but this was something which really infuriated the Taliban, and the ceasefire did not work out. So the ceasefire has not worked out. The skirmish is going to continue. The main reason for the tensions between the Taliban and the Tehrik-e-Taliban and Pakistan is Taliban's reluctance and unwillingness to kind of control the TTP, which Pakistan has been repeatedly asking, because obviously Taliban sees TTP as their own ideological extension. They are very much two sides of the same coin. And this TTP emboldenment obviously will have ramifications in the region. It will definitely have spillover impact. We are already seeing it, but it's going to have it. The other point which, Chair had sent me, and he wanted me to talk, that why is the Pakistan military not able to control the TTP, despite the fact that it is it has not been able to control the TTP, and also not been able to challenge the Afghan Taliban despite having such a strong conventional military capability. Now, the point is that the Taliban and Afghanistan obviously are extremely resilient. They might not have the military equipment as compared to what the Pakistan military has, but the mindset and the determination is there. The Russians couldn't defeat it. The US couldn't defeat it. The best armies of the world could not defeat it. So obviously Pakistan military understands that there are limitations, and there is that tacit understanding that they have right now. The other factor which why the Taliban are not ready to control the TTP to that extent militarily is because in case there are divisions within the TTP with the Taliban attempt, there is a full chance of the TTP recruits joining the ISKP, which is the Islamic State. So it is obviously complicated, where the Taliban in Afghanistan do not feel that they are in that kind of position to control TTP, ideological, psychologically, and Pakistan military has that assertion. It has adopted extremely coarse means to pressurize Afghanistan. They have blocked the checkposts, they have repatriated the Afghan refugees, they have raised the tariff on the Afghan goods, so everything has been tried and nothing has worked. So this situation definitely is continue to go, and it's going to be worse there. Now the US obviously is interested in Afghanistan, and it sees Pakistan as its partner in counterterrorism there. We have seen it that very well in the killing of Zawahiri, and then also in case of Sharifullah. So US certainly sees the utility of Pakistan in that context. And it sees usefulness of Pakistan there, and Pakistan realizes that it has that kind of utility factor for the United States, and that it wants to manage in its own favor. Now, what are the change dynamics of post-Operation Sindoor? I think this period has been extremely critical. Now, within Pakistan, what we have seen, that army has completely revived its image. It is much more stronger, stronger than ever before. Asim Munir, now with the 27th Amendment, will also change the entire dynamics in terms of the funding. They will have a CDS there, and we have seen the Army Amendment Act, the 26th Amendment Act, and the 27th Amendment Act will also further impact the judiciary. Because a very critical factor in the proposed 27th Amendment Act is that the judges can be posted and transferred without seeking their consensus, which was not before. So this is going to be a challenging factor for the civilian institutions in Pakistan, but it is a hybrid regime, and this is the way I think it's going to just continue with the facade of a democracy, so-called democracy. Now, where does Pakistan stand right now? I think what is happening, that post-Operation Sindoor, Pakistan talked about the narrative of victory, that we have achieved military victory against India. But at the same time, it also manages a narrative of victimhood, and citing India's decision on the Indus Water Treaty. So it is managing these two narratives of victimhood and victory at the same time that we see there. What's going to be happening on the nuclear dimension of Pakistan? I'm just going by a couple of points, sir, which you had raised and you wanted me to address. The nuclear position of Pakistan is very critical, although a lot of Indian media talked about it, that we have, we have called their nuclear bluffed. Yes, we did challenge Pakistan's nuclear position, but their reliance on the threat of nuclear weapons is very much there. Asim Munir, standing in Washington, did issue a threat of nuclear weapons to India. Even recently, he talked about it. So that position very much stays. But on the other side, Pakistan has also announced the buildup of its rocket force, which will be very much in line with what we have seen as the PLA rocket force, because Chinese are going to be helping them there. So certainly it wants to focus on the buildup of the conventional missile. And this is the lesson it has learned from Operation Sindoor, where it felt the vulnerability of that aspect. So it does feel that there is space for conventional war, but it wants to maintain the nuclear threat, and that's where Pakistan is going to continue to go. And what we see in the region in terms of the different dynamics, we have seen multiple bilateral dynamics emerging now. So Pakistan, US-China relationship stays. There's nothing much that I can add there. It's already at the peak. It will intensify more. Its relationship with US has revived. President Trump seems to be very fond of Asim Munir. He's called him to the White House twice. He'd had a lunch there. He's kind of praising Munir. So Asim Munir definitely feels that he's arrived. And they have also managed to get some form of security assistance, which the AMRAAM missiles, which they have been seeking for. Then we have the Pakistan-Azerbaijan relationship, which is flourishing. Pakistan-Turkey relationship, which is quite intensifying right now at the defense cooperation. And Pakistan is also attempting to get strategic alliance with Bangladesh. And all these alliances have China as a very strong factor there. So we have these trios and the multilateral, relationships which are emerging in the whole situation right now. There are also complexities where the youth have, raising voices. We have seen first in Sri Lanka, then we saw in Bangladesh, and then we saw in Nepal that the situation has been pretty challenging there. So region is definitely going through these complexity. And within that, we have Afghanistan and Pakistan conflict going on, but Afghanistan and India relationship kind of taking a different, a little bit more stability, where India is engaging with Afghanistan because of its own strategic and security interest, because what's happening in Afghanistan right now is Taliban has monopolized the power very much. It's a centralized control that they have. They very much realize that the stability of the regime lies in their unity. So there might be fissures within the Taliban, but externally they definitely want to keep up a facade of unity there. So India's engagement has been there. It is definitely going to expand more because of our security and strategic interest, and also because of our position to work towards the well-being of the Afghans, and that's going to continue. So there are complexities here. There are bilateral relationships. There is a very strong China engagement that we have here. But despite that, obviously, I feel, and then you have Pakistan-Saudi Defense Pact, which has been signed, which is because of the, Pakistan's desire to have an extended security apparatus, and Saudis obviously feeling the complexity which has been there because of the Iranian position, what we saw Israel conducting strikes in Doha, and then also in Iran. Now, what will this Pakistan Saudi pact mean for India? And there are a lot of ramifications, but for us, I think a very important factor is that Pakistan is going to have now Saudi fund to acquire the US equipment. So that's going to be one ramification of this whole pact, is what I mean. I mean, yes, there are complexities, there are dynamics, but I think despite this, what we will see is India will continue to grow, and it will become the third largest economy by 2027, and we will keep our position of strategic autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you, Shalini. Just one aspect which I think got overlooked was the tensions between Iran and Pakistan. You're aware that in January 2024, Iran conducted strikes against the Jaish al-Adl group across the border in Balochistan, and Pakistan retaliated by targeting Iranian towns and military sites. So this tension is always under the surface. So while you have, and the Saudi-Pakistan pact will obviously play or militate against closer relations with Iran. And at the same time, China is going to be watching very closely, because Pakistan's traditional policy of running with the hare and hunting with the hound will not succeed beyond a point. So there will be these tensions that will come into play. So before we open the floor to questions, Mr. Kaushik would like to make a brief point.
Sorry. Thank you, sir. 2 points which I missed inadvertently I want to add. A question comes as to, in view of the recent interaction between President Trump and the Pakistan Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir, the important question is how much aid Pakistan has received since it came into existence. And I scanned the whole record, and it came out that the total aid as on today, which Pakistan has received, the word is aid, not loan, it is 80.3 billion US dollars. That is the total aid Pakistan has received. Secondly, the total loan, which in 24 different IMF programs Pakistan has opted in last 78 years, is $28.3 billion. That is also relevant. And recently, the much publicized CPAC, China has put around $65 billion in the CPAC development. Another point which I wanted to make was, a question comes in the mind of Indian students of Pakistan affairs that the rebels in Balochistan, the Balochistan Liberation Army, the Balochistan Liberation Front, the Baloch Republican Army, and the Baloch Republican Guards. How much is the rough strength of these four organizations, which definitely are having a pro-India view but are fighting for liberation of Balochistan? The total strength of these four organizations comes out between 11 to 12,000 fighters. So maybe if General Shergill permits me, it is a div strength, sir. It's a div strength for all four organizations, and they are fighting militarily with the Pakistan Army in Balochistan. So far as the TTP is concerned, it has 8,000 plus fighters fighting Pakistan for the different causes, of course. The Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, about which Madam Shalini also mentioned and Ambassador Sinha also mentioned. So these are some of the points I wanted to make.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushik. The floor is open for questions. The gentleman here, could you please give the mic to him?
Ambassador, this is in the context of India, Iran, and Israel. On the one hand, we have very good relations with Israel. On the other, we are also seeking, especially after the rebuff from Saudi Arabia on the Pakistan-Saudi Defense Pact, we may again turn to Iran. And will this impact our relations with Israel and the United States? That's one point. And for Madam Chawla, it's a question, recently there was a report about Pakistan conducting nuclear tests. Is that real, or is that fake news, or what's the story there? And controlling TTP, well, they may not want to control TTP. Don't forget there's Pashtun nationalism going back centuries. Ever since the days of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, they've been demanding the return of Pashtun areas back to Pakistan. So it's not it's not such a simple thing controlling the TTP, because their legitimacy arises from Pashtun nationalism. The legitimacy of the Taliban depends on Pashtun nationalism.
Thank you. To address your question on Iran, Israel, India, US, and Saudi, the India-Iran relationship is very, very old. Even at the height of tensions with the US earlier, we were doing business with Iran. We were buying oil from Iran. We circumvented the US sanctions by opening escrow accounts first in a bank in Germany. When that got sanctioned, with UCO Bank in India. And then we used Oman. So we kept buying oil in reduced quantities. Our investments got affected. But in Chabahar, for instance, even though Trump, the administration has imposed sanctions and then given a 6-month exemption, I have personally traveled from Chabahar up north towards Iran Sheher. It's one of the most valuable routes for India to bypass Pakistan and to access not only Afghanistan but Central Asia. So we will continue to hedge. We are very good at hedging. And as far as the US is concerned, obviously with someone like President Trump, who was so unpredictable and so disruptive, you really can't plan for tomorrow. So what we are going to do is to continue to do business with Iran. There will be ups and there will be downs, depending on the geopolitics and, more importantly, the geoeconomics that is in play. And as far as Israel is concerned, Israel understands our compulsions. It did so 10 years ago. It continues to do so now, because they know that we are not really aiding Iran's war effort or attempts to... Our defense collaboration is next to zero as far as Iran is concerned. So I think we will hedge, and hedge pretty well. And I don't know whether that satisfies you. As far as Saudi Arabia is concerned, I understand, and I'm not in government, that we have been assured that the Saudi-Pakistan pact is in no way aimed against India. Shalini, would like to take that?
Thank you, sir. Sir, your question on in Pakistan conducting the nuclear test. So President Trump made that statement. So Pakistan anyway would have been happy about that statement and did not deny that, because post Operation Sindoor, what we have seen that there have been, inclination towards posing that threat because of our position that we have challenged the nuclear position of Pakistan. So there have been some critical developments. And if you recall, sir, even after the Pahalgam attack, Pakistan did issue the nuclear threat through the railway minister and then Bhutto. And even on the 10th, the day the ceasefire happened between India and Pakistan, there was this buzz in the air that, the NSA meeting has been called, National Command Authority. So this shooting of this whole, threat is something that Pakistan plays on. It's a psychological game, and nuclear weapons are a psychological weapon, sir. So this is a part of that. What they have done is they've announced fresh red lines. There have been red lines which Khalid Kidwai announced way back in 2002, but now we have had 3 red lines that they talk about, which includes also the Indus Water Treaty. So they will continue to maintain the lower threshold, nuclear threshold, and this talk about the test, in my knowledge, no test happened. The news was there that they will be conducting, and Pakistan hasn't denied it. The second factor about the TTP, sir, you are right. It's not easy to control them because of the whole complexity of the situation there. The TTP obviously has become very emboldened because after the Afghan Taliban came into power, and to bring them in power, Pakistan regime, from the beginning felt that bringing them into power will ease them off with this whole Pashtun nationalism pressure, will also release them of that, pressure of sorting the Durand line, and they in their mind had somewhere the conviction that the Taliban regime will accept the border, which did not happen. So the Taliban coming into power has given that psychological push to the TTP that if they can do it, we can also do it. So it is complicated. And to my mind, the numbers are, obviously very high. Some of them have been placed in Afghanistan, and the military operations have been conducted extensively. Some of them are known in the public domain, some of them are not, but nothing has happened. And I don't think there is a military solution to this problem. But the other aspect is that Pakistan does not believe in peaceful solution. So in the entire history of that country, we have not seen the Pakistan regime, neither civilian nor military, sorting any form of opposition in a peaceful mode. Be it Baluch resentment, the KPK, what we are seeing right now, Bangladesh was created. So the peaceful resolution is not something that Pakistan can opt for given the way it is. And now even more with Asim Munir taking that, whole stance and becoming all powerful. So I think this situation will remain complicated. This will, in a way, become a base for the military, I feel, to seek more equipment from United States, maybe also seek some counter-terror, cooperation from US. So that would be another dynamics which we will see emerging in the future.
Thank you, Shali. And to add that the Durand line has not been accepted by any Afghan government, and including the Taliban. And that was a line drawn by the British in sand, basically dividing the Pashtun communities. And that is why it will always remain a source of trouble for Pakistan.
My question is to Kaushik sir. Pakistan at one time is having a good relation with China. They have CPEC. The other side, they are having close relation with the USA, and at the same time they are forging alliance with the Saudi Arabia, and we are seeing their positive approach towards the Bangladesh also. My question is it so easy for a tiny country to venture out so openly in the global theater? I mean, how much long it will last for the Pakistan as far as diplomacy is concerned?
Thank you very much. So with your permission. Actually, please correct your word tiny. In international relation, tiny or huge or humongous, these are irrelevant notions. Because sometimes you are strategically placed in such a situation where you have many paramours approaching you. So in case of Pakistan, it is in a strategically important geographical area where if, as President Trump says, and in a simple language, He needs Bagram Air Base. So he has been given promises by General Asim Munir, as reports suggest, that he would be helping him in not only changing this regime of Taliban, but also taking off this Bagram Air Base. Then China also doesn't want to lose its influence. Recently, as I mentioned in my presentation, they have invested around $65 billion in roads, in railways, in energy projects, and in Gwadar port. So obviously they have spent so much money. So they would not like to lose. And please recall that in Operation Sindoor, we have very credible reports, and it was announced by our Deputy Chief of Army Staff that China was helping Pakistan very much in operations against India. So their friendship with China is also strong. And it is, I would say, and let me say, give marks to our enemy, that it is a tribute to their wisdom, sagacity, and dexterity. Dexterity is more important, that they have also managed good relationship through some lobbying firms, cryptocurrency or other issues with President Trump also. Somehow, whether it remains for a long period or it remains for an ephemerally short period, that times will tell. But for the time being, he has got, as Shalini mentioned, twice he has met President Trump. He had lunch with the president. No army chief of Pakistan never had any lunch with the American president. It's a big honor. And symbolically, it sends a message to certain other states like Saudi Arabia or UAE or other smaller countries. So they have managed for the time being. And of course, the edge in Bangladesh is also there. But they have, if they have done it in Bangladesh, we have also returned the compliment in Afghanistan. So not to worry too much about that. But for the timing, yes, certain positive points are there in their kitty.
Okay, sir. Okay, our closeness, sir, with Afghanistan in this changing world order, our closeness with Afghanistan, a non-recognized nation, is it going to stay, or we can apprehend something in the fast-changing world order?
Our closeness with Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, yeah.
Okay, so just to add to, I got your point, sir, can I? So, you know, this question was very interesting, which was raised about Pakistan's alliance with China, United States, Saudi Arabia. So many times when people question and say that, you know, it's an irrational country, that's exactly my point, that it's the most rational country to be able to do so. Because for Chinese, Pakistan is the cheapest option which it can use against India. For United States, obviously, the strategic location is important. Chinese do not counter that relationship between US and Pakistan because its relationship with US eases out the financial situation in Pakistan. You know, the IMF, World Bank, all the loans are because of its US relationship. And Saudis, obviously, they have a long-standing relationship which will continue. Our relationship with Afghanistan, I think we have been very cautious and slow in that. See, Taliban took over in 2021. We opened the embassy in 2022. We opened the consulate. We had a technical mission. So we are waiting and watching. We haven't jumped into it. We are going very, very slowly because, you know, one is that we have our strategic interests. It is a connector for us. We have had historical ties there. We have security interests because in the past, you know that there is a history of Afghanistan being used by the anti-India groups
Kashmir mission itself, yeah.
No, Lashkar and Jaish had the training camps. Our embassy was bombed in Kabul. So there has been that history. So we need to guard that security interest. And very importantly, we had invested $3 billion in Afghanistan, which we will not let go in vain. So we want to obviously have that relationship, also work towards the well-being of Afghans. So I think this will be growing steadily. We are not hurrying into it. Right now, as of now, I think the situation looks like going as per that what we thought. We have got assurances from the Taliban that they will not allow anti-India groups there, and there has been no evidence of that happening as of now. But obviously, we will see what happens.
Our experts
Thank
think...
you. I think she'd answered the question. Basically, it's my enemy's enemy is my friend. That is real politics.
That is also...
And also, not a single Indian project in Afghanistan has come under attack after the Taliban has come to power. Because those projects, like the Salma Dam and the Parliament and smaller projects, are driven by local demand and not imposed. So it is in their interest to preserve those projects. If the Taliban starts destroying or dismantling Indian projects in Afghanistan, the local people will turn against Taliban. And Taliban knows that, and that is why Foreign Minister Muttaqi is seeking greater involvement of India in development of Afghanistan.
Sir, I want to add, in the internal dynamics of Taliban, there are two groups which are very important. There is this Haqqani group, which is pro-Pakistan. The Ministry of Interior is with Haqqani group. But then there is a Kandahar group led by the chief of Taliban, Mullah Akhundzada. That group wants good relations with India. As Shalini mentioned about the attack on the Indian embassy, please remember this was done by a Haqqani group of Pakistan. But then this Mullah Akhundzada group based in Kandahar, Muttaqi belongs to that group. That group basically overwhelmingly is very dominant in Taliban. They want good relations with India. And so far as this aid part is concerned, please remember Pakistan was very lucky in getting $79.9 billion of aid from Islamic countries. I'm talking of aid, not loan. We have to keep in mind that they have mastered the art of beggary. It is generally said nobody takes a beggar seriously, but they have mastered that art. And this aid part is very, very huge if you compare it with other countries of the world.
Thank you. I think we've come to the end of the session. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the panelists and thank all of you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Sinha, for moderating that session so well. Dr. Shalini and Mr. Kaushik, thank you for your presence. May I now request the chairman of the Military Literature Festival, Lieutenant General T.S. Shergill, to please come up on stage and honor our speakers here. Thank you, speakers. And we move on to our last section for the day. Our final section for today, the topic, Ranjit Singh's Empire, Frontier Consolidation and Campaign in Gilgit, Baltistan and Tibet. To take over the stage, may I now request Brigadier J.S. Arora to please come up here.
Please settle down, ladies and gentlemen. NK, may I request you all to please settle down? This is the last session, so just about 40-50 minutes. Thereafter, the field is left free, all chairs removed. And after the heavy dose on Afghanistan of today, the turbulence which we have seen for last many decades, will take you back to Afghanistan 200 years back. It still remains in trouble spot. So let them finish with the ceremony. General Chima sir, please settle down. This particular panel is actually by Amardeep, and this will be a mix of Punjabi English both, because we wanted to have one panel discussion in Punjabi and English both. So here we go. The panel is Ranjit Singh's Empire, Frontier Consolidation and Campaigns in Gilgit-Baltistan and Tibet. This is about that era of 19th century where Ranjit Singh had taken over Lahore, and thereafter the Lahore Empire was built by him over next 39-40 years, finally annexed by Britishers in 1849. We have here with us Amardeep Singh, who has done extensive research and has devoted his lifetime in researching, started with the lost heritage which is left behind today's Pakistan, Punjab and Northwest. He's gone through 9 countries in last about 11 years and has created monumental work ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੀ ਕਈ ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨਾਂ ਲਈ ਇੱਕ ਰੈਡੀ ਰੈਕਨਰ ਬਣ ਜਾਏਗਾ. Amardeep studied in Doon School, Dehradun, went to Manipal, did his BE. Thereafter he went to Chicago and did his MBA. He spent 21 years in American Express. He was a regional head of their revenue wing for the Southeast Asia for 21 years. When this calling came to him, he was interested from the very beginning in the spiritual urge he had for creating something, what he learned from his parents when they came from, he's a Kashmiri, from Muzaffarabad. ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਉੱਜੜ ਕੇ ਆਏ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੋਰਖਪੁਰ ਆਪਣਾ ਘਰ ਬਣਾਇਆ. ਗੋਰਖਪੁਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫਾਦਰ ਸੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੂਨ ਸਕੂਲ ਭੇਜਿਆ, ਤੇ ਘਰ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੋਲਣੀ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਸੀ, ਸਕੂਲ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਬੋਲਣੀ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਸੀ, ਉੱਥੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਲਾਉਡ ਸੀ. This is how he narrates his story. Now, during this period, you know, in 2014 he decided to leave American Express to focus on researching and documenting the forgotten legacies across politically hard to access Afghanistan and other geographies. As an independent visual ethnographic researcher, Amardeep traveled 126 cities and villages in Pakistan. ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਿਰਫ ਨਨਕਾਣਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਪੰਜਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ. He went to 126 cities and villages in Pakistan right up to Khyber and on the other side, Gilgit-Baltistan. He explained the tangible and intangible Sikh legacies, its remnants in the post-47 partition, which has been published in 2 books, Lost Heritage, The Sikh Legacy in Pakistan, and The Quest Continues, Lost Heritage, The Sikh Legacy in Pakistan. When his first book came out, I was then, my office was in Sector 21. I learned that somebody has come to Aroma Hotel and had a small audience, and he was introducing the first book. That's the first time I met him and went there, and wow, I said, there's a man who's dedicating his life, and I told him what you're going to do is going to be remembered for many generations to come. And he has since produced 2 books. Now he has compiled these 2 books into a Punjabi book, which is a big volume, Virsaya Virsa, matlab bichhadya hoya Virsa, onu katha Gurmukhi ch likhya. And once he finished this work, he started making docu-series on Guru Nanak Dev, for which he traveled to 9 countries. Wherever Guru Nanak Dev Ji went for udasis, wo sari jagah ek khud, inna di wife jade aaye hoye ne, Mrs. Raninder Kaur, inna de naal, plus photographers. Is doran इन्हों ने कई औकड़ा आईया, इन्हों कई जगह प्रॉब्लम्स हुई। अफगानिस्तान आलमोस्ट किडनैप किए गए सी, पाकिस्तान थ्रेटन किए गए सी, सेम व्हेन ही वेंट टुवर्ड्स द वेस्ट एशिया, बट ही वेंट टू ईच प्लेस. COVID also intervened. When he was I used to talk to him, he used to say, we are doing editing at home, and this all required a lot of money, and he had left his job. So I was just talking to him other day, and I said, how much have you spent? He says, $3 million. And $3 million is not a small amount. And he says, jadon bhi paise khatam hunde si, Baba kitno kitno de denda hai. And this is how he's been able to create these extensive works, which are our legacies, which we have lost after having stayed for 500-600 years on that part of Punjab. Today, we'll talk about the 18th century, mid-18th century and before of Punjab, which had started coming under the influence of missiles. Missiles, 12 misਲਾਂ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਜਦੋਂ after Baba Banda Singh Bahadur, and we all know that in 19th century till about 1880, 1870, 70, 80, 1770, they were guerrilla warfare up and down, because Mughal power was winning. As the Mughal power was winning, the Duranis started coming from Afghanistan again. After Nadir Shah, Ahmad Shah Abdali, from 47 till he was seen off from attack 1769, he came number of times, and that was the most painful period for Punjab. Most painful why? Because a lot of people left their villages, went to jungles, and it was a famous saying those days, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕੀ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ 'ਚ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਉਦੋਂ, ਖਾਦਾ ਪੀਤਾ ਲਾਹੇ ਦਾ ਬਾਕੀ ਅਹਿਮਦ ਸ਼ਾਹ ਦਾ, ਮੀਨਿੰਗ ਜੋ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਹੈ ਆਪਣਾ ਖਾ ਲਓ, ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਦੋਂ ਲੁਟੇਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਆ ਜਾਣਾ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਰਬਾਦ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਾ. ਇੰਨਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਖੌਫ ਸੀਗਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਮਿਸਲਸ ਨੇ ਗੁਰੀਲਾ ਵਾਰਫੇਅਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਕਰਦੇ till Maharaja Ranjit Singh emerged, and it was when he entered Lahore, Punjabi Muslims welcomed him as much as anybody else, because they were also fed up of Duranis, and that's the history now. And thereafter we had the first indigenous king from Punjab after 1,000 years. Can you imagine? We say we are a very martial race and all. After 1,000 years we had one king, and he was a Sikh. And today when you listen to Pakistanis, Punjabi Muslims, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਰਾਜਾ ਕੌਣ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ, ਬਿਕੋਜ਼ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਅਬਦਾਲੀ, ਗੋਰੀ, ਗਜਨਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ. ਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਰਾਜਾ ਜਨਰਲ ਜ਼ਿਆਉਲ ਹਕ ਸੀਗਾ. They didn't have anybody throughout, because he was the first Punjabi chief also, I think, to come up. So that's the kind of bankruptcy in leadership they had. They were the bystanders. I've seen many books saying they were always bystanders, mute spectators, and they didn't even resist Sikh missiles or Sikh rule. In fact, I was talking to Amardeep, 50% of his army was Muslims. So he had generals who were Muslims, who were Hindus, who were Sikhs, and of course later Christians too. So in this context, I'll request Amardeep to please come and give an exposition, because his work is world class, and he's been flying for the last 1 week from USA to Hong Kong to Malaysia to Chandigarh. He's here for last 3 days, but he's been out morning and evening, 2 days in ISER, 1 day in Punjab Innovation, and today we're lucky to have him here. And I call upon Amardeep Singh to please come and
thank you, Brigadier Arora Sahab, for giving this opportunity. Thank you to the organizers of the Military Literature Festival for creating this platform. I'm speaking here for the second time. In 2019, I was called to talk about Guru Nanak because I was told that amongst all the military energy, we need to also pacify it with a little bit of energy from Guru Nanak. So that time we were filming the docu-series of Guru Nanak, but now you've called me back with again the vigor and the energy of a military topic. So Ranjit Singh's Empire, Frontier Consolidation, Campaigns in Gilgit-Baltistan and Tibet. Before I start, I want to actually recall a conversation that I had with General Shergill last night, and he was very fondly saying that his ancestors led forces in these territories, right? So there are so many memories that people have, right, of these areas where we don't have an access to. I'll not get into my background, but the only thing that I would like to request is, yes, I've done all this work, but if I could only leave one humble message with the group out here is, I don't see myself as having done all this work. I think this was just a means to an end. And the end was what we created is the 24-episode Guru Nanak docu-series, which has been given free of charge to the entire communities around the world. It's available on this website called thegurunanak.com. Just add the, because there is only one Guru Nanak. So you add thegurunanak.com. Try and see that. Sometimes it pains me after all these challenges. I think the adherents of Nanak are not that much interested in such bodies of work, right, which are lifetime works. In fact, we didn't do it for recognition, but I'm seeing there are more non-adherents of Guru Nanak who are resonating with that work and write to us. So my humble request, I'm not here really for this. This was a means to an end. Try and get into that work, thegurunanak.com, right? Okay, so the topic here is to talk about the expansions into the frontier areas. The frontiers areas are in this map with the boundaries that are all disputed. It's very hodgepodge. I was afraid of showing the map because in India's context, what map do you show? In some other place, what maps do you show? But anyhow, the lines of control are all there. But we've got on the extreme left side, which has got cut off from this map, is the northwest frontier province, which is touching the Khyber Pass area, the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area. And then on top you have Gilgit-Baltistan, Skardu area, and then on the on your right-hand side is the area which is Ladakh and then Tibet. So these are the extreme areas that we are going to actually focus on beyond the boundaries of Punjab, because essentially we look at Ranjit Singh as something from Punjab. What made him go into these areas, the frontier consolidation? That's what the topic is, right? Before we start this, I want to make a humble statement. I think no wars can be won or no expansions externally can happen unless you won the war within. The biggest war is within us, be it internally in a mind, in a heart, or it be inside the country. If you have your house in order, you can then hope to expand. If you don't have your house in order, be it in the personal life or it be in the in the context of a nation, if the nation is all eaten up by moths, then you can't expand. So therefore, I start this presentation by the name of Guru Nanak. Because what he gave us was a statement. I mean, he's given us more than 936 verses in the Guru Granth Sahib, right? People don't see him as a warrior, but in my mind, he was a big warrior, because when he saw Babur coming in from the Khyber Pass, from the Central Asia, in one of his verses, he says, Khorasan khasmana kiya, Hindustan daraya. Hindustan is not a new word. It's there at the time of Guru Nanak. Khorasan khasmana kiya, having ruled the Central Asia. He's not calling Babur out here. He's saying, having ruled Central Asia, now he's crossed the Sindhu River and he's entered the land of Sindhustan, which is because in Persian language, Sa becomes a Ha, Sapta becomes a Hafta. So Sa becomes a Sindhustan, Hindustan Daraya. But then it's not that's of importance out here. It's the internal war which comes in the next line, which is a very profound line, absolutely misinterpreted in the translations that we are showing in our Gurdwaras today. Don't even go by that translation. It will not get you even closest to what Guru Nanak is saying. Because what he says is, Aape dos na dein, karta jamkar Mughal chadhaya. Mughal, that is Babur, he's been sent as a messenger of death and he's entered the east of Sindhu River. But tu bandeya, tu ithe da banda hai, tu haje bhi apne aap nu dos nahi de rahe hai. You're not blaming yourself. Aape dos na dein. Karta jamkar Mughal chadhaya. He sent him as a messenger of death and you are still asleep. You are not recognizing that for ages you have actually had a war on your own society. He's talking about that war within. The war in terms of caste, man, woman, society, high, low. He's talking about that war. And that's why we start by saying, get our house in order. And then, from that spirit comes the 10 gurus, Guru Gobind Singh, instilling the physical valor, followed by the son of the soil who rises in the lands of Lahore area from the Sukhar Chakya missile to lead a revolution of consolidation of the Punjabis. Note the word, the Punjabis. And then, under him, for this topic, we will bring in two players. Under him, one is Hari Singh Nalwa, who leads his expansions into the western frontiers. Unless you get your house in order in terms of the places from where you're being attacked, you cannot now expand into the other areas where there's no problem, but there's an aspiration. So then comes Gulab Singh thereafter. Why I'm bringing this out here is because it pains me when I look at in the internet the war that's happening within India in our communities, because we are all of us not seeing ourselves as the people of this soil as one consolidated community, but we are in a fight out here of, did Sikhs, Gulab Singh was a Sikh, Zorawar Singh was a Sikh, they say no, he was a Dogra. It does not matter what the faith of the generals who led this war was. When you are in the army, no one's concerned about your faith. They're concerned about your loyalty to a cause. And here are two great warriors. No one's concerned about their faith. They fought for a cause, for the people of the land. And when Hari Singh Nalwa, after years and years of toiling, when he blocked the Khyber Pass, that became the baseline from which Gulab Singh could actually aspire to have Zorawar Singh, who were people from the Jammu region, now go into the frontier areas. Without one, the other doesn't exist. So let's recognize them as a consolidated force and stop this war against who's a Sikh and who's a what or a Dogra. Because it leads you to nothing. That's the only message I want to give out here. This is the map of Indian subcontinent as divided into two nations, India and Pakistan. On that side, I'm laying the map called Lahore Darbar. Note, I'm not saying the Sikh kingdom, and I will actually clarify that later. Lahore Darbar, which collapses in 1849. You put that on top of that map of what today's India and Pakistan is. The only statement that I want to make here is 70% of that land mass today is in Pakistan. This is the unfortunate fact of our legacy, our heritage, that a vast empire that was formed by the people of this land today is not accessible to us. And therefore, the biggest problem after my works of lost heritage is that I have said this in many statements is the irony of our history is that it is not taught in the lands of Pakistan because it's the history that was churned by a leader who was non-Islamic. It is neither taught with that enthusiasm in the lands where we all fell, which is here, because it's a history that was churned in the lands that became Pakistan. We have to own this. If we don't own this, then who is going to pass it down to our next generations? With that background, I want to actually say this. I did not use the word Sikh empire because I want to put a few things into context. The more I have struggled with this part of the history to understand the codes inside it, how are the people operating, what was their mindset, I've realized that this term called Anglo-Sikh War, which is the British when they come inside Punjab, the first Anglo-Sikh War and the second Anglo-Sikh War, is a term given by the British. Because the British are seeing Ranjit Singh, who's sitting in the Lahore Darbar, as a head of a Sikh empire, because British have a tendency to see it as India being ruled by the Muslims as the Mughal descendants of Mughal, so it's an Islamic country. They have this tendency of putting everything by the religion's lens. But that's not how our people saw it, and I'll give you two proofs out here. You see the Umdat-ut-Tariq, Sohan Lal Suri, who's writing the day-to-day accounts of Ranjit Singh's court. He does not use two terms which we use commonly today. We call him a Maharaja. I say he was not a Maharaja. He was a common man, a Sukhar Chakriya missile, a common farmer's lineage who rose under the missile and came to the power in Lahore. Our people called him Sarkar-e-Khalsa. Khalsa is a Puritan concept. Something not as Khalsa as Panth as you see me. No, that's not what Khalsa is. Khalsa is a Puritan concept. It's a Persian word. One who gives equality, a treatment of fairness to everyone. Sarkar, governor, governance of that Puritan concept. Sarkar-e-Khalsa. And then the next thing they say is Lahore Darbar. So where is the Sikh empire? If our people are not calling it a Sikh empire, if our people are not calling him as Maharaja, where does it come from? It's because as British expand, that's the term they use. And if you don't still believe in me, look at it when the first Anglo-Sikh War is happening, one of his own poets, Jangnama by Shah Muhammad from Punjab, what does he say? Jang Hind Punjab da hon laga. He's not saying Jang Sikh or Hind ka hon laga. He's saying Jang हिंद और पंजाब दा होन लगा फौजा जित के अंत नु हारिया ने. We won, but we lost because of the moth that eaten us up, right? With that background, I want to start now. How did he expand into these frontier areas? Here's the map at the time when Ranjit Singh is just a young boy, and he's now going to take over Lahore. 1799. Look at the entire Punjab. You see the red marks all on the side. These are the forces that are trying to compress the region of the lands of Indus. And all the green areas that you see, these are the 12 missiles, the guerrilla warfare that these people from Punjab are fighting under different leaders of different panths that have come up, and they are like the missiles of Ahluwalia or the Nishaniya, Pangi, Sukhar Chakriya, and so on and so forth. Amongst these 12 missiles, there is a force of Afghans coming in from the Khyber Pass. There are Rajputs from the hillside who are coming inside. There are Gurkhas who are coming in because Gurkhas were sitting in Dehradun. They are coming in. Your English is coming in from the East India side. From down below, Marathas are coming in. And then there is this one stray person somewhere in Haryana area called George Thomas, who's broken away from the British, and he's got his own fiefdom, and he's also trying to enter Punjab. In that context, you see this young man who gets into Lahore Darbar. And one of the things after his first win that he does is to say that let's consolidate these missiles, because divided we will not last. And that's the reason I started with this in the beginning. Why are we dividing ourselves by saying whether Zorawar Singh was a Sikh or a Hindu? How does it matter? Right? They fought for a cause under the leadership of Ranjit Singh. That's what matters. Right? So, divided you will not be able to stand. So he's trying to consolidate. But unfortunately, one instance that happens is that some of the missiles on the east of the Satluj River, majority of that land is the East Punjab that you see today. Some of the leaders of those missiles decide not to go with Ranjit Singh, and they see him as a threat. These are the missiles of the Fulkiya missile, and in this area of Naba, Ambala, and this whole area, they decide not to go with him. And they immediately align with the British. So British, by early 18s, has already entered this territory. But Ranjit Singh is not yet giving up his eyes on this side. He offers a lot of opportunities, but finally he gives up. He says there's no point fighting internally, let's come to terms. In 1809, he signs a Treaty of Amritsar, which is demarcating along the Satluj River that line which says, okay guys, you stay there, I will stay here. The few of you who don't want to come with me for the cause of consolidation, stay where you are. And he now starts from that yellow portion of Amritsar and Lahore, now starts his campaigns, and we'll get into that. So, you got to see in this frontier consolidation two major phases. First phase is 1809 to 1834. This is the consolidation first towards the south, towards Multan. Thereafter, trying to get towards the Khyber Pass. But it's a long-drawn battles and long-drawn wars that happened on that side. And then trying to go into Srinagar. That is the consolidation that's going to happen from the period 1809 to 1834. For context, Ranjit Singh dies in 1839. This is when he's very much alive, that these are the consolidations happening. Thereafter, in 1834, starts the push, because once you've nailed down the frontiers, now you've created barriers for the people to come inside. Now you can aspire to expand into other areas, and now the expansion starts. That's 1834 to 1841, which we'll touch as the areas of Gilgit, Baltistan, Tibet. But that covers Ladakh also, but Ladakh was conquered much before. Just at the end of 1834 it was conquered, and thereafter various kinds of expansions happened. I will not get into the details of dates out here, because we will cover as we move on. All right. Now, I don't want to jump to Gilgit, Baltistan and Tibet, because that's where the aura of this presentation was when I was told to present on that. I said I can't get into Gilgit, Baltistan and Tibet without giving the context as to where the foundation was. Because if you don't block the frontiers, how can you expand into something else? And therefore I want to start with the frontier general of Ranjit Singh, who led these major campaigns which I showed in the first part from 1809 to 1834, is Hari Singh Nalwa under him, right? And when I was photographing in this village called Hazaro, it's from Hasan Abdal, it's a small town, really it's a village town, right? Hazaro. And it is on the way to Peshawar and thereafter to Jamrod. In that small town, there was a Gurdwara which I could not find because it had just been flattened a few years before I went there. But when I wrote that chapter in my second book, I've given a poetry about how the people of Hazro are seeing Hari Singh Nalwa, see the emotion, why this is the people's war. It was a town of Khatris. Khatris, the business community. And when they heard that Hari Singh Nalwa got shot later on in Jamrod, and his body, after cremation, his ashes are being brought and taken to Lahore. This is what the Ram Dayal in 1840, Hari Singh Nalwa dies in 1839. Early 1840, as his ashes are being taken to Lahore, it's going to pass through the town of Hazro. What does Ram Dayal, a Khatri, writes about it? He says, Tambu jaye lage which Hazro de. Tambu lag gaye ne. We are all gathered out, right? Hazro which. Sun shahar de Khatri sab taya. Jitane Khatri ne, they are all very sad. They are wailing. Phul dasya is Sardar di deji. Jede phul ne, jede cremation karke, dekhan vaste is Sardar de. They have all come together. Una Rab vaste chha paya. A devta si Sardar Changa. He was like a god. He was like a god. Dekh phul te bahut hi dukh paya. Having seen his remains, we are really unhappy. Right? Jab gaziyan Hazro aan mari, ut hasno turat chipol laya. When the Ghazis, the warriors came to Hazro, this was the man from Hassan Abdal who came to our protection. This is the base on which expansions happen. Today you can divide it and you say we are different, we have expanded, we've gone into Ladakh and we've gone into Tibet and so on and so forth. No, without the foundation you cannot expand. This is the blood of this man, right? So, here's a map that I've made. You know, when I was reading the Sikh history way back when I was young, I used to live in this dreamland of where are these places, and then suddenly the powers up there opened it up for me, and I've actually walked into all these points that I've plotted. In my second book called The Quest Continues, Lost Heritage, the Sikh Legacy in Pakistan, you will find in a chapter called Legendary Forts, all these forts find a mention. But as I was actually going through this, I started plotting this map. And here's the strategy that I could see in this. From Kabul, you cross the Khyber Pass, from where all the Central Asian rulers were coming inside the Indian subcontinent. You cross this, you come to a place called Jamrod, and then you come to Peshawar. Peshawar would be a big city where you would halt and take rest. And from there, two parts could go. One could go up, and you go to the river Indus in the second line of defense, up to Darband. From there, you cross the river Indus. Once you've crossed the river Indus in Darband, you can have direct access into Srinagar in Kashmir. That's how, in those days, Kashmir was a part of Afghanistan. It was not a part of India as we call it today. It was under Afghan rule. It was a part of Afghanis. And then from Peshawar, if you come till Attock, which was clearly demarcated as the territory of the Afghans, and you cross the Attock fort, Indus River at the Attock fort, then after you got direct access to Lahore, and from Lahore, once you reach Lahore, you are close to Delhi now. That's how these two rings of defenses were in terms of what the forts were built when Hari Singh Nalwa expanded into this area under the tenure of Ranjit Singh. All the plots that you see, the dots, in the second line of defense, you see all the forts up there. On the east of the river Indus, Shergarh, Darband, Mansehra, Tarbela, Sirikot, Haripur, Gandhgarh, Attock. They went inside Attock, but all the others were small forts that were built out there to block the second line of attack, right, inside the second ring, to strengthen the second ring of defense. And then, as you've done that, you are now coming into the first line of defense. You're coming backwards. And there you had the control at Peshawar, then you built Jamrod, you built Shabqadar, and then you built a fort beyond the Khyber Pass into Michni. Now, you in the internet, you'll find all false narratives. There are maps that are showing, oh, Ranjit Singh, first and foremost, Sikh empire went until Afghanistan. Sorry. Ranjit Singh's empire was up till and just a few kilometers ahead of Khyber Pass, up till Michni. This is all fancies in today's world. People can make anything in the social media. It's like we're sending Guru Nanak left, right, and center anywhere. We can make all kinds of stories, right? So that's what is something I want to actually leave out here. Okay, now I'm going to show in that first defense, so first expansion to get our house under order, where does Hari Singh Nalwa's contribution come? First area is 1802 to 1818. It was not an easy run into Multan, which is the southern part of Punjab, where the 5 rivers of the tributaries of river Indus, the Panj Darya of the Punjab, join the Indus River at a place called Panjnad. This place, Hari Singh Nalwa takes a force somewhere finally in 1818, and he conquers this place in a fight against Muzaffar Khan, right? This fort had these big walls that could not break, and this gun which is lying outside the Lahore Museum on the road, in fact, if you read Rudyard Kipling, the Kim's gun is this gun. But in our history, it's called as Zamzama Top, Pangiyan di Top. It's written on the other side, Pangiyan di Top, Zamzama. This was the cannon which Ghulam Jilani, for those who think this was a Sikh kingdom, it was also made on the blood of the Muslims. It was made on the bloods of Khatris, on the bloods of many other people. It was a time when the Punjabis came together. So let's not reduce the narrative, because when you call it a Sikh kingdom, I think you're reducing it in terms of its expanse and the vision and the inclusiveness that it projected for what it stood for, right? And Ghulam Jilani writes that this gun was brought from Lahore to Multan. Boy, what a distance. I went on a car and it took me so much of time to reach there. But they got it from Lahore to this place, and they started bombarding the fort's gates in 1818. And one of the wheels broke down. And Ghulam Jilani writes that every time a soldier would come and 2-3 of them would give their shoulder under this gun. I don't know how true it is, because I find it kind of made up in this thing, but that's what he writes, that we would give our shoulder, and once the gun would fire, they would die. And he says he was the 117th person to be giving his shoulder, and the gates broke. And he says, I survived to write this narrative. That's what he writes, right? Now, in the museum in Lahore, you've got Muzaffar Khan with a sword on top, and Hari Singh Nalwa, you can see this is with Juda, fighting under. But it's interesting, history is written by the winners always. Art is depicted by winners always. It's like you go to Amritsar, you made this Ranjit Singh statue out there, right? Always the horse, one leg will be on top. In the military tradition, the winner, we always show him sitting in a very robust position on a horse and one leg up. But in the art of war and a sword fight, always the winner is shown on top. So it's interesting who's drawing this. It's been drawn in the current context, but in 1818, I would give the credit, okay, it was not an easy war, so depending on when you're depicting it, but in 1818, Hari Singh Nalwa took over Multan, okay? Now, thereafter, before that, actually, they've already made expeditions into northwest frontier, before that. So if you were to just go back here, this portion is 1802 to 1818. But in 1813, they enter into, Hari Singh Nalwa again leads this, enters into the Attak fort. This is the river Indus, Attak is on that side. This is a high security, high army establishment. I was standing on the other side of the Indus when I clicked this picture, right? You can see some men standing on there. They're definitely army people, but click from this side. What I found very interesting was this was the first book when I clicked it. Second book, somehow I managed to enter. Now, I'll be very upfront. I'm here as loyalty to my narrative. Now, you cannot take out ghee with a Sindhi ungal. You have to take it out with a Tedi ungal. Of course, I mean, there's some energy that's helped me, and I managed to enter. And why shouldn't I write it down, right? Why shouldn't I show? But it has been filled with a lot of challenges. But when I was inside, this is a plaque from one of the gurdwaras and a mandir in the same premises. And I would like to show, today we are kind of divided in every frame of mind, but look at it, what it's written out there. Ek omkar, is farash di seva karai, Shrimati Manohara Devi, Sapatni Lalaji Parjamal Anand Pishor. I mean, this was the Nanak Panth. This was the Nanak Panth, which was not divided by boundaries as we define today. This picture was very hard to get, but I was fortunate I managed to get it, right? Then, somewhere in 1819, finally, after 2 attempts, before that there was an attempt in 1813, when Ranjit Singh is not able to establish, but in 1819, the forces enter Kashmir. And this is Hari Parbat. Right at the bottom of Hari Parbat, if you're doing the dirt trek up to the Hari Parbat, this is something that I clicked. There is a board there which most of the people will miss. But it has, I am glad that they've written down there, which I've circled. Later on, Sikh and Dogra period forces also used this to keep the vigil over the city from the fort, right? It's not been suppressed fully, it's written there. So 1819, finally, Kashmir was captured, and of course that led to the exchange of the Kohinoor with Wafa Begum, requesting Ranjit Singh to free Shah Shuja. As I said, Kashmir was under Afghanistan that time, and Afghanis had captured Shah Shuja and sent him from Afghanistan, from Kabul, and sent him to to Srinagar. And when Hari Singh Nalwa and under the direction of Ranjit Singh led the forces here, they were able to free Shah Shuja, and therefore the Kohinoor exchange happened and it came into the hands of Ranjit Singh. Another fort that I showed in that map was at Haripur. Haripur, I'm only focusing on Hari Singh Nalwa because he was the frontier person, because I have to get to Zorawar Singh and Gulab Singh, and I put this context out here. Without one, the other doesn't exist. You can break the narrative whichever way you want to, but without one, the other doesn't exist. And in Haripur, the city is named by the name of Hari Singh Nalwa, Haripur. Haripur, Hari Singh, today in the narratives when I see these, these animations happening, these movies being shown with so much of vigor, valor, fights and this and that, I say, man, you forget the human values of these people. Hari Singh Nalwa is not like what we are showing in our comic books. He's not like what we are showing in our animation movies. He's not like what we will make him into a movie if Bollywood was to make. He has deep artistic elements inside him. He's a great administrator. This canal system out there is known as Rangila Canal. He was a great architecture in terms of bringing the irrigation canal system. In Gujranwala, he imported a special trees of some fruits from Japan. In the region of Haripur, when I was actually traveling in Haripur, there was this person, we stopped at one place and I had about 8 people with me. And we went inside a restaurant, and the restaurant's owner sees me as a turban wearing Sikh and he says, Sardar Sahab, tusi sadi kismat changi tusi aaye sade restaurant vich. Baitho. And I asked him, what's your name? He said, Mera naam Badri Zaman. Mera naam Badri Zaman. मैं क्या यार तेरा ना जिहड़ा है ते दोवें दा मिक्स लगदा है, हिंदू मुसलमान दा. कहंदा मेरी दादी दी ना बड़ी चंगी एक दोस्त सीगी पार्टीशन तो पहला, राइट, वो चली गई ना तो ओदे ना तो बदरी आया है because to remember the Hindu aspect, this Zaman mere Islam to aaya hai. And then when I was leaving that restaurant, he refused to take money for those 8 people, but that's not what I'm talking about. When I'm going and sitting in the car, he tells me, Sardar Sahab, piche gaddi tode kuch paya hoya hai. So I got down and there were 3 boras of maltas lying inside there. And he says, main is karke malte de raha ki today I am earning a passive income from doing kheti of Malta, because Hari Singh Nalwa brought this canal out here and he brought Malta, the red bloodshot Malta, into this region. Hari Singh Nalwa is not that ferocious warrior that you make him. He's also an artist. There's a poem where he writes, I've got it in Persian. When there's a war with the Tanoli clan. He gets them, he subdues them, but then the Afghans attack. The Tanolis of the Attak region come to Hari Singh Nalwa and he says, help me, save me. This narrative that we create as a black and white narrative, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, no. They are very, very, intertwined narratives. So Hari Singh Nalwa tells him, how do I know that if I save you, you will not come tomorrow and attack me again? And so there's a poetry that gets exchanged in Persian. And there's a beautiful poetry in which he writes, give me, and it's a very, I can't express that, it's in Persian, but it's a beautiful poetry in which he writes, Hari Singh Nalwa, saying that, give me your son, whom I will bring up as my son, in custody, as an assurance that when I fight for you, I have something as an assurance. Right? So here's a negotiator, right? And that's what I wanted to bring out as his character. And here, again, our history is black and white. We forget a lot of finer things. Pir Sabak, 1823, on the banks of the Kabul River. In this expansion, Hari Singh Nalwa was not there, but Hari Singh Nalwa was already advanced. But his two brave generals under him, one was Akali Phula Singh, and the other one that our history has totally eradicated, Bal Badr Kuwar. He's a Nepali general who was in Dehradun. And when the British come inside Dehradun and they fight at Nala Pani, Bal Badr Kuwar escapes from there and comes to Lahore. And Ranjit Singh, Lahore that time is a different country. And Ranjit Singh says, build a Gurkha battalion for me because the British have Gurkha battalion. So he's trying to actually build all that. And in my young days, I was growing up in Nepal, and I used to hear this terminology when the Gurkha soldiers would come, and the army people might know this. When someone would be in the Indian army or in the Nepalese army, and they will look up upon someone who's coming from the British army or the Singapore army or the Malaysian army, and they will say, hey, tapai Lahori ho ke? Have you heard that? Hey, tapai Lahori ho ke? Hey, are you a Lahori? That's the way they say. Why? Because at that time, the farthest that a Nepali had gone out of Nepal and British India was Lahore as a different country. And Bal Badr Kuwar took him there, to create a force there. So the terminology Lahori became a generic term in the Nepali language as anyone who has gone abroad, far away from the Indian subcontinent to serve is known as a Lahori. Right? So here at this place, Bal Badr Kuwar dies with his forces, Akali Phula Singh dies with his forces. In our history, Akali Phula Singh, we have to respect him. He's kept at the pedestal there. No one knows about Bal Badr Kuwar. Without Bal Badr Kuwar, Akali Phula Singh probably wouldn't have won this battle. This memorial in Pir Sabak, which I've clicked, this memorial, that's the Gurdwara, this memorial is the memorial built in the name of Akali Phula Singh. And I was looking at it and said, oh boy, how great it would have been if there was another memorial of Bal Badr Kuwar next to this. Then I would say that my forefathers and the history that came down, they were secular, very, very secular, and we just made it so polarized in terms of the narratives that we have written, right? And then we're coming to Peshawar. 1823, he starts entering. 1834, Peshawar gets consolidated. 1839, as a context, Ranjit Singh is going to die. We are coming very close to that period. This is Bala Hisar Fort. In fact, by the way, all the forts in the Pakhtun territory are known as Bala Hisar. In Kabul, there is a Bala Hisar Fort. Shah Shuja's descendants live in Dehradun even today. Their home there is named as Bala Hisar. Okay, so that's the memory. Okay, so this is the Bala Hisar Fort. Inside the Bala Hisar Fort, you have that inscription still there. This is a picture clicked from there inside. The Sikh inscription. Now, British have written this, not Ranjit Singh. Therefore, they're calling it as a Sikh inscription. I would call it as simply the inscription on the Ark Gate pertains to the Sikh dynasty. The Sikhs invaded Peshawar, rebuilt the fort and named it. Samirgarh is not what they called it. Our history does not say Samirgarh. British put it there. Our history says they call it as Sumergarh. Sumer comes from the Meru Parbat. It's a spiritual name. Sumeru, the pinnacle of the Meru. In some traditions we say Kailash is the Meru Parbat, right? Sumeru, the pinnacle of the Meru from a spiritual context. This is the fort. The inscription reads as follows: Victory to Purak, Akal Purak it says in Urdu. through the grace of Shri Akal, under the liberal government of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, they are saying it, Bahadur over the region of Peshawar in the year 1891, Vikram Sambat 1834. This force was built by Raja Bikramjit and was named Sumergarh. Okay, now we cross after Khyber, after Peshawar is consolidated. Now the move happens towards Khyber Pass. And this is the Jamrod Fort that is built in 54 days in 1836. You reached that point now after close to 1,000+ years of invasions from the Central Asia. For the first time ever in the Indian subcontinent that an offensive was made on backwards to that area, to Khyber Pass, to plug it, was this. This is the baseline on which the Gilgit-Baltistan and Tibet expansion will happen. I, in my first book, was not able to click this photograph. Again, it's a high security area. That's 2014. And I wanted to click the picture of Khyber Pass, but the energies bestowed this gift on me that in 2016, when I went back, somehow I entered this fort. And as I stood on the bastion of that fort, or there, I clicked that picture. And I could imagine Hari Singh Nalwa standing on that bastion and looking at the Khyber Pass out there. That's the Khyber Pass from where people have been attacking. For me, this was the pinnacle of my desire when I used to read Hari Ram Gupta's books of history of the Sikh people. He is the only guy who's plotted all these names of these forts. A lot of people have written history books. We want to go to the place where all the forts of this frontier region are plotted or written down, not visually plotted, because visually you'll find it, I've done in my book. Then that's Hari Ram Gupta's 5 volumes, right? Okay, this is inside the Jamrod Fort. This is his place where he got cremated, Hari Singh Nalwa. Ekomkar Seva Karai, November 1944, Yadvendra Patiala. This is now in the British time. Now look at it again out here. On that Samad, there's a plaque there. You can call him a Sikh or whatever, but this plaque is made by, not by a Sikh. It's made by a Khatri of that Peshawar, who's Babu Gajjumal Kapoor. It's my hypothesis that they are the ancestors of the current Kapoor family of Bollywood, right? And they are the ones who are writing. And look on top, it's not Ekonkar, it's Aom as it's written in the Indus region. So things were very different as a narrative. And he's writing tomb of the late Sikh general Hari Singh Nalwa, died in 1837, commemorated, and so on and so forth. Okay. Now I'm going to go to Gilgit-Baltistan and into Tibet. Without plugging these frontier areas, there is no way that Gulab Singh and under him Zorawar Singh could have ever dreamt of expanding upwards. Once you've got your house in order now, internally because of Nanak's philosophy, and externally from where the invasions are happening, now you can expand and say, expand it to say, let me build a garden. Now the garden was going to be built in terms of the further expansions. And that's going to be happening in terms of, I want to give just one context here. It's a lot of data here, but all I want to say is on top, this is a tumultuous time, 1839, Ranjit Singh dies, and you see how the leadership is changing. 27 June 1839, 5th November 1840, Khadak Singh, his son dies. 5th November, Naunihal Singh dies. 15 September 1843, Sher Singh dies. 29 March 1849, British enter the Lahore Darbar. Now what I want to say is, look at the bottom line where the northern expansions that are happening. 1834, Lahore Darbar now expands while Ranjit Singh is alive. If someone is saying that Gulab Singh did it independently, well, Gulab Singh was employed with Ranjit Singh in 1834. He was drawing a salary from Lahore Darbar. When I was working with American Express, it does not matter who Amardeep Singh is. If I've drawn a salary, my loyalty is with that corporation. He's drawing a salary in 1834. Then 1840, Lahore Darbar now advances into Baltistan, and I'm going to show that. June 1841 is the most interesting phase where the Tibetan campaign starts. So let's cover these things and bring the presentation to an end then. Okay, this map, 1834, Ranjit Singh is still alive. Zorawar Singh, under the leadership of Gulab Singh, like Hari Singh Nalwa, he's already now expired. Hari Singh has died. But somewhere in 1834, while he was alive, and first foray into Leh happens. Remember, Kashmir was captured in 1819, right? They didn't want to disturb Kashmir. So they don't go to Leh via Kashmir. They go from the Jammu region, from Kishtwar. Another parallel route. Don't cause more turmoils there. That's the strategy I see. They could have gone from there also, would have been tougher, but that's how we go to Leh today, right? But in that time, they go from Kishtwar, 1834, through the lands, plainer lands, and they enter Leh from there. So 1834, Leh is taken over. Now, 1840, Ranjit Singh has died. Once the northern territories are now consolidated, Zorawar Singh, under the leadership of Gulab Singh, now starts expanding to Skardu, which is Baltistan, 1840. Then in 1841, from Leh is this part which is going to take you down to Taklakot in Tibet. And this is the failed expedition. So we'll just go through this. Okay, it's my hypothesis. I'm going to jump a bit out here. It's my hypothesis. I'm questioning, why did the Lahore Darbar have to go all the way to the roof of the world and fight a battle at that height? Why? Because east of Satluj River, as I said earlier, already these states, which is now East Punjab, majority of these people have already signed up in 1809 a treaty with Ranjit Singh. Now, at the Satluj, British are holding up. Ranjit Singh probably, it's my hypothesis, I can't prove this, it's not written anywhere, but it's me saying it, that probably, because British had not gone to Nepal, probably the only way to get to Nepal was through the roof of the world. If we can have an alliance from there, probably we can sandwich it. I think that was the strategy. I can't say it for sure, it's not written anywhere, right? But Ranjit Singh in his Umdat-ut-Tariq is very interested as these expansions are happening. But this expansion into Tibet happens after him. I think the seed was sown there. So let's move on. 1834, Zorawar enters. Zorawar Fort in Ladakh. This is his statue in Zorawar Fort. I've been there and I'm looking at all the history written there. There's no credit to Ranjit Singh. There's no credit to anyone else. And to me, I look at it, it pains. It would be so glorious to write the history as a collective history, not as fragmentations, because it divides us further. And I wish our establishments can get this sense to understand the broader history and give credits as a collective rather than saying, we did it, and we'll keep fighting till all of us are dead. Yeah? So, and I see that on the social media, all of us are fighting. Who was he? What's the reason of fighting? Okay? All right. Then after consolidating Ladakh, 1840 happens the expansion into Skardu. I've had the opportunity of going to Skardu. My wife is here. Both of us had an opportunity of getting in there. I've been there twice. I think that phase of my life is over. I can't enter those areas anymore. But it was a time when वो कहते हैं जब रब देता है ना तो छप्पर फाड़ के देता है. So छप्पर फाड़ के उस टाइम आ रहा था. But I think that phase is over now. Okay, Skardu, Kharpocho Fort. It's interesting that Ahmad Shah was ruling Skardu. There was no battle fought at Baltistan and Skardu. There was no battle. I read history these days on the internet, and there's all chest banging that's happened. Ranjit Singh's forces entered, and someone will say Gulab Singh's forces entered, and they fought against Ahmad Shah Abdali. The fact is, this guy, Ahmad Shah, not Abdali, Ahmad Shah. They fought against Ahmad Shah, and what a battle, and this and that. Well, Ahmad Shah saw the forces, dropped his arm, and surrendered. That's the battle that happened. That's the reality, right? And the fort is right up there. Now, when I went there, in fact, I'm showing you from the revenue registers, which are there still. This man, in the municipality corporation, I was able to go inside. I can read Urdu. So we started tracing it down in terms of land records. The lands that don't belong to individuals are still titled as Khalsa Sarkar. Up there, Khalsa Sarkar. Khalsa Sarkar is not Sikh Sarkar. Khalsa is purity and Sarkar. Sarkar-e Khalsa. Lahore Darbar. That's what it means. Okay? Now starts the interesting from where I'll bring this whole thing to an end. After consolidating Ladakh, Leh, 1840 getting into Skardu, Baltistan, now they turn eastwards. 1841. the expedition starts to the roof of the world. Boy, what an expedition it would have been. I have entered Tibet on 2 occasions, once alone, once with my elder daughter, the second time me and my wife. We went with a team to film for the Guru Nanak docu-series, and I can tell you what a territory it is. It's not easy, it's not easy. And I look at these guys, how they did it at that height. And you know, if you read some of the old historical records, Tibet has always been very hostile towards outsiders coming in. As spiritualists coming in, you know, from Kashmir and here and there, they've always been welcoming. But as a person coming in to explore or coming in to attack, they've always been very hostile. And it's a hard territory. So 1841, they go to Rutog. And this is along, they cross the Pangong Tso, from that side they enter Rutog. In 1841, June 1841, they camp at Rutog. They start going towards Gartok, and that's towards Saparang, which is a civilization, a very old civilization, and the kingdom was known as Gugi Kingdom. And there, interestingly, I stayed at the home of a local person. All of the places, that they all have Chinese flags, and it's totally, of course, communist right now, total Chinese ideology right now. And I stayed, did a homestay at one place, and in the evening, this old man comes to me, and we were not talking the whole day. And then he comes to us and he says, "Raat ko kya khayega batao? Anda khayega, sabji khayega." And I'm looking at him, "Aapko Hindi aata hai kya?" कहता है, "बेटा, जब मैं यंग था ना, जब जवान था, यहाँ से हम लोग हिमाचल जाते थे, यहाँ से हम लोग ऊन लेके जाते थे, ये लेके जाते थे, वहाँ से हम चीज़ें लेके आते थे." And I'm looking at him and I said, look at how the borders have divided all of us, curtailed the people, ideologies, trade, everything. So anyhow, Gartok, and then interestingly, they make a push towards Taklakot. Now see, they're not going towards Lhasa. If you have to go to Lhasa, you just go further east. But why are they going downwards? There are only 2 reasons. 2 reasons. One reason is, you say, they want to go for their spiritual reasons to Kailash Mansarovar and bow their head there. No, because in the map I've shown Kailash Mansarovar first. Why would you go with armed forces to actually bow down at Kailash Mansarovar, right? They first go to Taklakot, September 1841. They pitch out there. Now, Taklakot is close to Nepal border. If you really wanted to conquer Tibet, you should be going to Lhasa. But you turn south and you're going to Taklakot, Purang, from where this trek happens, right? Purang, you're close to Purang, Garhwal, and you're entering actually Nepal. That's where my hypothesis comes in. Maybe they were trying to get inside Nepal to have an alliance, but fate would have something else out here. High altitude, 1841 September, they are camped at Taklakot. Some of them go on a pilgrimage, and that's the mistake they make. They go on a pilgrimage to Kailash and Mansarovar. And the Tibetans attack. And there's a war that happens out there, and there's a battle that happens there, and in that battle, Zorawar Singh gets shot, and he falls down, helter-skelter, and the whole thing comes to a collapse. Now, what I've not told you is an interesting fact. Here's the interesting fact. For all those who beat their chest as to Sikh, Dogra, this and that, let me tell you what history suppresses. 3 battalions went under the leadership of Zorawar Singh. 3 equal battalions under the leadership of Zorawar Singh, Basti Ram, Ghulam Rasool Beg. Names speak for the religions. Or faith, not a religion, faith. Because I don't know what the religion was, what they were practicing. Faith. Okay? 3, Ghulam Rasool Beg, Zorawar Singh, and Basti Ram. Zorawar Singh gets shot. He is the supreme commander. When that happens, Basti Ram cannot hold on. Sorry, what happens? He gets shot. History goes silent about Ghulam Rasool Beg. There's no history about Ghulam Rasool Beg after this. When I was researching on this and I had written something, a lady from US got in touch with me. And she says, "I read this article of yours. I want to know, did you find anything more about Ghulam Rasool Beg?" I said, "History is silent. I don't know. I'm not going to find him in Tibet." And she says, "Because my history tells me that we are descendants of Ghulam Rasool Beg." And I'm saying, Ghulam Rasool Beg, look at it. They were fighting for Lahore Darbar. How big a vision this was. And history is silent about Ghulam Rasool Beg. History, however, tells us a lot about Basti Ram. Basti Ram Mehta. I just recently met, in fact, a colleague of mine with whom I worked in India for long. I met him just a few months back, and his last name is Mehta. And we just realized that he's a descendant of Basti Ram. I said, wow, Rajan, you never told me that. He says, I never knew that you were interested in this, right? So anyhow, 1841, Basti Ram, Zorawar Singh dead, Ghulam Rasool Beg, history silent. Basti Ram goes down the Purang, the current trekking route from Garhwal, comes down through Uttarakhand area, Garhwal, and comes to Ludhiana. And he takes refuge here and under the British, and basically the expedition ends here. So, Mount Kailash, I just want to show where they went. The move that probably failed them was to go into Mount Kailash to pay obeisance. And at Taklakot is this Chotan, which they call as Singh Ba Chotan. The Chotan, the memorial of the Singh warrior. Which Singh warrior? Zorawar Singh. Now, Sikhs will say it's a Sikhs warrior. The Dogras will say it's Dogra's warrior. Keep fighting till you all are dead, right? The fact is that they fought collectively. Okay. Now, I'm going to last slide, last one or two, and that's it. I want to bring in an interesting insight to bring in why these divides don't matter and why they get created. This is the book Tibet, a Political History by Sepon W.B.D. Shakaba. Shakaba. He was the finance minister of Dalai Lama. When Dalai Lama in 1950s, he came into India, this person, Sepon, actually came with him. He was the finance minister of Tibet under Dalai Lama. This is his book, right? So it's not Tom, Dick and Harry writing. So let's read two things. First, from that book on page 244, I'm giving you the reference also. Get this book, see it for yourself. Now, before I read it, I want to tell you something. Just pay attention here. This is the last piece I'm telling you. They are using the word Sikh inside this. Because Sepon is writing from a British angle. Because he has come here and the British have a rule or whatever it is. So it's the Sikh Empire, Anglo-Sikh War. We've already created a narrative. So he's writing the Sikh. But he's actually writing about the broader communities, and I'll prove that from the bottom. So let's read that. 1/3, there's a third line I'm reading. 1/3 of the Sikh and Ladakhi prisoners. Sikh, he's talking about the entire Punjabi force and the Dogra force that came in. He's not talking about Sikh like me. He's talking about 1/3 of the Sikh and Ladakhi were their own people. It's the extended Tibet, right? Ladakh was Chota Tibet. 1/3 of Sikh and Ladakhi prisoners elected to remain in Tibet. Because when they were brought into Lhasa, these people after the fall of Taklakot, they were brought into Lhasa. And then after the treaty, they were allowed to go. But he says 1/3 elected to live in Tibet. The Sikhs, again the generic term Sikhs, were resettled in the warmer regions of southern Tibet by the government, and many of them married Tibetan girls. The Sikhs are known to have introduced the cultivation of apricots, apples, grapes and peaches into the country. Now let's stop there. So who are these Sikh people? Let's get down. David G. Atwell in Islamic Shangri-La. I've been into this Muslim quarter behind the Potala Palace. There is a Muslim quarter there. And the Muslim quarter, you see those people there, they look different. They are not Tibetan people. They have fair looks. In some way, they've got mixed, right? They've got a bit of features from that side also here, because that's the marriage and the mixing of genes that's created. But they're fair, right? They look somewhat Kashmiri. And here's what he writes. Among the Lhasa Khache, Lhasa Khache were those known as Singpa Khache. I told you about Singpa Chotan, where this one was Singpa Chotan. Look at the words. Among the Lhasa Khache were those known as Singpa Khache, Muslim Khache of the Singhs. Now, who are the Muslim Khache of the Singhs? Right? Who are the Muslim Khache of the Singhs? Are they Sikhs? Muslim Khache of the Singhs. Khache is Tibetan name for Kashmir. These are the forces that came from that region into Tibet. They are not concerned about Punjab. They are not concerned about Lahore. They are not concerned about Peshawar. They are not concerned about Multan. They are seeing a force coming in from Kashmir, led by the Singpa Khache tribe, which has got Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, all of them coming inside. Descendants of soldiers from Zorawar Singh's failed 1841 campaign who settled in Tibet and married into existing Muslim households. I have not written here, but goes on to further say, and I've seen this myself, the entire Singpa Khache community are Muslims. Some of them may have changed their faith. Some of them may have been just Muslims who chose to stay back from this battalion. And they are the meat butcher supplier. They are the butchers of Tibetan plateau who when Dalai Lama was there, they were the officially meat suppliers of the Potala palace. This is the Muslim community that we are talking about. Singba community. So you see how the words are intertwined. I hope I'm ending with demystifying of what I keep saying. If anyone has a doubt, this is a large slide. If anyone still has a doubt, look at the treaty that's being signed by the Tibetans and Zorawar Singh. And last line, executed and sealed at Chushul on the 17th day of September 1842, corresponding to the Iron Tiger year, by the officers of the Lhasa government and the officers of the Lahore Darbar, represented by Gulab Singh of Jammu. Keep fighting till you are all dead, that he was a Sikh or a Dogra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amardeep. Thanks for this great exposition. And we hope you will keep coming time and again here. And as you said, you won't be going to Sakadu and those areas again. But in your last presentation, you're saying that if Guru Nanak could, in those days, go till 69 years and work, you still have 10 more years. So we wish you best, all the best, and we hope that much more will come out in these works. In one of his books, while he was in Rawalpindi, I read it, you know, he had a young aunt in Muzaffarabad, 5 or 6 years old in 47, who got lost. And oda naam siga Jaswanti. During his trips to Pakistan, somebody gave him cues कि ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕੋਈ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇਦਾਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲੱਭਦੇ ਲੁਭਾਉਂਦੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਘਰ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਏ ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਸੀਗਾ ਫਿਰ ਨੂਰੀ married a doctor in her second marriage, as he tells me, and had number of children. ਜੋ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਭਤੀਜਾ ਆਇਆ ਘਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਿਹਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਫਾਸਟ ਖਵਾਇਆ ਪਰੌਂਠੇ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਯਾਦ ਹੈ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਆਇਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਜ਼ਨਸ ਹੋਏ ਪਰ ਉਹ ਜਫੀਆਂ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਮਿਲੇ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਾ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਤਗੜੀ ਹੈ ਬੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਡਰਦੇ ਆ ਇਹ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਰਦਾਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੁੜੀ ਹੈ ਸੋ that is the history. It's not only cement and sand and bricks, the legacy which we have left. There's a lot of emotional bondings, broken hearts, and we have lost so much on that. And today morning, it reminded me what my mother used to tell me about Amrita Pritam's great poem, Aj Aakhan Waris Shah Nu, Kite Kabran To Bol. So I'll just take 2 minutes and we'll play that, and thereafter we'll leave on this emotional note.
Do we have any question or anything?
After this?
Okay. All right.
This she wrote, as I was reading, when she came from Gujranwala to Lahore to Delhi, and she was a poetess and was married, and her marriage was not going on well. And she was looking for a job, and probably she went to Dehradun, his place. And when she was traveling back with 2 children with no job, so that's the time probably. This is the story of thousands and thousands who have come from there. We have forgotten that, but those people have traveled and made a destiny. No, sorry, Amardeep. Any questions, please, to the master?
नमस्कार सर, सत श्री अकाल। और पहले भी सानू कहा गया है कि तुसी पंजाबी च भी काफ़ी कुछ बोलोगे, बट घट है, चलो सवाल मैं पंजाबी च पूछ लेना। ओके जनाब, गल इस तरह है कि तुसी डोगरा एंड सिंग्स की जी टोटल गल की है कि मतलब जो थोड़ा बहुत स्लाइड्स पढ़न नाल जां तुहानू सुनन नाल जिहड़ी चीज़ां समझ आईयां, मैनू तो किते कोई डाउट नहीं लगता कि तुसी जिन्नी रिसर्च की है, जिन्नी बड़ी जिन्नी लंबी एंड चौड़ाई जो भी रिसर्च की है वधिया की है, और जो तुसी कह रहे हो सब सच हैगा। बट ईवन दैन देयर स्टैंड सम डाउट कि तुसी जिस तरह कह रहे हो कि डोगराज कहते कि उन्होंने जितया, इधर सिक्स की गल चलती सी, एंड आई परसनली फील बीइंग ए डोगरा कि वो सारे का कंबाइन एफर्ट सीगा, है ना। और फाउंडेशन जी महाराजा रणजीत सिंह जी ने या हर सिंह नलवा जी ने फाउंडेशन छड्डी सी, उहदे उत्ते ही सारी चीज़ बिल्ड की गई। दिस आई कुड अंडरस्टैंड ओनली।
मैं माफ़ी मंगदा, मैं माफ़ी मंगदा, मैं तुहाडी एक्सपेक्टेशन पूरी नहीं कर सकिया पंजाबी च गल करके।
नहीं क्या गया सी पहले।
वो प्रॉब्लम पता है की होंदी है?
जी जी जी।
बोलना तो मैं पंजाबी भी बोलना, नेपाली भी बोलना, उर्दू भी बोलना,
जी जी
इंग्लिश भी बोलना। नहीं गल ये है कि थोड़ी ऑडियंस मैनू कहता दोवें ते गल्लां करो, दोवें च नहीं हो सकदी है। इत्थे गड्डी इत्थे चलेगी, गड्डी उत्थे चलेगी, राइट। मेरे कहण तुसीं जिहड़ा ओहदा तत्त कड्ढिया है ना, बिल्कुल सही कड्ढिया है।
जी जी जी।
ते मैं कोशिश करांगा, तुसीं मैनू अपनी ईमेल दे दो कदी, फिर पंजाबी च अगर होई तो मैं तुहानू पंजाबी च भेज दांगा। लेकिन जो तुसीं तत्त कड्ढिया है ना, बिल्कुल सही कड्ढिया है कि असीं सारे इसी खिच्चातानी च लगे हैं। हरी सिंह नलवा दी बेस तो मैं स्टोरी बनाई कि उन्हां दे रणजीत सिंह दा एम्पायर जिहड़ा सीगा एक बड़ा सैकुलर एम्पायर सीगा ना, ये कोई हिंदू सिख वाला मुसलमान दी गल नहीं। वो घर जो भी चीज़ बनदी है कोई बेस ते बनदी है। ते जद तक हरी सिंह नलवा दी और रणजीत सिंह ने उत्थे वो एक्सपेंशन करके खैबर पास नू प्लग ही नहीं कीता, जदों सारे अटैक हो रहे ने, जदों उत्थे तुसीं दरवाजे नू बंद ही नहीं करोगे ते दूजी जगह आके तुसीं एक खेत अपना एक गार्डन किद्दां बनाओगे, है ना।
कोई रीइंफोर्समेंट कोई रसद कुछ नहीं आएगा।
हुण वो गार्डन जिहड़ा बनिया है उपर नू, उहदे अंदर 1834 तो बाद गुलाब सिंह और जोरावर सिंह का पूरा रोल हैगा। और जिदा लासा दी कम्यूनिटी जी है तिब्बती सानू किद्दां वेखदे हैं, मेरे कहने का मकसद ये सीगा। गल मैं ये कहना चाह रहा कि असी जो है इत्थे लड़ाई च लगे हुए हैं डोगरे ते सिख दे विचकार, है ना। इनू बंद करो, जो तारीख है तारीख रहन दो, बंदियां नू बंदे रहन दो। आर्मी दे अंदर कोई डोगरा होवे ते सिख होवे ते वो है तो कुछ नहीं फर्क पैंदा, ठीक है। मेरा कहने का मकसद यही सीगा।
बस वही लास्ट मेरा ही सीगा कि कित्थे मतलब कित्थे गलतियां रह गई कि उस चीज़ों को उस हिसाब नाल रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं किया गया जो तुसी स्टडी की है।
गलती ये है जो मैं पहली स्लाइड तो स्टार्ट किया सीगा, मैं स्लाइड पूरी स्टार्ट करती है बाबा नानक दे जिहड़े उस शब्द तो कि पहले अपने घर नू ठीक करो। अगर घर दे अंदर प्रॉब्लम है तो बाहर कुछ नहीं अचीव होएगा। तो अज साडे घर दे अंदर वही दीमक लग गई है। मैं इस घर की भी गल कर रहा, इस नेशन की भी गल कर रहे हैं कि लड़ाइयाँ बंद करो अपने अंदर, तां ही बाहर फोकस कर पाओगे। सॉरी ये मिलिट्री फोरम है मैं अंदर दी लड़ाई की गल कर रहे हैं।
नहीं इस मिलिट्री फोरम पिछली बार साढ़े पात्र साहब भी यही 2 साल तो आ रहे सी, वो भी शांति का संदेश लैके आते, कुछ शांति की गल्लां भी चलती हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जनाब, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
एनीबॉडी एल्स?
एक मिनट वो माइक पे बोल रहा,
माइक ले लो
सर। लाहौर च फकीर खान म्यूजियम है।
फकीर खाना?
हाँ जी फकीर खाना जी।
मैं 126 शहर ते पिंड पाकिस्तान च किताबां दे वर्के होए हैं। गुरु नानक डॉक्यूमेंट्री सीरीज ऐड करोगे 175 तो उप्पर आए हैं। मैं पाकिस्तानियों नू पाकिस्तान घुमा दा जी। नहीं मैं वो देखा उस तो
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਕਰਦੂ ਜਾਏ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਜੀ
ਉਹ ਆਇਆ ਮੈਂ ਜੀ ਉਹ ਫਕੀਰ ਖਾਨਾ ਮਿਊਜ਼ੀਅਮ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਆਪਣਾ
ਓਨਰ
ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ
ਸਲਾਹਕਾਰ
ਅਜ਼ੀਜ਼ੁਦੀਨ ਉਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਦੀ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਯਾਰ ਤੂੰ ਸਾਰੀ ਫੋਟੋਆਂ ਚੰਗੀ ਖਿੱਚੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਫੋਟੋ ਆਫ ਲਾਸਟ ਹੈਰੀਟੇਜ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਖਿੱਚੀ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੀ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਭੈਂਗੀਆਂ ਕਰਤੀਆਂ ਤੂੰ ਰਾਈਟ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਇਜ਼ ਅਪਸੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਮੀ ਰਾਈਟ ਸੋ ਯਾ ਆਈ ਹੈਵ ਬੀਨ देयर ਯੈਸ
Chalo, I'll request the chairman to please come up on the stage and honor it. And I'll also request ma'am, Mrs. Raninder, please do come over for the honors. She has been a great support to him throughout. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning we are having the Chief of Defence Staff here, General Anil Chauhan, especially coming down after Op Sindoor to share his thoughts with us for an hour. Be seated here before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Just one appeal.
One point.
So one appeal. I again request you where I started from. Please visit thegurunanak.com. There is only one. So the Guru Nanak. ਤੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਬਣੀ ਹੈ ਇਤਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਲਗਾ ਕੇ ਅਗਰ ਬਾਹਰ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਸਮਝ ਸਕਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਸਮਝੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਓ why have we made it if my people the adherents of Nanak are not interested in it there is something wrong so let's start making an effort thank you